Hello, everyone. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 63. And over the past week, Battle of Avdivka, continues. And of course, then came out there's a very, very weird situation over Texas that get people very excited into thinking that it's going to be American Civil War 2, the beginning of it. And of course, I did a video on it. If you have watched it, you probably will not be that excited, but it's definitely something quite serious. So let me know if you can hear me. Please press 1 if you can hear me, and let me prepare to put the invite link so that you can join. And yep. So lately, I bought Power World, and I got very addicted to the game, despite my heavy schedule, and that's a very, very bad idea. Don't buy the game; it's too addictive. Okay, so let me. Where's the invite link? Is this the invite link? Okay. Okay. So the link to join the open mic is now dropped into the it's pinned now in the live chat of the YouTube channel, and I'm going to drop it inside of Rumble as well. Just give me a moment. I haven't opened Rumble because, I went, Good. So let me. Hi, Nunya.
Hey, buddy. How are you? I hear you about addiction. I'm opening up packages right now from a bunch of crap that I ordered that I really shouldn't have. So I know all about bad habits.
Yeah. So there's more people joining right now. Hey, Toby.
Hi, Wyatt. How's that?
Rare instances of you joining at this time.
Is my mic on? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, cool.
Can you hear me good? Can anyone hear me good?
Long time no say. Your face.
Yes, can you hear me good?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, Vaughn got a new headphone.
You look like
God,
such a
it's been a
gamer,
while,
Vaughn. You don't look like you're 70 anymore. that headset makes you look much younger. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a teenager now.
Hey,
he's now younger than Andrew.
No, don't do the cat girl. No.
Hello. I'm a friend with me. Yeah. Drop.
What are you doing, Nanya?
Guys, I've lost my fucking mind the last couple weeks, and I don't know why. I'm kind of impulsive.
You don't say.
You guys probably know. And I got into my head that sports trading cards is a good investment. So I've been buying up what I can on the cheap on eBay from baseball, basketball, and hockey, because those are the sports I really know. And I think my wife is going to freaking kill me when she sees the Visa bill. But that's what I'm up to today. My thought is, I'll just take it. I'll throw it into a closet
this gigantic ass microphone.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's actually useful. The baseball cards aren't. So I think what I'm going to do is just throw them up in a closet somewhere and hope that they appreciate in value. Like this new NBA guy, Victor Wembanyama, whatever his last name is. I think he's the real deal. So I loaded up on a bunch of basketball box sets, and let's see how he does. But yeah, no, that's what I'm up to today. I'm just receiving packages.
Archimedes, we both know where that microphone's going and what hole it's going in after the open mic.
Okay, Andrew. All right, guys. Let's go ahead and get started. I want to go ahead and try and do some topics for today instead of just free for all. We can do free for all at the end, and we discussed some topics that we're going to have. So just 4 topics. First, we're going to talk about Ukraine, including the prisoner of war situation where they shot down a certain amount of prisoners of war. Then the ICJ and Israel. and then just kind of a space for what I call global watch. Just anything with any other random ass bullshit around the world. Some people mentioned some things about Myanmar or the Central African Republic. We can discuss that. And then once that's out of the way, then we're going to get to U.S. politics, guys. I know that's what everyone wants to hear about, the Civil War and everything else. So, but yeah, let's go ahead and get started with Ukraine, guys.
Yeah, but we need and one of the topics you can add is France, the farmers.
Yeah, okay. We can get into that later.
Yeah, but if it's possible to do that in like 2 hours minimum, because I'm going to stay now for 45 minutes, and then I can come back.
Yeah. Sure. Well, let's go ahead and just get started with Ukraine. I think that's usually what we want to start with.
Archimedes, can I start the Ukraine thing? I actually want to ask Wyatt a question. I've been watching the DPA reports, and he seems like a good guy to ask. But we've seen a lot of advances by Russia across the front line, but we haven't seen any major strategic push forward to a large extent. Wyatt, do you think it looks like the Ukrainians are starting to crumble? And do you also note the absence of any strategic push, or do you think there is like a strategic push going on at one of the fronts? Or is it just like here and there that the Russians are advancing? How do you see the situation on the front line?
I see this as the Russia taking advantage of the failure of the counteroffensive and the failure of the West to provide more weapons while the counteroffensive is ongoing. So, and they found some gaps. They started to take advantage and try to attack, particularly Avdivka, and they also took some advantage of the weakness in the lines in the Kupyansk front, and they're probing all across the line. But I wouldn't say these are some big arrow movements. No, it still feels like they are going to have some objective. This is a proper offensive that is currently happening. So definitely they are aiming for Avdivka, at least capturing of Avdivka. And it just have this deja vu feeling right now. It feels a lot like the Battle of Bakhmut, just that there's no Wagner involved. So we are not sure how they will proceed in the urban warfare. We are slowly getting into the urban warfare stage. And of course, Wagner fights very differently. They are very reckless. And so they're, but you can also use the word courageous. They still die, if they just run off and they'll get shot and hit a mine or what, they still die. But I think the Russian military fights a bit differently. So we shall see how this goes. And the Ukrainians, they definitely still have weapons, they still have men, but it feels a lot like they're running low. It feels a lot like, and they're just getting whatever they could, and they're just throwing it to the front line and try to do their best. And they are, it's working, but it's sorry?
What is working? What is working?
My working.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but wait, what is working?
Thank you.
The strategy of the Ukrainians or the strategy of the Russians?
Or your instruction of the sex.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on, Wyatt. What were you saying about the strategy?
So I feel that the Ukrainians are doing a very good job as far as whatever they could, and it does shows how difficult it is in modern warfare. Even if one side have a lesser artillery system, no air superiority, or no insufficient air support, insufficient surface-to-air missile systems, they can still hold a front for some time. And it's still very difficult for the Russians to break through. And the Russians have to guess, which position there is anti-tank guided missiles. Because when they do an armored push, sometimes it fails. In fact, many times it fails. So it's not like the Russians have it easy as well. So even if the Russians are taking advantage of the Ukrainians' weakness, they are still struggling, pretty much. Vaughn,
go on.
I was just going to say, I kind of agree with Wyatt and kind of agree with Toby. I think the Russians are just pressuring all across the front. And then when they find a spot that they can exploit, then that's when they start doing stuff. And that's why you see a little spot here, a little spot there. And there's probably areas that are larger they could move into, but maybe because of the mines or they don't know where the mines are, that slows them down. But I do think that there's probably some crumbling in areas that if they really didn't care about casualties, they could probably push pretty hard and get some stuff. But at the same time, why not just slow roll and grind them up and keep your losses to a minimum? I mean, yeah, some people are like, it's not going fast enough. But I mean, really, I kind of feel like they're on the cusp of breaking in a lot of ways too, in a lot of places. I mean, like I've said before, I think between Kupyansk and Donetsk City is wide open right now. If someone wanted to exploit it and not care about casualties, I think the Russians or the Ukrainians have a good force up around Kharkiv. They probably got some decent stuff down around Kherson, Mykolaiv, Odessa, and then they probably have a strategic reserve somewhere around Lviv. But in the middle there, I just think it's a hodgepodge and ragtag, and they're scrambling. I mean, I've seen some places where they pulled back quite a bit to another line to use the Oskol River. So I just think they're really weak there, and the Russians are probing them. And if they find something, they'll take it. But I think the reason they don't go so fast is because there's so many mines, and they have to clear out every single hole, every basement. So that's got to be time consuming. Plus all the booby traps and unexploded bombs on top of mines.
Yeah, and also, if I wanted just to add on to that there's definitely a manpower shortage, also probably an equipment shortage in Ukrainian ranks in certain regions. Most especially, I'm talking about Svatove front, and for a period there was also mentioned manpower shortage in Avdivka when we saw the breakthrough in the south. Because every week or so, Russians have a breakthrough in a different area of the front, right? Because we see that Russians have a breakthrough in a certain area, Ukrainians shuffle manpower from other areas to reinforce and to contain the breakthrough, right? Like what happened in South Avdivka. And then the week after, just a few days after, boom, there's another breakthrough. Today well, not today, but yesterday I think it was, Russians had a breakthrough on the Svatove front, capturing the village of Tabayevka, and there's already talks of them entering the village of Kislovka. So we see the situation as the Russians continue kind of pushing in different directions, trying to find whatever the Ukrainian manpower has been so depleted, so shuffled away from the area, the Russians can just like walk in and the Ukrainians just surrender or run away.
Yeah, just real quick on Andrew's point, like some of the units I've been following through social media, I've noticed in the last few weeks that they've started direct pleas for recruitment to their units specifically on their social media. Like, come join us, be part of this team because we're badass, or come join us. It's all about their unit, and they're setting up recruiting to try and get people in the unit. So, and it's like the 4th Armored Brigade, and, they're obviously got manpower problems because it's not only conscription that they're doing direct appeals. And I believe one of the nationalist battalions last week opened an office in Lviv to start recruiting directly for its units. So there might be some of that going on, but I still don't see how they're going to get people.
Guys, I have another general question, and Wyatt, you might know a bit about this too, but the narrative, right? The broad narrative on the Ukrainian side has been for quite a while the counteroffensive. Right, the counteroffensive was the thing that got morale going, and it was what everyone talked about. It was the chatter. I wonder now, when you look at the situation now, you wonder what the narrative is. You wonder what the chatter in the army is, because armies are a big gossip circle, right? People sit around and they talk, and that affects morale. I've heard a little bit out of NATO sources saying that the chatter is about counterinsurgency and fighting an insurgent war. Has anyone else heard this? Is this the narrative now? Because it's really interesting if it is, because it almost implies that Ukraine is getting ready to surrender, because you can't be an insurgent force unless the other guy's taken over civilian administration. And it's a weird thing, but I wondered, has anyone else heard about this insurgency strategy, and what is the current narrative for the Ukrainian armed forces? It's interesting.
Well,
I
it is more than
heard the
obvious.
exact same.
Before
I think it is obvious. We have been seeing it. We have seen the attacks from the airplane, from different oil deposits everywhere in Russia. So we see actually these type of terrorism tactics coming over, and they're actually becoming the overwhelming actions of the Ukrainian army. So they have to, and I think this is also due to the fact that they still haven't decided what type of strategy they will go to in the future. If they really have less weapons, which is still not the case, the deliveries are still being done. They just haven't decided what kind of support the Western countries will give in a few months, and it's taking too much time already. But the idea is to gain some time, and by doing these type of actions, you actually maintain the morale up because you are doing something, even if it is quite humiliating for a country to use tactics of terrorism. Probably people also know that when you kill children, when you kill women, when you kill civilians, this is not really a win. This is actually a reason for despair that is a reason for shame. But nevertheless, I think they are trying to win time, momentum, in order to go to the next phase, which will. But you see, the problem is when you get satisfied with this type of tactics, the terrorist tactics, it's very difficult to get away of them again. So this is another problem. Yeah, go on.
There was an article in the New York Times maybe about 2 or 3 days ago that was speaking exactly to Toby's point about how the whole narrative shift is around counterinsurgency. And you know, they colored it up with all sorts of flowery language, but when you read between the lines, that's exactly what it was. It was a counterterrorism ploy or plan to fight the Russians because the article basically said they've got nothing left in terms of you know, heavy equipment and things like that. So really, that's all they have left is these little one-off little attacks here and there. And that was basically the gist of the Times article, which I thought was pretty revealing coming from the Times when I read it.
Yeah, well, see, if I can just talk briefly on this, it's kind of interesting because throughout this whole conflict, the Russians pulling back has been described as the Russians surrendering and losing, despite the fact that they never seem to lose any POWs or take heavy losses. And the Russians not advancing in blitzkrieg and shock and awe is always described as them being incapable of modern warfare. And it's kind of interesting because it ignores the possibility that the Russians know exactly what they're doing and that their design is to choke Ukraine out and to keep the supply lines long and to choke out NATO economically. I find it interesting to look at the recent, like last week, there was a meeting with NATO and the US said, we have no more cash. It's now up to you guys, meaning Europe, to fund Ukraine. And Europe's response was, we'll send you a bunch of shells in 24 months, which is you know, not going to cut it because the US is paying all the firemen and the teachers and the policemen and the politicians. If the US doesn't come through with Biden's $60 billion, Ukraine bleeds out really quickly, and especially with regard to hydrocarbon fuels, because most of their substations have been taken out, and so all their electricity generation is being done by diesel generators, and you can't get diesel for free in this world. So Ukraine is a basket case economically. And if Russia is deliberately not advancing, if Russia is just turning the screws, just attacking where they get good value for money by attacking, constantly keeping the pressure on, and just cutting Ukraine's economy off at the knees and forcing NATO to bleed money into it, if that's their strategy, then a lack of a Russian advance, a major advance, isn't a lack of capability. It's actually a strategic move. And moving to the insurgency argument, I think NATO want to fight an insurgent war against a Russian occupier, but that doesn't mean they're going to get the opportunity to do so. Because if Russia refuses to advance and occupy, you can't really fight an insurgency. See, I think it's very interesting that NATO is talking about an insurgency. They don't want to pay for the civilian administration of 40 million people anymore, and a country that's 1,000 kilometers long and 800 kilometers deep. They don't want to pay all the firemen, and they don't want to pay all the teachers and the policemen because they are just bleeding money. And so they want Russia to conquer, and then they want to feed this insurgent army right?
Yeah,
That can then do
interesting.
terrorism inside the Russian-occupied Ukraine. Russia is holding back, and I wonder how this is going to play out, because sooner or later, in order to fight an insurgent war, you have to surrender the civilian administration. And if Russia don't march their troops in, right, and they go for a political settlement, which means that Russian-friendly, you can call them puppets, or you can call them like Russian-friendly Ukrainians, you can call them whatever you like. But if Ukrainians come to power in Ukraine who are anti-NATO, then an insurgency against those people is going to take the character of a civil war, and it'll be extremely ugly. But Russia won't be an occupying force. It will be supporting a pro-Russian Ukrainian government. So that's how I see that playing out. And that's why I think it's interesting that we're hearing talk about an insurgency, because insurgency seems to be what NATO wants, and it seems to be what Russia is avoiding. And so I think it's a bit of a premature narrative. I don't think they're going to get the chance to fight their insurgency that they want.
Yeah,
I mean, if you look at it, you can see how
would be great.
You can see how it would work out already, because, like you said, they won't advance and take on that problem. So basically, what you'll have is, again, DRGs trying to penetrate Russian lines to pull a stun off in the back. And that's about all they'll be able to do. And I mean, like you said, the Russians are going to sit in their lines, lock it down, and then you're going to try and penetrate the drones and the other surveillance just so you can sneak some guys in there and take a picture on the border. And I mean, it's a dumb idea, because if that's what the Russians do, keep doing what they're doing, you're going to have to come to them always. And that's always going to play to their benefit. They're sitting there hiding and waiting under their thermal blanket. You don't know they're there, but they're watching you because you don't have a thermal blanket. They don't have to do shit. I mean, they got thermal drones. They got the Osiris, whatever it is, that one, the Orion, whatever. They've got tons of drones. I mean, there's no way they're going to be able to sneak in and out of their Russian lines and pull shit. I mean, I'm sure they can, but I mean, if you cross the river, you're going to get killed. If you sneak across the border, you might blow some village up, and then you'll get killed trying to get away. I mean, they'll be on you they'll probably be on you before you get to their lines, and they'll be on you the whole time. So how's that even going to work unless you get the Russians to be stupid and go into the occupied areas and get attacked? And why would they suddenly do that when they could just sit there and they'll come like moths to the flame? Wherever they push through, they'll come to them. I think that's one thing they're doing. They have all this pressure, and then they find a spot and push in, and then the Ukrainians come there, and then they kill them and work another area. Then they run up there, like Andrew was saying, and they kill them, and then just keep doing it. And they can't play that game. And I don't see how an insurgency would even have any possibility of working.
Well, this wouldn't be the first time Ukrainian insurgency was acting against Russian in the first case Soviet power. There was a strong and armed insurgency in Western Ukraine, especially just directly, during and after World War II, up until 1949, there were Ukrainian partisans acting against Soviet troops on the territory, engaging in sabotage, espionage for Western. If I remember correctly, there's some evidence they were also linked to Western intelligence services in some ways. So this wouldn't be the first time.
Completely. They were completely linked to the Soviet, British and CIA. They got information from them. So it's until the Russians understood how to communicate, and that's how they disappeared. And I think it was later. I think it was in the mid-50s. So it took a long time.
Were they fairly brutal in dealing with that? I mean, just flat out brutal.
Yes, of course.
Well,
I mean, I would assume they would do the same thing now. It would just be horrible for any stupid insurgent that got caught.
The Ukrainians were fighting an insurgency against the Polish before that in the 20s and 30s. Like, that place has basically been a hotbed of partisan insurgency for most of the last 100 years. The thing is, though, like, if you want to fight an insurgent war, traditionally speaking, you want jungles, forest, or mountains, or preferably all three, right? Like, Ukraine is a singularly bad place to fight an insurgent war for a whole bunch of reasons, and it's a really bad place to fight against Russians if you basically speak Russian, right? Because that doesn't help your intel very much. The partisans that were effective on the Eastern Front were called the Forest Men. That's what they called themselves, because they hung out in the forests and the swamps of Belarus and Lithuania and Estonia. The Ukrainian partisans were active when Ukraine didn't really have a strong government, but they got cleaned up pretty badly once the Soviets moved in. It's not a good landscape for fighting an insurgent war. The other weird thing about an insurgency backed by NATO in Ukraine, let's assume that like a pro-Russian, a Russian-friendly government is in charge in Ukraine. Well, you're going to have to base your insurgency out of Poland, right? Hungary has now said that they want their bit back if Ukraine ceases to be, so that's fun. But so what that means is you're going to have these nationalist armed camps of Ukrainian nationalists where? On Polish land. That's fun, right? Given the history of the Poland cultivating a bunch of armed Ukrainian nationalists on the very land, right, where Bandera's folks had their farm. Like, I don't see that playing well with like mum and pop Poland, but whatever. So yeah, I don't know. I think the whole insurgency thing is it's a bad dream. It's a bad trip, man. I think it's a disaster waiting to happen, but we'll see.
Yeah, well, as much as we understand that the Russians are stupid, they don't think about these things. Of course, they don't.
Yeah,
So
because I don't know
obviously-
history.
Yeah, because that's why obviously they are not prepared for this. So, like you said, most probably is if they can't take, if Ukraine will not deliver its civil administration to a puppet regime for Russia, let's say like this, and the other ones keep insurging, Europe will have a big problem on its doors, having a failed state like Afghanistan, controlled by warlords and criminal gangs, which already exist. Actually, Zelensky, many of the last governors are actually criminal gangs leaders that are now put as governors. And taking into account, yes, the Russians will take some parts of Ukraine, probably the so-called, what Putin has been saying, historical Russian territories. That includes Odessa, of course, but in a way they will not adventure too much to the east because there you have mountains, you have forests. They are more probably just interested in the steppes, which they traditionally actually controlled. But besides that, I think we also should look at what Russia is doing now. They actually sending more contingents to Africa and other parts of the world. So they are already thinking in the exit strategy. If they lose, if they just let Ukraine become a failed state, uncontrollable, with Europe having huge problems on their borders, with criminal gangs, weapons, and so on, and drugs coming out of Ukraine like already exists, Europe will be very busy for a long time, and the Russians will actually move to other parts of the world. Yeah.
I think the only type of people that are going to be left in Ukraine in a couple of years are going to be the hardcore Ukrainian nationalists, and I think that has to be part of the calculation, right? Because if left alive, yeah, that's the thing, right? Is if you're kind of a liberal pro Western person, then you run away, escape to the West, or get press ganged into the trenches. If you're a pro Russian, then you run away to Russia or get press ganged into the trenches. But if you're a hardcore nationalist, then you join one of these blocking units. You don't go into the trenches. You stay behind. You stay alive. And I think that over time, what's going to happen is whatever's left of Ukraine is going to be this identity of people that are hardcore pro-nationalists. They're not going to be very friendly with Poland, that's for sure. But they're not going to be very friendly with Russia either, if they are any of them in Russian territory. I think that you could see an insurgency if Russia were to take that territory, which they're not going to do.
In 2014, to the extent, because in 2014 there was a complete dissolution of Ukrainian state as a functional state. For about a year or maybe year and a half, up until, let's say, later half of 2015, for about a year and a half, Ukraine didn't function as a modern state. It functioned as a collection of local fiefdoms run by the local political feudals and by the neo-Nazi gangs who ran amok. I mean, only in 1915 and 1916 they sort of reestablished some semblance of modern state. So this is not something new. I mean, this is, and nobody talks about this period, which is very interesting because there was a lot of mass robberies, killings of different criminal / nationalistic gangs among each other for the benefit of the various local feudals. You know, there was this almost chaotic realm, huge realm of 35, 37 million people, you know, which was a wasteland essentially. And this will be revisited again in the end of this, only on a much, much larger scale and not in a such small time scale. But
so is it fair to
what
say
I think
that a lot of people fled to Russia during that period?
few million.
Yeah.
It's
And
difficult to say how many, but few million, yeah.
If a pro-Russian government takes over following, you know, an effective surrender, what Sir is saying is really interesting. All those people are going to be coming back, and they are not going to be friendly. Like, it's going to get ugly. I think that if the West is trying to fight an insurgent war, they're going to actually fight a brutal civil war. There is literally millions of people who will go back to Ukraine, and they'll be looking for payback, and they'll have Russian support. So I think, yeah, I think it could get unbelievably ugly.
Toby, you misunderstand one thing.
Let Lambo go.
Wait.
Because
the people that already know and
people who escape war are not coming back into it. Nobody's going to sacrifice their life going back to another war. You know, once you establish yourself in a safe place, you know, you're not coming back. This is not human psychology. It's not how it works. But what is possible is going to happen in the end of this in the aftermath is you're going to have a civil war not between pro-Russian Ukrainians, but moderate Ukrainian nationalists, probably from the army, and extreme neo-Nazi ones, because it's going to be this fault line.
Okay, Mr. Lambo, go on.
Moderates will be supported by the Poles.
You need to understand one thing, Toby. If you're already left the country and you're in Europe, you will stay in Europe. Why? Because Europe is fucking better than Ukraine. These people that are already now in Europe never going to come back to Ukraine.
I'm not talking about the ones in Russia.
They asking them back, you know?
Let me speak, please. I have a colleague. He's a Ukrainian refugee. He say it to me. He win like 5 times more money than in Ukraine. He has a better life here. Everything is better. Infrastructure is better. Everything is better. So why do he need to go back to Ukraine? A lot of Ukrainian of Eastern people how many people do we have here in Europe? Prata, you also can say that in Portugal. How many people are driving around in a truck from the East? How many people are working here in Belgium or in Europe from the East? They don't even work in their own country because they are winning no money. Romanians, Ukrainians,
Bulgarians,
Polish, you can't name it up. We have full, if you just look at the construction sector, we are full of foreigner people working here in Europe. And a lot of them stays in Europe because they have a better life here. It's not cheaper than in their country, but they're winning more money. And if they want to, they can spare a lot of money, and in the future they can go back with a big bag of money to their own country that's fucking cheap as fuck. So in Ukraine, all these refugees never is going to come back to Ukraine. Why don't they do that? Coming to the country that's fully destructive.
Yeah, I was talking about the ones in Russia, Lambo.
Yeah, but you know, Mr. Lambo, you see that guy from Estonia, that MP, European Parliament from Estonia, he said these people in EU needs to send back, but they are fucking covered. Ukrainian needs, man, and we have a lot, like 800,000 of them. Send them back. Trust me, some of this country, they're gonna do it. I'm sure Poland is not gonna think twice to send these people back.
You know, Buzz,
I think
can I say something quick on this? I think it'll be really funny if the European countries say that we can't keep these Ukrainians, they have to go fight, and they send back 200,000 Ukrainians, and then the next month they say, oh my God, there's a labor shortage, we need to import a bunch of Syrians.
We already have
they already have a labor shortage.
Actually sounds funny, but it's true. These people in the EU, they prefer Ukrainians to die and the Syrians to work in their factories.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
there is
and
already a
AFD
big
will gain
labor
another
problem.
point in the polls,
The-
right? It's just going to
the-
keep climbing up, man. If they
There's
keep
already a
doing
big
this.
labor problem in Europe. We have here in Belgium a lot of like the most of construction companies now are working like with Spanish companies, and they are going to find their people in Spain and in Portugal, but they have a big problem. They find nobody there. Now, for the moment, these companies are renting people from Nigeria. Yeah, fucking
Well,
Africans coming working in Belgium to build a
yeah.
new swimming pool, a new building. It's a fucking big problem.
We
I
have
think this-
shortage. We have shortage
think-
of people, but we have a lot of immigrants that are coming illegally, and this is or
Yeah, of course.
refugees, and this is the problem
But
because
the Ukrainians never
we
going
have
to leave.
all these people. They are not working in the ways that we need, so we have all these unbalance, like with housing and so on, because people want to come here, but they are not fit for work, or they don't want to work because of the whole social system that we unfortunately have. So we could actually allow many people to come and start working, but they are not allowed to do that. And so we have this stupid shortage and too much immigrants and shortage of labor. It makes no sense. Yes, they are picking them, they are picking them in many countries in Africa to work on the construction work. Well, these people are valuable. We could have more of them. I just hope they really pay them the salaries like they should, and not sometimes under the blanket, which is also exploitation and slavery. Unfortunately, also exists in Europe. But in a way, what I mean, go on, Mislam, you were saying no?
Yeah, I mean these Africans is like very funny because it's like if you're looking to make like a concrete structure, you need some panels to make your structure, and these guys never saw that in their life. But I not want to change topics, but I want to say with the Ukrainians, it's also to notice a lot of these Ukrainians already now here for 2 years almost. These guys are settled. So they're not going to leave. They're not going to restart their life again. They are good here. They are fine here.
Well, guys,
And also,
all this
they are all
shows.
busy opening a bar in Antwerp. They are busy opening a bar. No, in Ghent. In Ghent, they are looking to open a new pub, a new bar in Ghent. So yeah, these guys are settled, you know.
Well, all this shows is that there's no long-term planning in Europe, and everything, all these decisions that have been made since February 2021 or 2022, sorry, they're just knee-jerk reactions, and now they're just reacting to the bad decisions that they've made, which just compounds into more bad decisions. So, you know, it's a tough cycle.
I was just going to say, I think if you look at Novorossiya and all that will encompass when Russia takes it all, I think Russia's going to have very tight controls on who they allow back and vet people. I would assume they would let, as far as resettling the conquered territory, the military vets are going to get first dibs on that, because they promised it in the fucking commercials. You know, I'm from Odessa. I'm going to go live in Odessa. I'm from here. I'm going to go live here. My aunt did, you know. So, I mean, I would assume that they're going to have, it's Russia, so they have I'm sure there's plenty of guys around that know how to do the old ways, watching everybody, vetting everybody, and putting those people in. I think they'll drive out people they don't want or kill them, and they will replace them with people that they've vetted and trust.
What question? How much longer can Ukraine do this kind of thing?
Again?
Because like Andrew said,
The-
Russia is gaining everywhere. Every day they're gaining and keep gaining. So how much longer can Ukraine?
No, they're
Take
just
it.
making it last. They're making it last, and as much as it lasts, Europe gets Europe and the US or the Western partners are losing money and time to have a better strategy around the world. So this is the point. So it's like someone was saying, perhaps the Russians are not even going to try to conquest lands really as much as they probably could. They're not interested, because otherwise I would have seen now an invasion from the north again, and they're not doing it. So they are just wasting time, making the Ukrainians to react. Sometimes, like someone said, they make some advances where it compensates on the money. But it's how it is now. About Ukrainians in Russia, this is very interesting. I don't think they will want, or they will actually be allowed to come back to Ukraine. And the reason for that is that Ukraine has a lot of, still the areas occupied by the Russians, they have a lot of population, and the Russians have a problem with depopulated areas. So the Ukrainians, they were sent exactly to these unpopulated cities in order to create more workforce. And so in this sense, I'm not seeing them coming back exactly to those cities. The West, the ones come in the West, it will make good money, and somewhere in time wants to come back, and are from one of the areas is occupied. They will listen to how good the life in these cities is, because actually it will be very good in the future. Then they probably will try to come back, but they will be probably also forced to have a kind of gulag integration before being allowed to get in again. I'm sorry, it's really horrible, but you see, the Russians are not always that nice.
I mean, what makes perfect sense? Why would they?
People back into society is going to take a year zone. It's not something which is high on priority list right now for the Russians. It's going to happen in the next decade. Yeah. Hello. However, what is interesting, what is extremely interesting is that what Russians are doing right now, considering the whole wider conflict, not just in Ukraine, but with the whole West, they are essentially doing the same thing that the United States have done since the 1940s to Soviet Union. They're using this peripheral approach. They're not targeting Europe and NATO directly. They are going around in Africa, in Asia, in all other places, sucking up the resources, tying them up to other places. So they don't have to confront them directly. And I think it's ingenious. They're literally, paying back for the same thing they were sucked into doing 70 years ago.
They're making them eat their own venom. In a way, I completely agree with you. It's what I have been seeing even before the Ukrainian war. It was obvious that what was the Russians were actually doing when they started encircling Europe. Exactly. So when we see, of course, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger are very nice people, but that's not really the reason why the Russians are interested on that part of the globe.
Mr. Neutrality's here. What's going on, Switzerland?
Hey, Happy New Year, everybody! Happy New Year!
Happy New Year, dude.
Switzerland got cold feet. Switzerland got cold feet from Lavrov, saying that the country is not neutral anymore, so it can't be doing any types of mediation.
Oh, really?
Yes.
We're shit. We're quite shit.
Lavrov fired shots to everyone.
In a way, yes, that's true.
Yeah, he said all of them, they are fucked up people. Okay,
well, I mean that makes sense about what you're saying. They take the Ukrainians and spread them out in Russia and never let them come back, and then replace that territory with actual ethnic Russians. I mean, there's no incentive for Russia to let anybody have that if they don't want personally to have it and be there.
They don't need to. The area is very well populated, actually. There is no need to bring people in. The ones that stay are okay. They won't.
There was a video last week too. It was pretty fucked up. This camera crew, I guess, went to a village in Ukraine, and they walked around. And the whole place was empty, and it turns out that every male in that city had been killed in the war, and there was one old man left. And there was no sound, but that was the only guy they found was an old man that was like working on trucks and shit. And there wasn't a single. They said there was not a single living male from that city. I guess they all died. Or they're all
you're talking about
it's just fucked up because it was like a ghost town, you'd think it was on the front line and it had been attacked, but it was just some random settlement. Everyone's dead.
Well, normally we just saw that in the frontline areas, but it's okay, could be. But they have done horrible things in this war. Not as bad as in Gaza, but bad enough. Come on, Matt. Great. Come on, speak, man. We are waiting. for you to speak.
Yeah, we
What's happening in Kupyansk? Did the Russian went there somewhere through, or I heard some news, but I'm not sure. Wyatt, maybe you can tell us a little bit about.
they suddenly captured one of this settlement, I think Kromone. Then after that, they expanded, hitting northward and southward, and the Ukrainians managed to regroup and hold the line right now. So there is no news, no more breakthrough tentatively, but it came as a surprise. I think the information was that it was defended by territorial defense in the area. There is no those good troops. It's all these just cannon folders. So the Russians managed to break through, and it also came as a surprise. I never expected the Russians to suddenly push so hard in that direction. So I think that kind of worked. And the Russians are now playing some games. They are probing all across the entire front line, here and there. So the Ukrainians are going to stretch themselves very badly at this moment, because they have the manpower. I think they don't have the equipment. The heavy equipment is the problem, and they are wasting so much of them in Kherson, because they did the crossing, and they had so much artillery getting destroyed over in the area, because there is only so many places they can deploy artillery to support that one little village. So in the end, the Lancers and the surveillance drones just can find them quite easily. So this is quite bad.
And also, like around Kupyansk and Kharkiv, like just checking out some of the other channels that do the geolocating, it seems like but prior to this weekend, they kind of picked up on hitting a lot of targets of artillery. I think they took out a 109 Paladin, a Grad, maybe a God 2S9, and they obviously are. And then you had the D30 or whatever that exploded because of barrel failure. So I mean, I try to look at that kind of stuff, because you figure maybe like if you see them hitting artillery and other stuff in the back, that might be an area they push. But I mean, Kupyansk is definitely a hot spot right now, just because it's right below Kharkiv. But I mean, everyone, there's a lot of shit hiding up around Kharkiv that could go down there. But if it goes down to Kupyansk, then you got Kharkiv uncovered. So. I mean, the Russians are playing it smart. Like you said, just probe everywhere. When you find something, exploit it a little bit, draw the Ukrainians in, then go somewhere else. Because, like we said all along, the Russians can move whenever they want by range, train, road, plane. They can move whatever amount of equipment they want to move, whenever they want to move it, by however they want to move. They can they could get 50 Mi-8 hips and load them up with guys and fly towards the border. And, oh my God, they're coming. And then they turn around and land somewhere else and don't do shit. I mean, they can play that game all day long, and the Ukrainians have to respond to everything. They don't know what's coming. And I mean, if they let their guard down, then they get burned, like they may have gotten burned around Kupyansk with that settlement getting taken, or some of these other little areas that get taken because they're just spread too thin.
Well, actually, Kupyansk is a very interesting situation, because it's one of those things that happened on the beginning of the war, where the mayor actually allowed the Russians to get in and kind of gave up the city, and then the Ukrainians got really mad and tried to jail his daughter and so on. So it's a sense, and they were surprised. They have tried to evacuate as many people as they could from Kupyansk, but they couldn't. So many teachers were actually suddenly on the other side. Russian teachers were arrested, and that become real like a loss of face for Russia. So it's probably also for them a sense of proud to get the city back. So I will see also some kind of moral incentive to go out after Kupyansk. To go after the whole Kharkiv area, that's more questionable. But we have to wait and see. And in terms of the Donbass, the Russians will do everything in this time. I'm the feeling in this time that they still just are making the attrition war. They will not go towards Slavyansk and Kurmatovsk, because they need to pick up these cities without destroying it. That's another theory I have. Sorry. Andrew.
You muted.
We are muted.
We like him like
Oops.
that.
Oh, poor him. He's not even South Italian.
I am Southern Italian. I would just like to
It's
say
just
that
Italian.
Middle
yes, in the
Eastern
Kupyansk region,
Italians.
we're seeing like if I remember correctly, it was like 6 in total in the last 2 weeks. Like it was either 5 or 6 kilometers deep breakthrough by the Russians from their original lines. Just yesterday was reported the capture by Suryak maps. There was reported the capture of Tabayivka, a village in the area, and now there's words that Russians have gotten into another village, but I haven't gotten a full hold onto it. But I mean, that's of course up to speculation. The situation is critical in that front for Ukrainian troops just because of the lack of men and equipment. As Vaughn said, there's a lot of Russian attacks on the few artillery pieces they can scramble over there. And the situation is just dramatic, and I believe it would be. I know the Ukrainians are not particularly smart, but if they were smart, I would see them sooner retreat from their lines on the Svatove front to the Oskil River than retreating from Avdivka, because in doing so they free up a lot of manpower, and they have a large issue with manpower. They have a better. No. Huh?
Keep
There was a
talking.
Russian.
These are private
Keep
jokes.
going.
About them.
Don't take attention. These are people
Yeah.
from the
Wyatt is
from
trolling.
Alpine people.
Yes, you know.
Alpine
It-
people is
reacting to
are
the
very
rooster.
strange.
The
Don't worry.
French
You?
the
These
French
two,
Swiss
these two
are not
actually met
supposed.
each other, you know.
You know, the French Swiss are not even people. As I was saying,
Well, the altitude, no, Andrew,
I see
Andrew, the
them retreating.
altitude,
I
in
see
the
them.
altitudes, the air is so rare, it doesn't go to the brain.
Ticino, yeah.
Yeah. As I was saying, I see them sooner retreating from the Svatove front to the Oskil River to get the more defensible positions, to free up manpower. The only downsides are that they put Liman and Kupyansk back under damage. Back in a dangerous
fuck.
position because Kupyansk and Liman would basically become once again frontline positions. While retreating from Avdivka, I do not see that as a possibility because, first of all, retreating from Avdivka would be a huge PR loss, as we all know.
Yeah.
It would be
Yeah.
absolutely terrible for propaganda. Because, of course, even I think Zelensky went to Avdivka. I mean, went to Avdivka. By that, I mean he went to the sign in front of Avdivka. He didn't dare to go into the city. Hi, shadowy. And said that he would hold the city whatever, however long he could. So the city will hold. They will not retreat, in my opinion. As I was saying, and by losing Avdivka, they risk a situation like they had in Popasna or Popasnaya, where the Russians could just like break through open, like you remember flower of Popasnaya just like blooming like this, and especially there's a dangerous situation if they go north and kind of like create a cauldron with the in the positions with in New York and the Toretsk, and that is a dangerous situation. So I doubt the Ukrainians are willing to risk that.
I also
Hey,
doubt the
guys.
Ukrainians will give up Kupyansk very easily because you probably remember, guys, that there was some kind of massacre in those areas because they opened their arms to the Russians somehow. And in doing that, many people were killed. We saw some kinds of videos of people being pushed to death towards trenches. And if we find this type of evidence, it will be hard for the Ukrainians. And it's very difficult to clean this kind of evidence after so long.
Hey guys,
Yeah.
And didn't they
question.
blow?
Wouldn't you?
Didn't they blow one of the main bridges, like last year, early by mistake too? Out of Kupyansk,
Yes.
so they kind of screwed
Yes.
themselves there too.
Nonia.
Yes, Nunya?
Hey guys, I just want to ask a question. Andrew just mentioned something that triggered this question around the public narrative in Ukraine and wanting to maintain that narrative. I guess my question is, how important is that now? Like, isn't the cat kind of out of the bag, both in Ukraine and internationally now that Ukraine is kind of a mess? So
yeah, I agree. I asked that question too, Nanya. Like, we're talking about the PR loss of Avdivka. I suspect that the people in Zelensky's regime may have finally cottoned on to the fact that the Russians are not advancing because they don't want to advance. And that Zelensky's big problem now is not public relations, it's money.
yeah,
Like, it is a big deal if Ukraine doesn't get any money. Like, my question is, how long can they go without diesel? And what if they run out of diesel and the Russians just let them freeze? So the thing is, what if the Russian strategy is they're just going to turn the screws on Ukraine and not let them have an economy and just use missiles to take out their economics until you get a capitulation and a political settlement? Because if the Russian strategy is in for the long haul, all these questions about the PR value of Avdivka doesn't matter. It actually suits the Russians to keep pouring men and materials into Avdivka. So I'm with Nanya. I wonder about whether or not the narrative is shifting. This whole idea that Ukraine is fighting this glorious war against an invader that is bent on occupation, I think maybe people are starting to wake up to the fact that Russia is perfectly okay with Ukraine being a beaten non-state actor that is on life support for NATO for forever if they want. I mean, it's no way to live, but it's not a threat to Russia. So I wonder. I'm with Nanya on this. I wonder about all these the talks about narratives and the strategic value of defense and all this. And so I'm with Nanya on that one.
Don't forget that you have two levels. You have two sides of the same coin. One is the whole perception of Ukrainians itself, like we were talking. The other one is the perception for the outside, in order for them to continue claiming money from the West. So they have to keep these two levels working. And they are actually quite different. The types of message that we sometimes get from the propaganda machine from Ukraine differ quite often for internal consumption or for external consumption.
Right.
It's failing, of course.
I have to disagree with the money part. I mean, you can give them as much money as you want if they don't have equipment. You can give them billions and billions more. If they don't get the equipment they need, what you're gonna do? Fight with dollars? You're gonna do like this? But the bullets or the artillery. I mean, we need to be realistic. It's about
but you have to eat as well. You have to eat. You have to have electricity.
Money, of course, but it doesn't mean the money will pay you equipments if the equipments don't exist. You can have thousands of US dollar, but if you can't go to the store and you have nothing in the store, it doesn't bring you anything. I mean,
this
you need
goes
to
back
look at this. This is the most important part, because if you don't have artillery, you're already 1 to 10 behind. You don't have planes anymore. You don't have now air defense. What are you gonna do? After a while, this stacks up, and it goes so deeply and so badly that you can't pour money constantly at the problem if you don't have the solution. Money is a part to solve the solution, but if you don't have the material, it's useless.
Well, Tim, what you do, right? What you do is you sit around like a welfare addict. You sit around in Ukraine earning your salaries paid for by the American taxpayer, like forever.
Yep. Upgrade, before you jumped on, we talked about counterinsurgency in Ukraine and how that's going to be the new narrative moving forward. I think that ties in perfectly to a scenario where they get no heavy equipment. I think that the plan is now fund Ukraine just enough to keep the people, working and stuff, and to set up that counterinsurgency. You don't need a lot of money for a counterinsurgency. You just need people willing to do it, right? So I think that's what they're setting up Europe for. I think the U.S. has already said to Europe, you guys need to fund Ukraine's operations moving forward. I think Europe's looking to give them just enough to keep things, moving along and hobbling along, but no more than that. So I think this sets it up.
This was all done earlier last week. Europe's giving them nothing. And just
Europe will
quietly,
give them something.
they've given them nothing. They're going to give them some artillery shells in 24 months, man. That's what
They'll give
Europe's
money.
going to give.
No, but they'll give them money, right?
They're
They'll
not.
give them
But
enough money.
Europe has pulled out 12 months ago. Europe has been letting America fund this for over 12 months.
No, Toby.
Pulled out of this a long time ago.
Toby, Estonia gave them 200 million.
Yeah, Estonia. Wow.
Actually,
What about the $50 billion?
Yeah, I think Lithuania gave them a drone too. So there's that.
Look, guys.
Toby, I
They
think-
the last money they gave to Ukraine was just to pay salaries.
Toby,
Yeah, but what the
To
fuck
keep
is
them
200
alive,
million?
and that was it.
Just to pay
You know-
salaries, 35
These
billion.
people in government.
Come
In
on.
terms of,
Toby,
if
I think
I'm
the
allowed to
largest,
speculate,
I think they're
Sorry
going to
for-
approve that $50 billion package. I think they will.
I think the largest
Go on, then.
contributor to Ukraine, I think, is Germany, not even the US. I think Germany
No.
is the biggest
No,
contributor.
I think it was
US.
Lithuania or Estonia. One of these two.
Lithuania?
Yeah, Lithuania.
Yeah.
Or Estonia. Yes.
Of course, no, but Latvia gave Ukraine half of it of their IFVs. They gave them one.
No weapons, money. Who's the biggest
All-
on the money?
All
Not-
the money is coming from the US.
Yeah.
All of
Most
it.
of
I remember.
Look it up, man.
I remember United States. They gave them 200 million, and then one of these Baltic countries gave the same amount. Just after that was last time Ukraine received
Yeah,
some money
but-
from the US.
I see
No,
the EU
I don't
approving
think-
that
I don't
$50 billion
think,
package.
if we go back to the counterinsurgency
Maybe.
thing, because I think this is very interesting. You see, one of the biggest dangers about giving these people the taste of counterinsurgents, when they taste blood, they won't let it. It's the fact that they also use it against us to get us money. We might see also counter-insurgents in our countries in the West, especially in Western Europe, in order for them to finance, to give up their money as a blackmail. So this is also possible. And I have been actually thinking about this, is especially if we start having politicians, they are very much successful in saying, we won't pay anything to Ukraine. They are in dangers. I wouldn't be surprised to see Fico, the Robert Fico in Slovakia, being in some kind of that attempt. It's actually quite possible. This is the future, because you're creating a monster that once it started will be very difficult to stop. It's exactly like ISIS, Al Qaeda, and all that stuff. And as you know, they didn't just use that in order to bring their ideas. They also use it to take money out of people in other states. So
Listen, if I can just quickly say something here, Europe doesn't have piles of cash lying around. And like I'll tell you a story here. Even
they
the
do.
UK, even
No,
the
they
UK, which is the most rabidly pro-Ukraine European state, right? The UK has currently got this fight going on between the head of the army, General Sanders, and the Defense Department. Because General Sanders is saying, we need our whole 44 billion pounds right away. We need to expand our army. We've got no military capability, all of which is true,
But
right?
who's giving
But
that,
the
Toby?
Defense Department's response is, hey, look, we've increased our defense spending from 2% to 2.4%. Now, that's the UK. So the idea that Europe has got loads and loads of money to just throw at Ukraine, it's nonsense. They don't. And not only that, there's no unity in the EU about whether or not they should. And that's why all the money for this war, the cash, has come from Biden. Now, Nunya might be right. He said earlier he thinks they're going to get the 50 billion. I don't know enough about US politics to talk about that. Vaughan might know more. His boy Mitch is in charge of that. But okay, so then they get the 50 billion. But then that's going to run out pretty soon, right? And so then what happens? Right, because I think the Russians are in this for the long haul, and the Russians, they don't, so there's another.
All
Oh,
this money people are asking, please give them another 50 billion, another 61 billion. This money is just to pay these
Guys, a couple
people
points.
that's being fighting.
Toby,
You know-
a couple points on what you just said, and I agree with you 100%. But keep in mind a couple things. Number one, the Europeans are being directed by the U.S., which is the reaction for the Americans is always just boot up the printing machine and print some more money. So, you know, yes, you're right. The Europeans, they don't have $50 billion lying around, but they can certainly print more money. And I think they're getting pressured by the Americans to do so. That's point one. Point number two, yes, we're just going to keep printing money to fund this, but that goes back to my prior comment about making bad decisions to try to mitigate the previous bad decisions we made. That's where Europe is right now. They're stuck in this continuous loop of just reacting to what the Americans are telling them to do or making the decisions themselves. Let's be honest here. They're making bad decision after bad decision, and it's compounding. That's where we're at right now.
I'll tell you why I don't think they're going to get the 50 billion, right? And this is because, in my experience, the lawyers at BlackRock are a lot smarter than the lawyers at the DNC. And when this war was all about using American taxpayer money to pay for contracts at Raytheon to supply weapons, then the MIC was all behind it. But when this war is about throwing good money after bad, paying Ukrainian firemen and policemen and teachers, how does that benefit the shareholders of Raytheon? And so this is the thing, right? What Biden is now asking for is life support money. And the American military industrial complex and Vaughn's boy Mitch, they're not interested in that, right? Because that doesn't enrich them. And so I think that the fact that we're seeing so much kickback, so much negativity towards funding Ukraine is because there's no money for the weapons anymore, right? And they're looking at all the loss-making money. I think the real decision about the future of Ukraine is going to be made by the lawyers at BlackRock and Vanguard. And they're going to do the due diligence, and they're going to ask themselves a simple question. Are we going to be able to get a return on investments inside Ukraine? And while Russia is striking their investments with Kinzhal missiles, right, and even their executives with Kinzhal missiles, the answer is going to be no. I'm going to open a gas platform in Australia. I'm going to go open a lithium mine in Bolivia. I'm going to go to anywhere in the world where the Russians aren't going to destroy my investment with a missile. It was a nice story while it lasted, but I'm out. And I think that's already happened. And I think that's why the MIC is no longer behind Ukraine. That's why Biden can't get his money. And I think that's why he's not going to be able to get his money.
I agree with Toby. I agree with Toby. I agree with Toby. I mean, you're forgetting two things. The previous money was not leaving the US. It was paying US companies. It was the hardware that was leaving. But right now you're talking about giving money to other people. That's why it's so hard to get the money out of the US now. Because you forget the US was simply paying itself. It was actually propping up its economy through this. Right now there's zero benefit to it.
Super chat. Vaughn, go on.
We have spoken about this before. Yes, exactly. So a good perspective to see the fact that Russia is using this war in order to make the US and Europe especially wasting money and getting away from other projects around the world. So when you guys were talking about money now, I was just thinking about what about if they waste 50 billion euros with the Ukraine, the money will be missing somewhere else. And one of the places that is going to miss it will be in the so-called Global Gateway project, which is huge, I think 100 million or 200 billion euros projects that should be implanted around the world in order to combat or to make competition against the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative. They won't be able. So this is a plus also for China. So for instance, there is this big project, the so-called IMEC, Indian Middle East Europe project connecting to Israel. That won't be built. If they spend 50 billion in Ukraine just this year, they'll be missing money for that big project that was going to be the golden project of Europe already in this year. But it's not going to be built. So there you have. So the influence of Europe is going to be smashed, and US is going to be smashed everywhere if they keep paying for the Ukrainians in these big amounts. But like Toby said, it's still very early to say that this is even going to happen, because Europeans are not stupid. Somewhere in time, they'll have to pay this money. And this is not investment. It doesn't have no profit amounted to it. There was for a while for the US some profit, because they were selling at market prices old weapons and used weapons. But this has pretty much gone. Now they would have to construct new ones. They wouldn't. That the profit will be small. Now they also have to sell to the countries that gave those old weapons, so they have something to defend themselves or play games somewhere in time. Like this year, 90,000 people will play some games in north of Europe. It will cost millions.
Or the Middle East.
Yeah, they cost a lot of money. Like this little game in the Red Sea, which is creating so many problems, it costs millions a day. So,
if Andrew is going to go to Mecca to protect the swords, he's going to need some equipment.
Oh yeah.
And don't forget about the Abrams tanks and the F-16. If the Ukrainian is destroyed very soon, you can forget about that. So, Ivan, I cut you.
Okay, what happened to the F-16?
Oh, you're all good.
Are they still getting
I mean, who knows? But yeah, with to Ukraine, I mean, I don't really want to get into it right now until we can get to American politics. But I mean, all that's going to be slow rolled. I mean, at best Ukraine can hope for with the current political climate and the Trump momentum is they'll probably keep a trickle maybe going just to say they're doing something, and just like if Trump gets in, then it's probably gonna be cut off, and there'll be a forced negotiation of some kind on Ukraine's behalf. You know, and they'll probably just
the whole money debate in Europe.
Let me finish. The thing is, it's a political year, so no one's going to make anything crazy. They'll act like they care. They'll get some funding. They'll do something, but everyone's going to start winding it down and hedging their bets and seeing who gets in and what changes. I mean, Mitch McConnell is a political monster. I mean, he flat out cold-bloodedly came out and said yesterday or the other day, the political landscape has changed. There is no deal. So fuck Ukraine, fuck Israel, fuck the border. Ain't nothing happening until we can make a calculation. I'm just saying that's all that funding's tied up in that bill, and he flat out just said the political landscape has changed. There is no deal. So, you know, that's in American politics. Now these fuckers will probably go take a 2-week vacation. So there's another month gone of no funding. You can see how it's going to play out. Then they get busy with their primaries, and they got to get busy with their re-election campaign, so they can't go and have posts. I mean, that's what they're going to do.
Can I give my opinion on Ukraine? I think the future of the Ukraine war is not a standard war. I think it's going to go to almost a guerrilla-like, an insurgency kind of thing, because I don't think even the Ukrainians want the war to continue in a more like military to military sense, because they're going to keep losing. The only thing they have now is to go Vietnam on the US. Like they can't keep going the way they're going right now. Military to military.
There ain't no tunnels of Cu Chi in Vietnam. There ain't no LG X-ray in Vietnam. We talked about this kind of earlier. It's going to be a hard game to play, the counterinsurgency game, when the Russians are just going to sit there and let you come see them. They don't have to go get you.
I don't think
if you're going to be an insurgent, you got to go to the Russians. You got to penetrate the Russian lines, just like the DRGs. How many DRGs have you seen laying around over the last 2 years, all shot up? Yeah, you can play the counterinsurgency game. And think back then, they didn't have as many drones and thermals. Thermal blankets. I mean, your little sneaky insurgent group is sneaking across the border, and all of a sudden, Blanket Man pops up and kills you while you're pissing. There ain't gonna be no counterinsurgency.
About your previous comment, Vaughn. I think the fuck Israel is still far away. All right. So if we could go to the second topic today, because it's because of the EISI. International Court of
Well,
Justice
I didn't mean it like
decision.
that. I didn't mean it like that. I'm just saying, with all that funding tied up, it's like
No, but it's
they're
true.
obviously not worried about any of those people that they claim to be so concerned about, because he's basically withholding the funding on a political decision. So that's what I meant by it. It's like, for all their concern of these situations at this point, it's like, yeah, I'm concerned, but too bad.
Well,
Because I mean, that funding's probably going to sit for another month.
But Europe and the US have to make a decision somewhere in time. What was? You're muted. You can't. We can't play something else. Okay. So Vosh, you wanted to say something?
It's not to you. It's to Wyatt. He keep muting. I don't know why.
There's this noise.
It's not me. Whatever noise is.
Yeah. So I'm muting everybody to try to find out which one.
Yes,
I
but you
suspect it's going to be either Von or Prata right
you
now.
did 10 times to me,
Yeah, I have to figure out. Not just to you. I did it to everybody.
Yes, he does that. So I was saying that this decision of the International Court of Justice really plays into question how much can now the Western governments support Israel or not. And they also have to make a decision, because if they are going 100% for Israel, they really have to go 100% with Israel. And that means a lot of money as well. And I find that now everybody is still in shock that the International Court of Justice recognize there are genocidal intents in the elites of Israel. And they didn't make the big decision of decreting a ceasefire. They did not. But the decision was quite unanimous, strangely enough. It was always 15 against 2 judges, who is quite good for what happened. And for so much, how can I say, for so much political engagement, but everybody was really afraid of being connected to genocide. And the US will have to make that decision as well. Until now, we have seen countries like US, Canada, and Britain saying, no, this is not true. Israel has the right to defend itself. But I find it difficult politically to keep sustaining that point. So we could see that the US is going to leave Ukraine and Israel, and perhaps Ukraine as well. But if they go and decide to support Israel more, then we definitely will have a problem. But this will cost a lot to US and other European countries if they keep supporting Israel after these, especially in 1 month, because some people didn't really listen to, especially the newspapers, didn't listen to something very important. Israel has a month to write down a report that they change their policies and make those recommendations change, especially to prosecute people that have been having this type of genocidal discourses. And as I said, so we'll have a month of nobody really knows what to do. And if Israel doesn't present that report, the court could come back and give even more measures against it. So I think it's also interesting. Everybody doesn't know what to do. And I think it also explains a bit why the world has become so little bit chaotic. So many things happening all the time. Yeah. So what do you guys think about this?
I think it's not going to change anything for Gaza. Very sadly, Israel is going to continue to bomb it, even if most of the other nation or other country publicly condemn Israel. They are just going to continue to bomb everything.
And so,
because they don't care.
Will they keep getting support from outside?
From USA. The true question is USA going to continue? The other country doesn't matter. It's very sad, but it's the truth.
That will have a political price, a very big one to pay.
I think
but they're ready to pay it.
Sorry, Shadowy. I think they will give both the Ukrainians and the Israelis money, because it's like Von said, it's an election year. You can't afford to just let the Ukrainians like die slowly. All of a sudden, you have like Kharkiv gets attacked or Avdivka gets taken, they're near Zaporizhia, and he comes to an election year in September, October, it would be catastrophic for him. He already lost and withdraw horribly from Afghanistan. Now it will be this one. Then he will tell the Jews, oh no, you cannot bomb them, or the opposite. Anyways, both sides will be mad at you. The only thing he can do actually would be to accept the package the Republicans give him, where he gives money to the border. It will solve one problem. Second problem, he will get some money for Ukraine. Third, some money from Israel, and even money for Taiwan. But he don't want to do it because ideologically he thinks that
they need to give money to Taiwan.
Wait, let me just finish real quick. That the people who enter illegally will vote later on Democrats, what also can backfire if you don't do it right. But like I said, I don't think that Biden will allow just countries who is supported just to go under, because he has an election year. He want to get 4 more years, and that's obvious.
4 more years. 4 more
If
years.
I can talk about the ICJ briefly. So I read that judgment. It's the thing about the judgment is it doesn't come out and make a bold statement against Israel's actions. So that disappointed a lot of people. But at the same time, it didn't excuse Israel either. It kind of took a non-confrontational approach. And it's actually worth reading the 2 judgments that went against the majority. They're kind of interesting. One of them by the African lady is that's just straight up Nikki Haley stuff, like Israel can do no wrong. Oh, it's terrible that you're talking about Israel. But actually there was an ad hoc judge from Israel. Ad hoc means that he's not actually on the court permanently, but he was invited on so that Israel had someone there to speak for them. And this guy was, his name is Barak, and he's interesting. He's no lightweight. He was actually the head of the Supreme Court of Israel. So Israel didn't send some young, brash lawyer. They sent a heavyweight. And his comments were really interesting. It's actually worth reading his judgment and what he says, because he represents the legal community inside Israel. And Netanyahu is in trouble with the legal community inside Israel. Netanyahu is actually on trial, and one of the reasons Netanyahu started this war was to escape his legal jeopardy. And so the Israeli judge, Barak, he made some interesting points that are worth considering, such as, right, there has to be proportionality. So if the court is going to talk about Israeli excesses in war, then they should also talk about Hamas's behavior. And that's a fair point, right? And the court acknowledged that as well. But one of the other things that he said that I thought was really interesting was he said that Israel has a tradition of the rule of law, and they have a legal system, and that they are party to this convention, and that they have legal mechanisms for enforcing it inside Israel. Now, think about that. He didn't say all our guys are innocent and Netanyahu is innocent, and how dare you accuse him. He actually almost said, we'll deal with this, right?
Yes, quite true.
And given the context of the legal jeopardy that Netanyahu is in, that's interesting. It's also true. Israel does have a legal system that likes to praise itself as adhering to the rule of law. If I was to go to court for anything at all in the Middle East, I'd hope it would be in Israel, right? Not to say they're perfect, but they do have a moderately uncorrupted legal system. So I thought that was very interesting from Barak, because I think that what might have happened in the background of that case is that Barak may have gone there and explained to the other judges that, yeah, there are excesses going on, but we're going to clean it up. And so I'm interested to see what happens in Israel, because there's a huge number of people in Israel who are really, really unhappy with Netanyahu, and they were unhappy with him before this nonsense started. And there's no shortage of people in Israel who would like to see Netanyahu prosecuted. And so I think that we are going to actually see a stepping back from the genocidal and the really sort of like, war lust that we've seen from, and let's be frank, right? It's not everybody in Israel that's been going on like that. So I actually think that Barak's judgment was interesting and worth reading. And I do think that there is a recognition even from Israel that a lot of what was done was too far. And so I think that we are going to see a de-escalation, which is, that's good news.
Well, it is, but they have a month. They have a month to start showing results. So it's like Israel.
Prater, don't overestimate what the ICJ is and what it can do. It's not a real court. You can't actually do anything. You know what I mean? It's just a bunch of people chatting. But that's not to say it's entirely bad and the chatter is bad. But if Israel wants to nuke Gaza, they can, and there's not really anything anyone can do about it.
Of course they can,
right?
But that's not the point.
Isn't that like looking themselves?
The point is you have your reputation to keep on with, and
right.
if you and especially if you are talking about, and let's also not forget, this reading was made on the Remembrance Day of the genocide, of the Holocaust. So it was not like chosen by chance. And like you said, I think there was a lot of consideration from many of the judges. If we read also, besides the woman from Uganda, which is also a very strange situation, but doesn't matter. If you read Barak, the German judge as well, you see, the point is there is something that Israel can't deny. There is this plausible and dangerous of genocide, of destruction of life that can happen in Israel, and that's retaken out of, because many official people, the woman, the president of the International Court of Justice, even cited the president of Israel for doing such comments. So it was too obvious, and now Israel has to act for its own protection in terms of showing that they really are a democracy to all European countries. They're showing they really have a good separation of powers within the.
I have a question, Prater.
And in that sense, if they really don't start showing prosecution of people that abuse from their position of power with those types of, they will have a problem of perception. And in 1 month, really, Israel will have to present a report. Yes, they might not. And it's their problem. If they don't present it, the International Court of Justice will not be able to do it. Just like Toby said, like we all know, this is a legal binding court, but it has no possibility of imposing things. The difference, though, with the Genocide Convention, it says all other parties of the Genocide Convention, once they are convinced there is something going on, they have to act. And this is a bit different from other legal texts in that sense. So actually, we could see that the court actually doesn't really. They give Israel a month to present a report that they have changed certain aspects of it. So if they don't do it in 1 month, countries can start acting by themselves, independently. And this is the only thing. I think it's almost the only single document that permits this. And then Israel will be actually facing not justice from the International Court of Justice. They will be facing other countries acting in their own name in what they perceive as being really bad or not so bad. Sorry for saying that.
I think Israel. We're assuming that Israel, the sole and only reason Israel is not even more genocidal right now is because of, number one, how it would look for the US. Israel does not care about what you think about it. It doesn't care. The only reason it is not even more genocidal is because of how the US would be. Like, everybody would be all up in US's case. It's like this. It's like the father. The father right now is the US. So Israel actually just care about what people might say about the father. So the US is the only thing keeping that country from being even more genocidal to these people. There's no such thing. And what do you mean a relatively uncorrupted system? That the Israeli system is fucked up. If it was not corrupted, this war would never have happened. That's a very fucked up political system that's allowed.
It's a very good
who gives a shit if it's corrupted? I mean, who gives a shit if it's corrupted? I mean, all judicial systems are corrupted. Okay. You know, the thing is, the United States and Israel don't care what the rest of the world thinks right now. So it doesn't really matter what the ICJ is. And then, yeah, maybe they'll care about other people's opinions. But, I mean, honestly, Israel acts like it's the United States and it can do what it wants. And the United States is more than happy to back it up and let it do it. And obviously they can hold them back and restrain them. But it doesn't matter what people say because they do what they want because they have the United States to hide behind. And the United States to protect them. So, I mean, in that sense, you know, it's great the ICJ brought it up and everyone's talking about it, but in the end, you know, Israel doesn't give a shit what you think or I think or anybody else thinks. They'll do what they want. And hopefully what...
Yeah, but the thing is that other countries can start doing things. And Israel may find itself fully isolated in the world.
Yeah, but I mean... We said that a long time ago. I mean, with this administration in the United States, it's a free-for-all. Everyone's doing what they want. I mean, the ICJ and Israel doing this doesn't mean anything. I mean, everybody's making moves right now. Look at Yemen. Look at Azerbaijan, Iraq, Iran, Syria. You know, China, everyone's making moves. Nobody gives a shit.
Okay, imagine another situation.
Expecting Israel to care about the ICJ is like asking ISIS to care about the ICJ. Like Israel doesn't give a fuck. Like it doesn't care.
I mean, look at Africa. Everybody's making moves in Africa too. I mean, everybody knows the game's on, so let's go. I mean, that's what they're doing. It doesn't matter what happened with Israel. That's just one more thing happening, and other stuff happening. I mean, it's game on right now with the weak West. Everybody that wants to settle a score, make a move, is doing it.
And guys, imagine another situation because the threat was launched by a South African minister. He is not a very important minister; he's the Minister of Economy, so it doesn't really care for these type of matters. But he said something very interesting that South Africa was preparing a motion, also a complaint against the U.S. to be and United Kingdom to be delivered to the International Court of Justice for the U.S. to be colluding to do genocide with South Africa. Imagine that this goes as long as the U.S. doesn't care about that plausible sense. But I believe, like Toby was saying, I think the Israel legal system will try to clean itself, not entirely, but in a way that we'll see it visible. But nevertheless, what you guys are saying is okay, the U.S. and some Western countries will keep aiding Israel in the so-called defense, which already went over the proportional measure. Then they might be accused in the International Court of Justice. Look at the U.S. being accused of concluding with genocide. It's a destruction of image, like they could have never wished for, and then they will.
The U.S. is not party to the ICJ. It never signed it.
No, ICJ. Of course it is. Of course it is. Come on. Also, the president is an American. Of course it is. The president is American.
Brother, we have to distinguish also between genocide and crimes against humanity, right? Because and this was covered in the judgment. One of the things that the Israelis took issue with is that they've been accused of genocide. Genocide is the deliberate destruction of an ethnic group or race. And what the Israeli case is they just want to ethnically cleanse Gaza, right? And like as distasteful as it is, ethnic cleansing is not genocide.
No.
And
genocide is also deportation of people. It's also
if I can finish. No, it's not.
Let him finish.
Ethnic cleansing and genocide are different. They're both crimes against humanity, right? It's not, but genocide is very specific, and Israel is very touchy about this because they were actually the subject of an actual genocide, right? And so it's a bit distasteful reading the Israeli position, but their position is we just want to clean Gaza out. Now it's interesting because that's also a crime against humanity. But my point here is that South Africa may have harmed their case because they've overstated it. You see, if South Africa had put in a claim that said Israel is committing crimes against humanity and is using disproportionate force in order to ethnically cleanse Palestine, right, of everybody, right, so that they can make it Israel, that would have been a much stronger case to make. But instead, because they want the headlines and they want the sensationalism, they called it genocide. And the thing is, my point here is that Israel will get off on a technicality, right? Because they can say, in order to, it's a bit like, yes, I killed them, but it was manslaughter, not murder, right? That Israel will be able to defend the charge of genocide by admitting to ethnic cleansing. So what happens in terms of ethnic cleansing and the rest of it, like Wyatt might be able to talk about this. What Wyatt spoke, I think, last OM about the fact that all war, when we get down to it, is ethnic cleansing to some extent. That wasn't really well received, but I actually agree with him. And so, if it gets into a question of whether or not it's ethnic cleansing, you're going to get into the idea of a clean war versus a dirty war.
I disagree with you, Toby.
Let him finish.
Okay. No, I've finished, so he can speak.
Hold on. Toby. There is a super chat. I want you to answer because you are a lawyer. Yes, this one.
Okay, very quickly, I'll give my opinion on this. The traditional definition of law is to have a monopoly on force in a region, right? Because if you don't have a monopoly on the use of force, then you're in a state of civil war, or you're in a no man's land with camps of bandits doing whatever they want, right? And so there hasn't been law established. So you establish law because you're the only people that can use force. The word international implies that there are many nations. A nation is an entity that has a monopoly of force in its region. So the very word international contradicts the idea of law when we get right down to it. And so, no, there can't be international law according to the plain meaning of words. As long as you have many nations, each one claiming a monopoly of force and the right to make law in its jurisdiction, you can't have laws that are enforced by one power everywhere. And so a global one world government actually means the end of nations and the end of nationalism. I'm not going to say whether or not I think that's a good thing or possible, but no, I think international law is nonsense on the face of it. I think it confuses what law is. And I think what they're talking about is international nice sentiments and, the international will to cuddle puppies, but that's not law. Law is something that can be enforced by a power.
Well, there is a long discussion. There is a long discussion about if international law is law. I think in terms of practicability, they decided to call international law to a compendium of treaties that countries tend to sign internationally, and of course, in signing these international treaties between at least 1, 2, or 4 states. So international law is not for everybody. So each country has its own international law. Let's try to understand it more in this way. Of course, there are countries, each country that enters in the United Nations has immediately a lot of things that it has to accept and transcripts to its national law. And by transcripting the decision they signed on those international laws into national law, it becomes kind of law as well, because it's reading as well inside of the frontiers of that state. It's very complicated. But of course, international law, as I said, it was like a convenient name that people decide to call all these treaties that states making with themselves. There is, though, a problem, which is in saying international law, we tend to imagine that every country in the world is bound by all these things. Well, by the way, when Daniel was talking that the US and many countries around the world are not signatories of the International Penal Court, we are talking about the International Court of Justice. Each country that is a member of the United Nations is obliged to be a member of that court. It's by definition. And the president of the International Court of Justice is someone appointed by the United States for over 3 decades, for over 15 years almost now. So it's just very nice.
So Daniel just now wanted. Daniel disagree with Toby, so Daniel, go first.
Toby actually wanted to disagree with Toby. Okay, first of all, I needed to he can advise me on this because he's a lawyer. You see, my understanding of international law is that it's based on the UN Charter, and then countries treat that international law as a treaty, like they sign it as a treaty in their local law. Like, for example, Kenya is a signatory to the UN Charter. So now the international law becomes local law. So we can't make a law that is against that treaty. That's how international law works. So it is up to the countries that are the signatories of that law to enforce it. So it is the government of the US to enforce international law in the US. It is the government of China to enforce international law in China. There's no need for the international law. Is not like the way Toby is saying a global government. It's just a treaty. We call it law just for the sake of it, but it's basically an internationally recognized treaty amongst all the countries.
Well, it's more than that. So you are talking just about a part of the international law that's pretty much equal to almost all recognized countries in the world, which is a part of the United Nations. There are all other treaties between 2, 3, 4 countries are also considered international law for that precise country. So there is many conventions that countries signed, and they are not part of the United Nations by itself. But Toby is right. There is a problem. There is a problem with. Wait, there is a problem that is where Toby is more than right, especially in the cases where this international law is almost equal to everybody. Is that if a country doesn't respect that law for many cases of interpretation, there is this court that actually makes decisions, and these decisions are considered binding. But they are just considered binding in terms of international relations. They still are not on the text of the treaty, so no country has the right to implement it as national law. And there is a problem that these decisions can't be forced up to nobody unless the Security Council decided something in that direction.
There's a bigger question. Tim, tell us, who is the source of law?
Who's the source of law? The government who implement the laws. So
and in Switzerland, who is that?
That's the people.
Yeah, there you go, right? So this is the problem with international law. Once you have a group of judges telling countries what to do, you take away the lawmaking authority of the people, which brings you into conflict with the basis of law in the first place.
Yes,
and so this is the whole notion of the nation. The people make the law, right? Yeah. And as soon as you have a treaty, which, Daniel, you're right, there are treaties, right? But these are more like contracts, right? And so if I breach contract with you, you may have a claim for damages, but you don't get to tell me what to do. You don't get to throw me in jail, right? And so this is the thing. If in order to enforce a criminal law, you need a martial relationship with the person that you're enforcing against. You can't just have a civil remedy where you ask for money. And the problem with an international court exercising a martial relationship with a domestic people is that they lose the right to make their own laws. Switzerland is an interesting example because if they join the EU, the people are basically giving up their right to make law. But yeah, Tim can talk about that.
You guys, the problem is that
please no. Let's be partners bilaterally. May I just add something?
It's not law. It's not law. It's just a bunch of international treaties. Internationally, they decided to call it law. That's it.
So I can put an example.
There is no. What I'm saying is there is nothing as international law. It's just a treaty that everyone signs.
So international law is just
there's no such thing. Yeah,
for example, just
the
like
the world of geopolitics.
DPA Open Mic. Okay, let me explain. Simpler English. Okay, so it's just like, on DPA Open Mic, we have unspoken rules and we have spoken rules, and all these rules can be broken because this United Nations say that you can do anything you want and you can talk about anything you want. And interestingly, we always talk about geopolitics and war. Surprisingly, we didn't go into basketball and football. So this and it is this compact that we have among all the speakers. This becomes the international law between all the different people, which is like different countries. And this law can be broken the moment you have someone who just don't give a damn. We sometimes have some speakers, they come in and just talk their own shit, and then then they just disappear. It's that kind of thing. So international law is very vague because it's just a mutually agreed agreement. That's all. And which is why when you have a court, it makes no sense. It's just like me going into the lounge, the DPA Open Mic Speakers Lounge, and I create a group chat and say this is the court, and then I appoint juries to punish or to accuse one of our speakers for breaking the rules during the DPA Open Mic. It doesn't work. Who give a damn about what you guys say, man? The jury say is like you will be banned for the 3 open mics. Then he next week he still appear. There's nothing you can do about it, because I will not kick him off also, because if I do not want to enforce my authority, there's nothing any one of you can do about it. So in international law, it's the same thing. There is no enforcer. So that's why the international police, which is United States, the global police, is the only one that had the so-called real power and influence to implement international law or enforce. And which is why when I always say that multipolar world might not necessarily be what you think it is, because once you have United States relinquishing this ability to enforce and pressure all the countries into following a certain set of rules, then there's no rules. Basically, the ego cowboy, and what you might have, like what I always say, is that you might have more wars, because there's no one to force them to stop, which is what we are already seeing right now in Sudan, in Yemen. You can see the Houthis going crazy.
Why?
No, Wyatt, I disagree.
20 years ago, there was war in Sudan.
The world is not more violent.
It's not going to stop it.
I can't hear.
It's not going to stop it. If the United States wants war, they're always going to be war. Stop defending them.
I disagree. With Wyatt completely.
Yeah, but those will be just wars. You don't understand.
The world is nowhere near more violent than it was before. The world has been a wild west since the beginning. There is nothing that the US did. All the US did was that it was the biggest in the wild west, so it would throw its weight around, and it only did that when it favored itself. I actually argue that the world would be way more peaceful without the US throwing its weight around than more violent.
I put it in a different way. When United States is in charge, when they are the sole superpower, you know who is going to get screwed, and you know when to run away. In the future, because there's multipolar, you do not know when you will get screwed, and anyone can get screwed, because
can we try this?
But what's the difference if you're gonna get
let's
screwed
try
by
the
US,
new way.
you're gonna get screwed by somebody
because
else?
The old one was like 50 years plus.
I explain. In the past, you just need to please the United States, and if you please them, you get peace and prosperity. If you turn against them, or you try to piss them off, then you get hell. But now, if in a multipolar world, you have to peace not just United States, you have to appease China, you have to make friends with, or please Russia, maybe India, then maybe Saudi Arabia, maybe Iran, because it become multipolar, and Russia, India, China are all non-interference country. Their foreign policy is all about non-interference,
which is good.
Wyatt,
here's my argument. Please everybody, because here's
my argument. Here's what I told you last time. Here's what I told you last time.
The commander's talking, so be quiet.
Yeah, Daniel speak.
Let me say, this is what I said last time. Here's what's going to happen. What naturally happens in all human populations. You see the so-called multipolar world you're talking about? This is actually what is happening now. You're going to have groups of countries that are seemingly weaker coming into multilateral systems. And those multilateral systems will check the countries that are in them and defend those countries against other multilateral systems.
That sounds like a lot of words to say empire.
So you're going to have teeny tiny, almost like groups of very powerful entities. You're going to have
like Ecowas,
BRICS, all these things.
Yeah. Well,
and then
the African Union just disintegrate today.
How? Okay, I haven't been checking it. Maybe I can check it.
Yeah,
I'm giving an example.
Left
I'm giving an
talked
example.
About it last week.
Saying, in the future, that's what's you're going to have multilateral systems that will become almost teeny tiny USs that are going to be bound by interest.
Yeah, I mean, that's a given that each pole will militarize their sphere of influence. I mean, that's obvious. You would be stupid not to. So,
You see,
I mean, every pole's going to have a sphere of influence, and they're going to militarize their sphere. I mean, they're going to protect what's theirs.
Yeah,
that's going to prevent more war.
Yeah, that's why the Macedonians are going to take over the whole Balkans. I'll tell you what.
You see, that's
going
the
to be a
problem.
Balkan Union under the rising sun of the Macedonian star.
As it used to be, man, like back in the days. I'm
So,
sorry, guys.
we
I just
do
wanted
need
to say
to-
something if I can. International law.
No. Wait,
Wyatt
he's
said
talking.
international law does not apply. The international court does not have power over the sovereignty of the state. So meaning they just give a recommendation. United Nations, meaning you got to be a nation to be into United Nations. Yeah. So let's say Macedonia, we go into United Nations. They don't. You got to have a name. So your name of the country gives the nationality. So nation, Macedonian nation, Serbians, let's say Germans. So this is Germany, Germans. Yeah. In Macedonia case, we are not allowed to have a name. So my nation is not allowed to exist in the planet Earth, in the UN. You know, so there is no international law which applies equally to everybody. For one nation, it's one laws. For the other nation, are different set of laws depending who is pulling the strings. In this case, the radical left, the world communists, you know, the one Biden side, that they do all this LGBT lefty stuff that is going on in the.
That's
you know,
not communism. That's not
what I'm
communism.
saying is,
Stop it. That's not communism.
Yeah, it is.
No, so
that's not fucking
it is.
communism.
Okay, let him talk.
I'm fucking
Let him
communist.
talk.
And
more
I'm fucking
government,
disagree with
more
that bullshit.
government involvement. Check this out.
This is why
Left or right?
Macedonia is not allowed to be a country.
Yeah, more left,
You
more
messed up our
government
whole UN, bro. Come
involvement.
on, we
It's
gotta
a
kick you out now.
leftist.
So I
Yeah.
want to counter what
What? The
Daniel
UN
said,
is not even
because-
working for me, at least, man. Maybe it's working for my
Yeah.
neighbors, but
Okay.
not for us. You know, I'm
So you see, just now Daniel said that he's betting on the multi regional systems, regional blocks to sort of make the world more peaceful. The whole point of a regional bloc means that you're gonna have international law or regional law that everybody agrees to, which comes back to the same point. You can't have a law without martial, without power.
It's not
military
law.
power.
It's not law.
It's what?
Wyatt. It's not law. It's just agreed upon.
just a recommendation.
It's just a gentleman's agreement between countries, but no one can
Yeah.
enforce it
Everybody
because
So
can
once
break
you
that.
disagree,
It's
No, so-
not so
so-
easy. It's more complicated than
wait,
that,
wait,
but
let me-
it goes on that
Okay.
direction.
let me finish. So the thing is, you have a region. Let's say China in Southeast Asia. China is super powerful. They are overpowered, and we disagree because you say gentleman's agreement, right? So no, we disagree. What happens next?
You're
Military
fucked.
will come down and hit us and smack us to the point where we agree. That is war. That's what I'm trying to say. In the multipolar world, there will be more wars because there will be more opportunities for the bigger powers to enforce themselves and force their influence on other countries, to force them into their international law. And why I say under United States, there might be some possibility that it is a bit more peaceful, because when you want to go to war, like Iraq, when they invaded Kuwait, they need approval of a big brother that is inside the Security Council. And because Saddam Hussein did not have approval of Russia or China or anyone, so no one voted against the resolution to attack and save Kuwait. And then they get smacked by the entire world. So this when you put into a multipolar situation, it's going to be fucking chaotic. Imagine China decided that one day, for one fine day, they say that, okay, Singapore should disappear, or it should become our colony, our port, and they attack us, and United States is not.
They can do that even now. Wyatt.
Okay.
They can do that even
Yes.
now, even with the US. They can still do it. Like there's nothing preventing what you're saying from happening now, even if the US
There will
is
be
powerful.
consequences.
But
No.
yes, I think
There will be
we are in a transition moment, and
Yes, we are
things
not in
will-
transition.
we still don't know what is going to happen. As I said, I don't think we're going to what is almost previewing is almost the dissolution of the United Nations. I don't think we'll come to that. I think either we'll have an alternative institution coming on from a big peace treaty between the bigger ones of this planet, or we'll have reformation of the Security Council, like many countries are asking more and more for that. So I think it's very interesting what just Gosse from Macedonia just said, because one of the most, you see, a country is not just organized by a state, a government having the monopoly of the violence. It also needs to be recognized by other states. This is the very fundamental moment of all states in the world, to be recognized. And in the case of Macedonia, like many other small nations that exist but are not recognized international, or just for with a very limited recognition of sovereignty, is that Greece didn't want to accept the name Macedonia for many reasons that they are their own, and they decided to block that recognition from any other country, or to convince other countries also not to recognize Macedonia because just of their name. It was not in stage that the country shouldn't exist or be recognized. That was never in question, although there was a time when someone wanted to do Kosovo in Macedonia for a few months. But no, the thing is that actually the problem was just the name, which is interesting how international relationships.
It's not just the name. It's the whole national identity, man. It's not just the name. They raised the Macedonian nation. With the name, I change your name. You become somebody else. I make you, let's say you're French. You're not going to be French no more. I'll call you Mexican from tomorrow. You're going to be Mexican, and we're going to change your name from Prata do Povo. We're going to change you to, let's say, Dimko or something else, So that's not right. You have the first rule in international law is that you have the right to self-designate yourself, to decide who you are and call yourself. That's the first rule. We do not have that right. We cannot say what we are.
Didn't work that way. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. Countries need to be recognized, and they need more than 2/3, I think, of the United Nations to be recognized. So, coming back to the
let me just finish something.
No,
let me just finish. If you want to know how the international world will work in a multilateral system, just go and look up the international law of the sea. No one can enforce it, but it works.
Yes.
Okay. So now going back to changing a bit of topic. So you guys were talking about.
Greece lost the case in the Hague International Court about the name Macedonia. They lost the case, and they cannot enforce it. So that's why it's the same thing.
Yes, I think there will be on the final of. We have some organizations about topics. If you go to read the private chat,
I want to ask Godze one question. Godze, does your country, Macedonia or whatever Macedonia is now, do you guys have a big brother? Do you have a big brother?
Do we have big what? I'm sorry again.
Russia,
they are in NATO.
United States, China.
They are in NATO. They are in NATO.
We are in NATO.
United States. So
yes, currently the government is pro-Western, and they're puppets. We do not have our own integrity. We don't have sovereignty, and we basically our government, which is puppet government.
Okay, let's move
they
on.
Changed our name.
We got it.
It's also your fault. So let me finish what I'm trying.
No, we had an IL-76 shot down in Ukraine. Why don't we go back to that?
No, we don't go back to Ukraine because we talked about Ukraine. There was some organization.
No, we got the IL-76 we need to talk about.
Going back to the global, going back to the global definitions. We are talking about multipolar world, and I was going to bring another subject very important that just happened today. So Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger decided today they are going to leave the Ecowas or CDAO. So this is a very important thing, and this explains what exactly it is, the multipolar world coming. If it wasn't in a multipolar world, okay, let me finish, okay? If it wasn't in a multipolar world, you wouldn't have these three countries deciding, and they do even something worse. By the status of the CDAO, they would have to give a year in advance of notice, and they didn't say that. They're saying they are completely leaving this Ecowas, which is also shows the coming of a new world order in multiple world. It's still not organized. It's very problematic, but this is what's happening. They decided to leave the Ecowas, and they could just do it in this moment that we are now. If it was a few months ago, this would have been impossible almost. So that's my argument.
Just really quickly, then we can move on. Okay, number one.
No, you can. We have moved on. You can bring another topic that is related with global evolution.
But let him speak. He will have finished if you don't need to.
Okay, then we go back to the cow.
I'm just saying, the issue with the countries you're saying, it's not as big as you're saying. Like, It's more like a quarrel between neighbors. Like, it's not really a big thing. It will just go for a few years. They've been out of the African Union. They'll come back. There will be zero effect on the people in the country.
Ecowas, not
Zero
African
effect.
Union.
There will be no effect. I guarantee you. Like, 5 years from now.
Point. That's the point. There is no effect because we live in a multipolar world. If it was a few months ago, that would have had an effect.
Can I ask
They
you-
decided that they are going to cross the sanctions. Why are they able to do that? To cross the sanctions.
Can I ask you, Prata, what would you do if somebody denies your existence? All of you guys. How would you react?
No,
if
I
you were in
thought
my
we moved
place?
on
Somebody
from this.
denies
What the
your
fuck?
nationality, your
I'm
country's
out.
existence. And that's like a...
I would start a cult.
We moved on from this.
Toby, best answer.
I would get my stars and stripes and hang it proudly from my flagpole.
I'll tell you what, Nanya.
It's gonna be a penalty. In Macedonia, this flag behind me,
Born
you
with
see,
phone,
it's a
Mitch.
penalty. So imagine your American flag, you put it in front of your house, they give you a ticket. You're not allowed to be American anymore. We're gonna call you Mexican. How would you react?
Got it. No, the
you know,
problem
very soon
is
that
now,
might be the case, man.
So the problem is
Yeah,
now
it
that
sounds
you're
like- it
speaking
sounds
from
like
an
it really
individual
sucks.
basis. No, so you're speaking from an individual basis. If you talk about a country basis, there is a solution. But the thing is, to reach the country basis of division of what you can do, you need to be able to vote out your current government into another political party that can make that decision. If not, then all this talk is pointless. If as a country, yes, you can do. What you can do is get out of NATO. You get a new big brother, which is Russia, most likely because it's the closest one, and then you become the next Turkey, a tiny Turkey but a very irritating one, or you can become a Serbia, and then you will get whatever you want. You can call yourself whatever you want, and there's nothing the United States can do about it. So the thing is, to make this division, to switch the big brother from United States to Russia, you need to have the internal political ability to change the government or change the foreign policy. And this is the difficult part. If you cannot get that, then all this anger, right, is pointless, because this discussion will go nowhere, because you guys have no agency, because your government is not speaking for the people. So that is the limitation now. So the battle is still within internal. And it is the same I always say about any other countries, like Palestine. I always say the same thing. It's the problem is internal. It's not Israel. It's internal. Because internal, they cannot get it to run the country properly. They can never fight against Israel, because Israel will always say that this is a failed state, we need to control them. It's the same thing. So Macedonia, if it's a puppet state, it's a puppet state. It's going to get controlled unless there is internal agency, to force their way to do their own thing.
Yeah,
Then,
the name of China. The name of China in Chinese has nothing to do with the name that we called it, China.
Yeah.
The name China is imposed from outside for many centuries ago, but they call themselves the Empire or the State of the Middle. That's their own name. Bharat in India, it's just in English, or from any other language, they call themselves Bharat. So many countries have very different names. They have nothing to do with what we actually call them in other language. Macedonia can keep calling themselves Macedonia, written in Cyrillic, and then internationally, unfortunately, they have to be called North Macedonia, which is pretty much Macedonia.
Hold on. You can call yourself at home anyhow you like. Outside, you're gonna have a different name. That's what you're telling me. No, man, this is the oldest name of the nationality in a country in Europe, Macedonia. You understand me? 2,000, 3,000 years old name. We did not change it so far. Why would we change it now? Because somebody else is
What is
twisting
your
our head?
international name? What is the international name of your country now?
Right now, they changed it to North Macedonia, in which Macedonians do not exist. But it was recognized by 140 states.
What is the name you want to call your country?
I call it Macedonia. And it was recognized by 150 states as Macedonia, Republic of Macedonia.
It changed it from
against the law
to North Macedonia. Yes. Okay, that's really
and they raised the
difference.
Macedonians in it. There is no Macedonians in North Macedonia. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You have the name North Macedonia, but there is citizens of North Macedonia. There's no Macedonians in North Macedonia. That's the problem. I'm not allowed to exist on this planet as Macedonian. I'm allowed to exist as a citizen of North Macedonia.
Guys, let's move on from that.
There is no more Macedonians. We exist as 2020.
This is going nowhere. Let's move on from that. Please, let's move on from that.
No, what do you want
Someone said that Africa doesn't matter.
Wait.
last
I want
super chat, please.
There's one. Actually, there's another thing that I wanted to
We've
respond.
got cookies.
There's another thing actually I wanted to respond. Actually, when Toby was talking about Israel's judgment, which I cannot manage to get in because we just run off with international law. Just now Toby was talking about the difference between genocide and ethnic cleansing. You know, they can use ethnic cleansing to get out of genocide, right? Is that what you say, Toby? Something like this, right? So the same argument, the same situation, the nuances is the same, where it might not be a genocide because it's all about, do you recognize the Hamas rule in Gaza? Are they the legitimate government? We have to decide whether they are the government of this territory, and if they are, then this territory as a state attack Israel and Israel counterattack. And then if they counterattack and you look at Hamas soldiers or fighters as their legitimate soldiers, then they become legitimate military targets, which means that if the soldier hide underneath a building, then a bomb to hit the building will become a legitimate bombing. Then it's not a genocide. That is the problem. And if you don't recognize Hamas as the legitimate government,
then are so pro United States.
No, it's not a problem.
Yes, you are.
Well, this will be argument, the legal argument.
Hey, don't interrupt. Okay, how about that? How about that? How about
that's
not interrupting? Is that a good idea?
Yeah,
let's do that, please.
So that's the nuances. Because if, let's say, you don't recognize Hamas as a legitimate government, then the Palestinian people in Gaza is actually under occupation by this terror group or this militant group, and they need to be rescued. And then, of course, then you can criticize Israel as a genocide because they are bombing civilians, but then they are also trying to get rid of this evil occupier or overlord against these innocent Palestinians. So you have to so the international community also have to decide, is Hamas the real government or not the real government of Gaza? Because if they are the recognized government, and now you're going to recognize their Ministry of Health information, their numbers that they come out, then they are the legitimate government, means that when October 7th happened, when they attacked Israel, Israel have the right to counterattack. And thus the declaration of war is valid. And thus they can bomb whatever they think is a military target because they are fighting a military of a territory. So this is what I'm trying to add on to what Toby was saying, because these nuances is very weird. It really depends on where you stand. And it's not about me being pro-US or not pro-US. I'm just pro-Singapore.
Yeah.
So
if I can add on to that, it's like we've seen a lot in the modern world. A lot of people want to get online and posture as extremely moral people. And like recently in Australia, we had an SAS soldier who was taken to court and found guilty of war crimes. He was a soldier operating behind enemy lines, and he killed people that he believed to be the enemy. War is inherently a violent enterprise. It involves killing people. And when you have a theater of war, as Wyatt is saying, like Gaza, where there's no clear authority, where there's no clear distinction between the people and the enemy, you're always going to have these same questions arise. And my point is, it really doesn't help to posture about how terrible it is. All war is terrible, right? And whenever you have war in these situations where there's no clear authority and people don't have uniforms, then it gets extra terrible because civilians die. But consider the war in Ukraine. It's like the people are really okay with all these young men dying because they're dying in uniforms and they're getting killed by shells. This is a little bit weird, right? Like, as someone who was in the army as a young man, I used to wonder about that. It's like, the world cried if some lady who owned shares in Raytheon got killed by a bomb, but they were perfectly okay with me eating a white phosphorus shell. And I used to wonder, how does that work? War is inherently violent and terrible. And I think that, Wyatt makes a good point. The situation in Gaza is incredibly ugly. And I think this is, the point I was making about the ICJ case was, I think there was a bit of showboating from South Africa. There was a bit of grandstanding. I don't think it was a genuine attempt to examine the humanitarian catastrophe because it overstated the case. It put it in really emotional terms and went straight to genocide. And I think that's actually my point here is that's a weakness of the case. They've overstated the case. You know, to use an analogy, they're claiming aggravated murder in a case where it's, you know, maybe murder, maybe manslaughter. So, yeah, I'd agree with Wyatt. The whole situation in Gaza is extremely ugly because it's chaotic and because we don't have nice, neat uniforms and young people getting blown up when they're supposed to be being blown up. But anyway, we had a super chat about the aircraft that went down. Yes. So, Vaughan, can you talk about that? Because we should actually respond to that super chat.
Oh my God, man. Let Upright talk and then we'll go to the super chat. He's been holding up his finger for about 10 minutes. Okay, let's respect the finger, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Poor Swiss.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on what Toby and Wyatt said. I totally agree with what they said, especially with the word genocide. Everybody's throwing around this word like it's please or hello or thank you. It's not a term you can just use for any conflict. If you see the casualty numbers, even if it's horrible on his face, many wars had much worse numbers than that, or even famines or stuff like that, and nobody called it the genocide. There's an ongoing war with Saudi and Yemen. There's hundreds of thousands of people died. Nobody gave a shit. Nobody called it a genocide. So I think we should just pump the brake about this word genocide. It's a war. It's horrible. People dying. But we should also remind ourselves what really genocide means. I mean, the Jews have a legitimate point to be a little bit scared about when people come and just kill them in their houses. I mean, it doesn't mean that you need wait. It doesn't mean wait. I let you speak. I didn't interrupt anybody.
Don't interrupt us. Don't just stop fucking interrupting, guys.
I'm very sorry. You know, I didn't interrupt anybody. I was kind. I just want to say that it doesn't mean that you need to respond. It didn't matter that how they did, but to call everything a genocide when somebody is dying, I mean, come on, guys. Let's be real. If it wouldn't be like televised like that and things would be like that with the social media, nobody would give a damn about this. You know, there would be like a normal day there in the Middle East where people die. And I'm sorry to say that, but it's actually the truth, you know. And like Toby said, there's this big pushing over for genocide, you know, like especially South Africans, right? If they would have it done it differently, maybe people would be like, sounds like more like it is what it is, right? Instead of a genocide. Yeah. That's it.
Can I answer this very quick? Can I answer this very quick, because I'm also putting my finger on the air again, very quick, so that we can move on as well. So the problem is that South Africa overused the thing of genocide because they were out of measures, and this is the point. I know actually the accusation is intents of genocidal intent is not really genocide, and it is true. It is really a big mistake of our society, modern society, to overuse concepts, to take them out of place and use them ever and ever again. But we have to look at the different situation. The Security Council didn't act, didn't do anything. They have been silent, so the US have been blocking everything, and South Africa was left with little, finding it repulsive what they were watching, and many people around the world were finding it repulsive. They had no other weapon to use, and that was what they could use. The Convention of Genocide was the easy weapon to use in that moment, and they had a good case with the genocidal intents, because they were pronounced by heads of state, and when heads of state speak, this is almost like law. It is really a strong statement, and they used it, and I think they did some good towards the Gazans. And there are signs that the Israelis are starting to be more careful. And like Toby also said, there are signs that the judicial system in Israel will take care of some people using extremely bad wording that is incitement to violence. And we saw that as well, not just in Gaza, but also the colonists in other parts of the West Bank. And so I understand you guys saying, okay, South Africa overuse. Yes and no, because you see they were out everybody was against what was happening. They were out of weapons to use. The Security Council just didn't work. And we have to recognize this again. The Security Council didn't work.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing. You guys are full of shit. Remember when Vladimir Putin went to Ukraine? All the fucking news were like, oh, these people, they are Christian like us, blue eyes, blonde hair. The same thing. It's not even the same. It's 10 times worse what Israel is doing to Palestinians. It's 10 times worse that Vladimir Putin did in Ukraine. And now everyone is saying, I don't give a fuck if it's genocide or not. That's a fucking war crime.
Okay. So my favorite war crime is whenever there's a super chat and then nobody responds to it. It's really makes me feel bad. And so I'm going to ask Wyatt to please go ahead and put up that super chat. And we're going to go ahead and cover the whole situation with the IL-76. I'm shocked that we didn't talk about it during the time that was allotted to Ukraine. Let's go ahead and cover this topic, and then we're going to move on to another topic after that, guys. So just go around. If anybody wants to say something about this, we'll just go around a couple times. Take it away.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick, there was 2 aircraft, 165 POWs, 180. You know, they think it was shot down by a Patriot. The Ukrainians are lying about what happened because everyone knows it was scheduled. The lists were published. People were assembled at the airport to meet them and all, or the drop-off point. You know, there's rumors that the French might have done it in revenge for their guys getting killed, but who knows? But it doesn't change the fact the Ukrainians killed their own people.
Can we just quickly just fill in people if they haven't heard about
why?
this? Can you explain like the basics of what happened?
Yeah.
Vaughn, go ahead and just cover that, and then we'll move on to
there was I don't know what airfield was, but there was, they took a bunch of prisoners of like 100, 80 and 65. There was an IL-76 and I think an Antov. And there's video of them loading them up on the planes. They get on the planes, they take off. They were flying to Belgrade. They were going to land there, get on trucks or a train, and go to a exchange point. And both sides were aware of it because Russian families were there waiting for their POWs, and Ukrainian families were there waiting for their POWs. Well, either somebody, I don't believe anybody fucked up. I believe they shot it down on purpose because they were pissed off about those hits, or they just wanted to kill some Russians. Or maybe there was guys on there that they didn't want to come back because they supposedly had guys on there that were like Azov, and some of them had been denied, repatriation before. So they have no problem killing their own people. They launched a rocket into the camp in DPR and killed their people. So they just did it again. They killed their own guys.
Can I elaborate the whole story so that we can then stay in context? So basically, Ukraine and Russia they negotiated to swap prisoners. And then the guys in Ukraine had actually planned everything, and they had actually even communicated. They had even set the location. And after that, later on, I think there was a confusion in the ranks, and they ended up bombing the plane. But then the Ukrainians ended up they posted that what the Ukrainians did is that they first posted that they had just shot down Russian planes. So everybody was like, oh, you guys actually killed Russians. And then the Russians then posted that the Ukrainians had shot down a plane with Ukrainian POWs. So now Ukraine had to call back they actually had to delete the post that they actually shot down the planes from Russia, and then they had to come back again and then admit that it was actually POWs. And then they ended up creating another story that the mistake was on Russia because Russia used a military plane instead of a passenger plane, and that's basically where the entire situation came.
Which is not true. It's a cargo. It's a cargo train.
Plane.
Yeah, you can go on now.
So everyone,
there's multiple reports that use the same aircraft.
So before we go on about the issue, I want to introduce Fak. Can you introduce yourself?
Hello, everyone. So I am in the International Legion of Ukraine, like the Special Forces fighter. and currently in Ukraine, waiting like a week or so until the next rotation. You can call me Nikki. Nice to meet you.
They fuck my life.
Well,
Yeah, fuck my life.
So I just want to introduce a little bit. When I was always saying that I have a foreign fighter contact that is fighting for the Ukrainian side for all this while, this is actually the guy that I has been speaking to, and he had been sharing some information, which I almost never share with you guys, the information, because I have no sources to push, so I cannot just put something information that with no source.
We got a lot of questions for you. A lot of questions for you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So before we go into the plane shot down, I think we should give time for him because I'm not sure how long he can stay on stream. Yeah, and he's taking in my opinion, he's taking a big risk by showing his face. So I asked him, "You sure?" So yeah.
My first question: is Ukraine winning?
I can't answer just the yes or no here. There is nowhere. Depends what you understand by winning. Depends what you. My definition of winning is just keeping the name Ukraine and the country on the map. So for now, it's winning. Yeah.
Let's try to ask good questions.
Is Ukraine a democratic country?
I needed to ask a question. What about the mobilization? Is it true that I saw a joke? It was a parody that the Ukrainians are now making jokes about how they're hiding as women so that they don't get conscripted, and where are the guys going when you don't want to get conscripted? Because I hear guys are switching houses. What's the situation with forceful conscription?
See, now this is a very big topic, so there's multiple factors regarding the mobilization. Currently, women are not being mobilized, and that will not happen soon because that will obviously cause big instability inside the country, and they will practically lose the war because they're gonna bring down the government. They've had enough when that happens. So about the men. Many of the men, there's cases where corruption is a factor, like in every country. Every country has its own portion of corruption, including mine. Basically, there are such cases where, for example, men are not eligible for conscriptions if they're taking care of a handicapped person. Let's say you have a grandma which has a disability, you got to take care of her, and so on. And on that grandma, there are listed 10 people who are taking care of her, 10 different men, who some of them don't even know the grandma. There's that way. The other way is fake documents, forgery, just running away from conscription, because this is war. Everyone knows that they're gonna die, and especially after the failed counteroffensive, there's the issue of bad morale running around. Compared to the success after the Kharkiv counteroffensive, which I was a part of. Back then, a lot of people wanted to join, but this became as a stereotype that the Russians are a bad force, which I never underestimated. Not at the start of the war, not now. However, many Ukrainians did, and now they have the consequences, and now bad morale is the main factor. That you're gonna go and the country is not gonna provide enough for you, and so on. There's a lot of myths, a lot of truth as well, but the situation is that people just don't want to go up front because they know very well that first of all you have to fill the holes, the gaps, and after that they will start demobilizing if the men are enough. So that's the answer.
I have a question for you, if I can. What's the availability of fuel like? Is it easy to buy fuel for your car, or is it being rationed, or is the price very high?
Biofuel?
No, to buy fuel, to buy petrol for your car or diesel. Is it easy to get, or is it being rationed, or is the price high? What's the situation?
Currently, the vehicles we use are listed to our respective units, so they provide for us. I haven't bought fuel in months, and the prices, as I hear, are decent. Like you can buy
Is
fuel.
it safe for you? Is
What
it safe for you
about
to be talking about this
what
shit?
about the food? What about the food prices?
No.
Still the
Is it
same
safe for
or
you to
went
be
up?
talking about this shit? Is it safe for you to be talking about this shit?
It's safe for me.
Safe? Well, I'm
Him,
not
for him.
really answering
find out.
anything as
Yeah.
of certainty. I'm not answering anything.
Yeah,
So
just I mean, he knows what to say and not say. Just don't ask the question that you think you would get in trouble for. I mean,
Yeah, please don't get in trouble because
you
of
know,
us.
I'm not going to ask you, hey, do you know where the M1s are? You know,
So
no, like
I'm very sure that he will keep anything that is operational secret, and things he will definitely not share. He will just tell you, sorry, I cannot answer. And so of course don't ask stupid questions So okay.
I think we should just treat him as another guest. We don't need to put him in trouble or whatever. We don't know
but
what's not what.
my
Let's just
question
go on.
is about the food prices. Is still
Yeah,
the
let's just
same
go on
or
something else.
and
All right, guys. Can I say hello to my Ukrainian brother? I mean, we speak pretty much the same language. Ukrainian, Russian, they all come out. The Cyrillic come out from Macedonia. I'm sorry for my brothers dying over there, regardless what nationality they are. But I want to ask, why you say everybody knows they're gonna die? Die for who, man? For Zelensky? For Banderas ideals? For who die? Why they wouldn't just give the Russian, let them speak Russian wherever they want to speak Russian in Donetsk, and have your country and peace?
He's not Ukrainian.
Million people died, man. Why? For what reason? Now you're gonna have less of Ukraine? What is the
It's
problem?
not Ukrainian. It's not Ukrainian.
No, it doesn't matter, man. I mean, why people die over there? Why are you fighting for what?
I would choose just to not answer that question because I mean I'm not Ukrainian, man. My country is different. I mean, I have my own reasons to fight until the end, and
why are you there? You fighting? You've been active in the fighting, or just observer?
Please
no, I've been active.
Why? What is the reason? What motivates you?
Because my country has seen enough of the Russian lifestyle during the Warsaw Pact, and I can tell you that it is horrible. It is absolute crap.
I know.
I
know. Communism sucks. I know. But why the fighting now, man? For who to speak Russian in Donetsk? What is the fight for? I don't get it. You know, millions of people dying. It doesn't matter, Russian or Ukrainians or you. I hope not, man. But what is the reason for? If I was thinking to
he answered your question, man. He answered your question.
You guys keep saying communism sucks. Communism sucks. Keep calling Russia a communist country. They are fucking communist. Guess what? Everyone in the fucking West is running away to Russia because they don't agree with the fucking LGBTQ. And you keep saying that LGBTQ is a fucking communist thing. You need to make your fucking mind up.
Guys, don't go into fucking black hole. Change topic. We have now we have the chance to ask an actual, Fighter of the International Legion questions. If you want to go on a tangent about communism or a hatred for Russia, let's stay on topic for a moment.
May I ask a question?
Do you have any opinions on the drone warfare? Like how you see it as a threat to you personally and your unit, or vice versa on the other side? Has that been a surprise how much? I mean, has it been a surprise how intense it's been, or intensified?
I mean, all I can say that drone warfare is very problematic for the average infantryman. I cannot specify any kinds of drones used by either side. I mean, there's enough info about that by now on the internet. You can search yourself, but drone warfare is definitely going to be the new type of warfare, especially if Russia modernize their drones because they're falling behind. But it's very, very problematic just being a normal soldier on the ground, and drones can spot you immediately. They can, especially the kamikaze ones, or right now Russia is experimenting with ATGM type of drones, so that is going to be an even bigger problem.
Upgrade, speak. Ask your question.
Yeah. How is the mood between the international fighters and the Ukrainians? Do you communicate a lot with them, or are you separately? I mean, if you can answer that question.
I didn't understand the question. Like my personal relationship between the other people, or
Yeah, like what do you really are you separately operating, or are you integrated with some Ukrainians together? Do you talk with them? Do they give you some feedback, like basic feedback, how it went on the front, or are you more somebody who's behind the line? Or
me personally, I'm active. Like I'm up the front. Like I'm in direct fighting face to face with the Russians. How the Legion operates, I cannot say because that is operational security. But as we are a part of the international, Ukrainian forces, you can pretty much answer the question yourself. Like, there is no possibility that at some point we won't meet friendly forces, so to say. Doesn't matter of nationality.
Okay.
I think we should
I
get
see.
back to topic. I think we should just
No,
let them
Andrew,
feel welcome.
have you got a question?
Well, I had a question, but I have many questions, but of course, not all of them
Just
can be
ask.
answered, I imagine. But I was just wondering, for example, one of the questions at the top of my mind, because I was talking about it earlier on the voice chat, drone operators, right? If you have any previous experience in an army, how new is the figure of the drone operator in units, and how do you relate to them? Is there some kind of direct communication between drone operators? Like, can you say that? If you can answer that.
I cannot answer that because I have had no previous experience in any army. I was a civilian before I came here.
Oh, okay, so this, you can say this is your first experience, a military experience, yes?
Yeah, this is, well, at this point I can say it's my first because I've been for some time now, but when I first came here, that was my first time I saw a gun in real life besides a pistol or any police force wearing something.
Okay.
Did you get?
I have a
Did you get
question here,
trained in
Voz.
Ukraine? Did you go somewhere else to train?
No, seriously, no. I was training here. Any training that was offered to me, and which is not bad, and just experience on the front line. That was my training, honestly.
I have a question about the counteroffensive. You mentioned morale. What is the feeling like? Who is responsible, amongst you guys when you talk? Because I know what a gossip circle the army is, right? I've been there. Who is responsible for the failure of the counteroffensive? Is the feeling that it was NATO's strategy that was to blame? Or is the feeling more that like the execution was bad by the local officers, the Ukrainian officers? Like, what's the chatter?
No, the execution wasn't bad. I mean, the Ukrainian army did everything it could. I can't say anything bad about that. The forces I was with were great. They were trained. We were all good. We knew what to do.
Yeah, I think that's fair from the outside looking in.
The failure of the counteroffensive are many factors that I could talk for the next 4 hours, all combined together. I would just say one of the biggest factors that I felt was the lack of presence of Air Force on our side, like enough Air Force.
Okay.
Completely fair analysis, yes.
I had a question. Have you gotten to use any Western ATGMs or so? And obviously you use Soviet era stuff. Did you ever have a preference, like which was more reliable, or which performed better, or what you like to use more? I mean, if you can.
I'm not really I'm not a heavy weapons guy. My role is an assault grenadier. I carry into battle an RPG. I also passed an EOG course. I use explosives, so I haven't used those weapons. I would certainly say that the Western are superior, but in any war, in every, this is what I said about not underestimating the Russians. In any war, weapons kill. Like if they brought a fucking catapult from the medieval ages and they shot at us and hit us, we're still dead. So, yeah.
So there is a super chat that asks, what's in your opinion the biggest strength and weaknesses of the two forces that is currently fighting?
I can sum it up shortly. The Russians, like always, prefer quantity over quality. It's a very complex question to answer, since I always believe that the Russians mainly first used their crappy equipment, then came in with the more serious stuff, and they're producing forward and forward. Like they're just wasting their stockpile of aging equipment, which was gonna rot away anyway. There's no reason to keep maintaining tens and thousands of tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, all types of the 1960s and 70s. So they're using that. But as of recently, they're maintaining more serious and more new equipment. Some of it can be on par with Western equipment. I still believe that Western equipment is superior. However, the Western equipment, as being superior, is more complex, more costly to build, takes more time. So that's a disadvantage, as we can see. But yeah, it's the cost effectiveness of both units. It seriously depends on how you use them. So far, there are many weapon systems such as the HIMARS who prove to be highly effective. Then again, the Russians have their own weapon system who can cause you as much pain and suffering as you can imagine. I would say that one of their biggest strengths are the mines. The mines, they might be older 3 times than me, but they're very effective. Like these are complex constructs that to this day, engineers have very hard trouble like getting past and identifying, let alone dismantling and disabling them. And these minefields can be spread just by airborne way. They can be shot up to you in the middle of your location. One day you're just walking through a clear field, and then you're surrounded by 10 kilometers of mines. It's a very interesting topic. No simple way to answer this question, but for me, this war will drag on. There are certain factors that can cause Russia to lose, and we're hanging on to them, simply economically speaking. And also their regime might collapse. It seriously depends on many, many factors. We're talking about each nation's morale, each nation's just endurance to fight, endurance to continue the suffering, because in war there are no winners, honestly. Not me as an international fighter, not the Ukrainians, not the Russians. Everyone takes losses. Both countries take economic hits. Europe also took big economic hits, and so on and so on. We're just gonna see who can suffer more.
So you think that there's a chance that the Russians will like surrender because it's too much pain?
They surrender because what?
It's too much pain. It's too painful. Like they can't take the losses. Yeah.
No way, man.
No, I'm not asking you. I'm asking him.
If you take a look back at history from the Napoleonic advance on Russia, both Germany's advance on Russia, and so on, even the Mongol Empire attacking Russia, eventually being pushed back, the Russians have a very, very bad start, and they tend to get stronger as the war drags on. Like those guys
that's
can
what
endure.
I thought too. That's why I wonder about like the idea that the Russians are going to give up.
The Russians giving up, it's gonna.
They might.
If that happens, if that happens like a magic trick, it's gonna be some political reason, which it's above my pay grade to even think about. Honestly, I do the fighting, not the politics.
Hey, Nikki, question for you, and I understand if you can't answer it. You were motivated to go to Ukraine, obviously, by what you read and saw in the media at the time. Something triggered you to go to Ukraine and volunteer, right? My question is, now a year or 2 years, whatever it's been later, has your perception of the media and what you've been hearing and seeing, has that changed at all?
The media. I don't watch the media. I only watch the media to have a good laugh on both sides. It's for me that.
So you don't.
When I have depression or a bad mood, or I just woke up and I still haven't brushed my teeth and I have that bad taste in my mouth, I just turn on the media and laugh a bit and then go to do my daily business.
You say CNN is a bunch of clones.
Can you repeat that?
CNN. So you don't trust them.
No, I have to brush them. I have to brush them because having tooth pain or any other serious tooth pain out there in the field is not the greatest feeling. On top of Russian artillery, mortars, kamikaze drones, that bullshit.
I think what he's saying is the propaganda is so thick on both sides, it's not worth paying attention to for him, who's stuck in the middle of it.
Absolutely.
I was going to ask if you mentioned it. Have you been under fairly heavy artillery fire for a long time? I mean, when they maybe under an assault or a preparation? Like
the only thing I can, the only thing I can answer the question this way. The only thing I haven't experienced yet is a chemical and a TOS A1 attack. I've experienced every other type of weapon on me. I even have a shrapnel wounds on the back, on the both legs, near the tight artery, and that's from tank fire.
Why, man? I just want to know why. Why are you there? What are you doing there?
Leave him alone.
Soldier, man.
Come
on.
Come in Macedonia, brother. Come here to Macedonia. I'll offer you vacation for free. You just bounce out of there, man. I want to see you alive.
Macedonia, Northern Macedonia.
Vacation. Come here. Just if you can get
Mr. Lambo, some question.
I have a question for.
You don't have to fight there for somebody else's process.
I had a question. Lambo, if you want to go first, but I have,
No, I just going to say I am very happy that we have somebody like you here on the panel. Thank you for that, to come along and say hello. Did you fight on the war front, on the front himself? Yeah. I just heard you had shrapnels. I just wondering, can you explain the experience in the trenches? Because I can't believe it was fucking creepy.
In the trenches, what exactly? Just like staying or assaulting, or
staying
what do you
there
mean?
because you are under the ground. So you see, it's a totally. I think it need to be scared that all these drones flying over you, risk to be shelled. I don't know how do you experience that, because it can be very shocking.
It's honestly,
It's mentally very difficult.
I can tell you that each war, doesn't matter how many fronts physically it has, it always has a second front, and that's in the mind. For me, my mind is not broken easily, either be it in a trench or in a freezing field or whatever. You can always bring yourself some comfort, even if you're alone. In the trenches especially, just grab a fucking shovel, make yourself a fucking seat, grab some water-resistant tarp, and you're all good. I don't give a fuck if I'm in a trench or if I'm in some basement. Certainly, I would like to not be. But if I have to be, it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, you're very mentally strong then, because did you have then colleagues that had some big mentally issues? Can you say that you have some people that really is freaking out? Because I don't know if you had some big shelling of artillery at certain points, and that maybe one person starts to really panicking or freaking out. It obviously need to happen. I think nobody is mentally that strong. No, everybody is not mentally that strong.
Whoever. Aside from someone who has been conscripted yesterday and can't handle that, everyone who I've been with has been fighting here for a while, and we've proven ourselves that it doesn't bother us. Like, of course you're scared. If you're not scared, then you're fucked in the brain. But we overcome that stress and everything.
Is it true that Russia are fighting with shovels?
What?
Shovels.
Yeah.
I didn't.
He means shovels. He means like the
So I have
shovel.
a
Like
question. I have a question. Did you experience a change in the like the Russian soldiers? How they will fight? Would it change? Because there was a time they were saying they're sending in experienced people. Did you guys like see a change in the forces you guys?
With the Russians, it depends from unit.
Yeah, like were they more effective or did they degrade over time?
Honestly, it depends from unit to unit. Everyone, it's individual, highly individual. Like if you meet a smart Russian, because come on, every nation has their own type of people with certain IQ levels. Of course, in every country, the idiots are more. That's just the probability. But eventually, you're gonna meet that one group of smart guys who are gonna use the right tactics at the right time, and it's gonna get really serious. So it depends on who you meet. Seriously.
Well, I had you said Nikki, right? Nikki, I had a question for you.
Yeah.
How quickly does information come to the battlefield? I mean, if, for example, right? Because of course morale is an important thing, and so for example, if if something bad happens for the Ukrainians, how quickly does it reach them? Like for example, the fall of Bakhmut or something like that. Like morale negative information for morale. How quickly does it reach the front?
You mean the soldiers or the civilians?
No, the soldiers. The soldiers.
I don't know because I'm not physically with every soldier. I cannot answer that. Even if I could, I can't answer that.
Okay, so it depends. Were you allowed to have phones?
You can bring your phone with you, but it's unusable besides taking pictures and videos. So.
Oh, okay. Okay, I understand.
One more.
Everybody don't dare to ask you questions because they are worried for your safety.
The question we go, we're gonna get him in trouble, you know.
We have a lot of questions, I assure you.
But it's gonna get you in trouble.
So I explain. You guys can ask. He can decide not to answer. So you don't worry too much for him because he will take care of himself. Because
I can ask
confirm with him.
You know,
I can ask
to
one.
come on. Right?
Just get him in voice chat.
I'm not sure if he can join voice chat. So so the thing is, he may not be able to join the DPA speaker lounge. You know. Yeah, so which is why you know
the best place for us.
We already have one from that Ukraine.
I'm just saying
What is his name again? I forgot. No, but
what Wyatt's saying is he probably can't do that. So ask why he's here.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, well, we're happy this year. But I hope that you can do an interview with Wyatt. I hope you will do that in the future. And maybe give some other people to Wyatt to talk about the experience. You know, like really IM is doing, but he is like working of speaking with only medic people that don't really see the fronts. So I try to stay in the war so neutral as possible. I just have my own ideas. That's it. So I respect everybody's choice, you know, to do what they want to do. It's your life, so you do what you want. I have one question: as comparing to do Ukraine are they dependent like almost fully for the NATO, or do they still have old Ukrainian Soviet stock?
First of all, I cannot answer that question, but I can tell you that even if they were solely dependent on their own stockpiles, even let's say, they like just the ratio. You should understand that any country that is not equal by manpower and industrial capacity to its adversary, it needs help. That is just the rule of the fighting. Let's say we put up the Netherlands against the USA. It is still an uneven fight simply by industrial, economical, and manpower capacity. So they need the support.
Yeah, of course, logic. Yeah, it's logic.
Vaughn, you're
Vaughn is
muted.
muted.
Oh, I was just going to ask real quick if you can. Do you guys get first dibs on like vehicles and stuff, new equipment that comes in, or is it kind of whoever gets it gets it? You know, like M ramps or Max Pros, anything.
I can just say that we use every type of equipment that proves effective, both civilian and military grade vehicles. It's already been shown by many videos. Now, how we acquire it, what types, and that I cannot say.
Okay. I had a question. If you can answer this, is there or was there any specific military unit, Russian military unit, that was particularly feared, like was considered pretty like a formidable force? I don't know, Wagner, the Chechens, any?
For me personally, as long as you have the proper mindset, the mental stability, and the training skill, and good morale, of course, which we currently have, there is no tough opponent. Now, I will not say that they're all shit, but I personally can say that Wagner was one of the tougher opponents due to multiple reasons. Now, what reasons I will not specify, of course, but they were the toughest opponents so far. They are much rarely met at this point. But I would just speak as the Russian army as a whole, because it is still, as I said, a very tough adversary due to simply sheer manpower and industrial capacity. And that is that is the biggest problem by now, honestly. If it wasn't for that, if the fight was more even, they would be gone by now. But yeah, we're still keeping up the fight despite these differences. And me personally, I will fight until the end. Like I would say to everyone, support Ukraine. Of course, there are many bad sides that are being shown, but what country doesn't have its bad sides? I mean, the fight against Russia must go on. Doesn't matter. I see a lot of people saying support like Russia this, LGBTQ that, America this. No, it's the people shouldn't pick the side between the West and Russia. You have to fight against Russia, because if Russia expands, that is going to bring much bigger geopolitical problems throughout the whole world than normal people can simply imagine. Now, that being that, it's going to weaken the status quo, which right now is stable. Like, sure, everyone wishes their own country, who is not from the USA, wishes their own country was like the USA or like this and that. But if Russia wins this fight, it's going to weaken the status quo, and China is going to get stronger. And we'll suddenly, the Russians in general are bad. Are bad as a mentality, as a way of life. Everyone can show me the beautiful Moscow metro or St. Petersburg or some other big city, and what, they're like 5 big cities in Russia, but Russia is a big country, and the other 90% is pure crap. Like, I want one person, supporter of Russia, to go live 3 months in Siberia, try to even fucking survive, or the Urals, where they don't even have canalization. Like, I've been told stories by occupied Ukrainians where Russians come into their village and are amazed that the whole village even has a working canalization system. That their toilets, house by house, are connected and you can flush the fucking water. Like, if you tell me that you want such people to win and come and bring this crap, and the fucking toilet jokes are not just jokes, believe me. So I would not like these people to come in anywhere near close my country, and I'm Eastern European.
I'd like to ask a couple of questions. So, well, first of all, there was a super chat. Maybe just you can quickly answer this one, and then I can ask my questions rather. How's the food at the front? And then I want to ask 2 questions, short questions.
How is the food at the front? Okay, I'm gonna answer for the $5. Good question for $5. So the food at the front is basically food at the front. I can cook better myself in my own kitchen, but frontline food is sufficient enough. Every soldier at the front line, of course, is gonna bring some nice good thoughts when it has the good taste, but it's frontline food. Come on, I seriously didn't expect much. It feeds me. I don't feel hungry, and I'm happy about it because you can be in a situation where you don't have food. This is war. I mean, what do you expect? It's not fucking Gordon Ramsay gourmet shit.
So I've got two questions, sort of tactical ones. What is the impact of mud with regards to kind of tactical operations, and how are the two sides handling that? And secondly, what's going on with tanks? I mean, I hear a lot about how tanks are becoming less important than they used to be. And I'm wondering, I know that you're a light weapons guy, but do you work closely with tanks, and what kind of role do they have in the battlefield? So those are my two questions.
I work with tanks, and because I work with tanks, now the tactical situation I cannot answer it, but I'll answer you that the tank as a weapon of war is not becoming obsolete anytime soon. Not yet. Not even when kamikaze drones, because you can just upgrade the tank to be kamikaze resistant. You can also use electronic warfare, which is going to counter the drones, and the tank is still going to run and shoot at you. So if anyone tells me that a tank is obsolete, they've never had a tank charging at them and shooting at them, which can blow off your fucking legs. And that thing is, a modern tank is not like a Panzer II in World War II or a Panzer IV or whatever. A modern tank is faster than a Toyota Civic and has thermal optics, night vision, and so on, and can even be equipped with ATGMs. So it's still a pretty scary weapon.
Yeah, thanks, man. I'm going to jump off for a while so more people can ask their questions.
So you said that you don't want these people nowhere near your country. So do you still think that the thing we hear in mainstream media that Russia gonna go all the way to the West Europe is true?
No. I personally believe after Ukraine, let's say theoretically they capture Ukraine, they do whatever, they get to border Poland or the Baltic countries or whatever. Let's say that scenario happens, even though I believe it won't. It's enough for their influence on a global scale to reach our countries. So I don't want that. Physically, they won't. But the influence is enough to cause a lot of bad things. Like people mainly who support Russia are either generally stupid by the definition of IQ, which is like if you take this on official research, you can prove it scientifically that their IQ is lower, or they have no fucking idea what expects them. I repeat my point. I want every supporter of Russia to go into their sparsely populated parts, not Moscow, not St. Petersburg, the Gucci places. I want them to go into the rest of Russia, into Kamchatka if they want even, and try to survive there, and see how the LGBTQ free fucking nice Russian life is there.
We have a guy called Dan. I don't know if you've seen him.
You basically you're saying 75% of the people in this street, because I believe 75% of these people are pro-Russia. You're saying
They can be. I'm pretty sure someone records me right now.
Trust me, I talk to these guys on daily basis on the voice chat, and you just call them fucking stupid. Fucking dumb.
But
I can get behind that.
Yes.
Yes, I can get. It depends. It depends. Yeah. No, there's definitely pro-Russia people that are absolutely retarded. It's also on the other side, of course. But I will admit there's a lot of retarded pro-Russians. It's no lie. I'm not saying anything new.
I would go to war because of the standard of Russian toilets, but to each his own. I say,
Upgrade.
Your question. What was your best advice you received since you went to the war?
Don't die. Apart from that, my best. my best advice was the best advice was don't die, like leave anytime, because I can leave anytime I want as an international. But if any serious, more complex advice was never underestimate the Russians, which I didn't even need this advice. I follow this advice to this day. Never underestimate. Should it be the Russians or any kind of enemy? Do not underestimate them. Like I might say that the majority are stupid, but there's always that small percentage which you might meet face to face on the battlefield, which are, you're cool, but they might be cooler than you, and if you underestimate them, then you're dead.
Do you think there was a little bit of underestimation after they pushed Kharkiv easily and they pushed them out of Kherson? Do you think there was a little bit of like, we're gonna do it, we're gonna push them back, big Russian army, they're always talking about that they're the #1 in the world and they're getting pushed back? Do you think there was a little bit of a psychological point where the Ukrainians thought it would be easier than they thought, or not?
Some of the units, yes. On a individual soldier level, I can bet that there was, but that is on an individual soldier level, which unfortunately is not always controlled by any army, any hierarchy, the Ukrainian army included. The Russians have this problem too. Sometimes in both armies, the soldiers underestimate each other and bad things happen. Unfortunately, this was on our side, and the enemy exploits the weakness that this caused. So far, we have learned and adapted from this, and we're expecting the same from them, and we're doing it right now. That is why no big breakthrough can happen.
Okay.
I have a question about the future. You mentioned, you can leave anytime you want. If it did happen that there was like a political settlement and the government gave up and there was an insurgent war, do you think that a lot of the soldiers serving there now would work in that insurgency and keep fighting the Russians as an insurgent force? Or do you think the international soldiers would just go home and that people would just give up?
That depends from international to international. For our motives generally are the same, but also everyone has their different. We're generally united in this fight, but each one of us has their own motivation. Now, whether someone would want to be a part of this insurgency or fight against it, or even take any part of it, is highly individual. I cannot answer for everyone.
Okay.
And I would keep the opinion about myself to myself.
I have some questions and remarks.
I just want to say, there is
I
at least four people here that I've been following for a long time, and these people they are pro-Russia, and they always come with good points,
So don't get into the emotional points.
I'm not gonna name anyone, but at least 4 guys here I know they always come up with good points, and you basically abuse them.
I think they're all
Listen,
neutrals.
I can just shut every pro-Russians. Every pro-Russian who tries to bring me up the fucking victim game, because it all comes down to this when you start arguing like the territories are Ukrainian, but no, they started bombing the pro-Russian Ukrainians or Russians in Donetsk and blah blah. Bro, this could have been much easily settled. Let me tell you, if the people in Donetsk and Luhansk want to be a part of Russia so much, Russia has, as I said, so many regions, very scarcely populated, where they can go and happily live as inside Russia as Russians. You cannot tell me that if they want to stay in a sovereign country's territory, there is no such thing as I bought a house here, or I rented a house here, I suddenly became a fan of Russia. Basically, this 1 square meter, or whatever the fuck it is automatically Russian because I'm pro-Russian. There is no such thing. Take that group of people, send it to Russia, and they can be Russians all they want. But instead, they started a separatism by international law that's illegal. That is a force that must be dealt with. We've already seen this in the Middle East. We've already seen this even in the old Balkan wars. These people, they don't want to be, same with Kosovo and Serbia. All these little small countries which basically identify something else and become independent, for me, that is not right. If you identify someone else, for example, let's say tomorrow I identify as American, that doesn't mean that my European country should take my house, my apartment, which I have there, and automatically become American territory. It doesn't work like that. Doesn't matter if they're bordering or if they're separated by a whole fucking ocean. Send the people to Russia if they like Russia that much. The Ukraine wanted to take back its sovereign territory.
My turn.
I'll go on.
My turn. That first, the question. What's the Russian weapons you fear the most?
The Russian weapons?
The Russian weapons, because you are fighting the Russians. What's the weapons you are fearing the most?
I would say the thermobaric MLRS one, because if that thing lands right on top of you, even if you don't, if it lands in the center, literally your helmet and armor is going to melt into you. You're going to be you're going to become a fantasy character from Warhammer. If it lands somewhere in the outer circle, your internal organs are going to be blown apart. And no gas mask, no armor, no protection is going to help you from those blast waves. So your only option is to not be there. And you can't just go into a basement and hide from it, because the thermobaric toxic gases are going to reach you and choke you inside. The flames spread. So that is a very terrifying weapon.
Have you seen the victims before? The bodies?
Wait, for fuck's sake. Not bad for intervention, isn't it? So, just remarks. You forget about history. Because before Donbass was in Ukraine, it was Russian. Same for people in Crimea. I mean, Soviet Union, those bad guys from Soviet Union, where you people and your country suffered so much. They were part of that shit. And the people during that time were Communist Party. So among your own people, your father and your grandfather suffered thanks to your own nationals who were working with what you call the Russians. And it was Khrushchev, an Ukrainian, who gave Crimea to Ukraine. And before that, it was Stalin, a Georgian, who killed many, many people inside Soviet Union, and mainly Russians. That's history. You make up your own way. That's your business, not mine.
I will answer that question.
About people from Kamchatka, they live there. They can move to St. Petersburg, to Vladivostok, to Kazan, to I don't know where, good place in Russia. No, they stay where they are. They don't have sewage. They don't have electricity. They don't have toilet. So what? It's like telling an African guy who live in a place with no water, with no electricity, with no roads, that is inferior. Stupid. That's what I call supremacist. You must think about it before talking like that. Because you are preserving your cause.
Let me answer your question, your statement actually. You went back into history as far as it is convenient for you, I see. If we go in even before that, during medieval times.
Take history convenient to you.
Well, let him finish so we can see what he's
As I said, Ukraine was an old independent state which had medieval wars with Poland for the legendary city of Lviv, even before Russia ever integrated as a part of the Soviet Union. So Ukraine was much more independent even before that. So
But
you going back to the Soviet
Ukraine are
Union.
you talking about? Are you talking about Ukraine with Lugansk and Donetsk? Are you talking about Ukraine with Crimea? You see,
I am talking about Ukraine since it fucking existed. Also,
that means
do not.
which geographically speaking Ukraine are you talking about?
Well, Ukraine as it existed. Now, what happened with Ukraine is another story throughout history. Same with Poland. Poland basically disappeared during World War II, but here it is again. Geography changes. For my own country, you speak about my grandfathers and so, but my country actually was allied with the Axis powers during World War II. So who exactly my grandfathers fought for? Certainly, it wasn't with the Russians. One more thing about, I'm not calling the people of Russia inferior. I'm calling the national ideology and mentality inferior, because as humanity must progress, we've invented the jet plane, we've invented modern medicine, and so on and so on and so on. Last thing Russia was known was sending the first man into space. That was the greatest achievement, which came after the big space race during the Cold War. If it wasn't for that, God knows where Russia could have ended. Russia is known throughout history, since you want to talk about history so much, as with its inferior technological advancements, which do not affect just military power, but also affect the quality of life of its citizens. Now, a country leading its people to a bad choice of life is not always the choice of the people. Each country gives its own people its choices how it can live, especially in Russia's case, it reduces this choice. Since you talked about the Kamchatka people, you said the people from Kamchatka can move to St. Petersburg. I can tell you that those people can't earn enough in a year to buy a ticket from the eastern part of Russia to go to St. Petersburg, let alone move it, let alone paying rent for 2 months, as is the standard of life in Russia, that you have to prepay rent. Do you imagine in my country, for the time that people from Kamchatka have to save up for 2 months of rent and a ticket from Kamchatka to St. Petersburg, in my country, people can save enough money in that period to buy a whole fucking apartment and save their kids, like pay their scholarship and so on. Now do you see the difference? And this is not the Russian people. This is it's basically also the Russian people, because they seem fine with it, but the quality of life is very poor, which comes from the country within.
But where is peace here? Like, if Putin can fix the toilets, do we have peace?
Yo, Toby, can I just ask a question?
One at a time, Jesus. And raise your fucking hand.
Yeah, can I just ask my question?
That's the issue. That's the issue of your argument.
Let me ask my question, man.
My argument is that the Russians. The Russians have no right to enforce that on any other country, and they will enforce that quality of life on Ukrainians, which have a better quality of life right now than the Russians. Another country has no right enforcing
territories of Ukraine under the Russian rules. They are living better than under the corrupt regime in Kiev, because Ukraine, after the fall of Soviet Union since 1991, is a failed state. That's why before the war, many Ukrainians left that place because of corruption. And many Russians went to Canada, many Ukrainians, went to Canada, many of them went to Europe, and many of them went to Russia.
Yo, let me just ask
you can go to the middle of Siberia and say those people have a hard living standard. That's true. Come to my country. I'm living in France. I can show you people living in the middle of nowhere, living like beggars.
I can tell you how many Russians come to my little Eastern European country, because my Eastern European country, which has its own pretty high level of corruptions, they still deem it better than the great Russian Federation. And
Nikki,
you
let me ask
basically
you.
talk about Ukrainian corruption, but you never seem to talk about Russian corruption and how much greater
Yes,
it is compared to.
yes. There are corruption, especially in a country with
we talk
17
about
million square kilometers.
Yo, RL, can I just ask him
I
a
mean,
question and then you guys can
you have to
continue?
understand the reality of that country.
Yo,
Okay, I'm
Nikki,
done with you.
can I just ask you something?
And what's the point? Russians are bad. Russians are corrupt. They are not well developed. And so what?
If you
That's
want
my
the Russian
main point.
corruption,
And so what? They have nothing to export as a model to us. What are you
Yeah,
talking about?
black hole alert. Hey,
About?
RL, I'm
Can I
gonna say
just
that.
ask
That's
Nikki a
No,
my
listen,
question,
listen.
point.
RL?
RL,
And,
Yeah,
listen,
and
we had
last thing,
RL, take
last
it easy, man.
thing, I
RL,
do
this is
not
gonna go on
recognize
forever.
myself. I do not recognize myself as a pro-Russian. That people must understand that. I'm
I don't
looking
care
for
what
truth.
you.
I'm
Yes, you're
looking
looking
for
for the
truth.
truth. Yeah,
And
yet
the
you're
problem
speaking from
is
your.
when I hear my mainstream media, they are telling bullshit every day.
No, yes, I said that you were in the conversation, but I literally told everyone to not watch it. But anyway, I told you you're still saying this from your nice shithole in France. You can move to Russia and try the great corrupted Russian life for yourself, and we
Yo,
can
Nikki,
speak again.
yo, Nikki,
Now
let me
I'm done
ask
with you.
No, Nikki,
I'm
Nikki, let me
Agree to
ask you.
disagree between you two, shall
Yo,
we?
RL, what the fuck? Let me ask
I
him a
think
question.
no,
I
Andrew.
wanted to
Andrew had
ask
a question,
this
and
one.
Andrew had his finger up, unlike Daniel. So Andrew should get to go, please.
No, sorry, Andrew.
Respect the
Sorry,
finger.
Andrew. I didn't see.
Yeah, I think it should be a common rule, of decency. Like everyone should raise his fucking hand. Like, but I was just saying. Well, two things. One, let's not get into ideology too much. I think we have the chance to have an actual a soldier on the front. Is something that we don't get often. We can talk ideology with any NAFO motherfucker on Twitter, but in this occasion, I think we should focus more on the both psychological, tactical kind of point of view from the soldier lifestyle on the front. I think that's what we should focus on, anyways. My question, which I'm not sure you can answer, is just the if how. I know it's a completely changing topic, but how soon does captured Russian equipment get employed on the field? Like, for example, after you capture a piece of Russian equipment, like a tank, how quickly does it get used? And do you use Western equipment just as much as Soviet equipment, or less, or more? How does it work? If you can answer that.
That is a very nice question, which deserves an answer. About the capture equipment, I have no fucking idea because I I have personally not captured any armored vehicle or anything. That is for the people who actually use armored equipment, who give it later to us to decide. I don't know, like if they capture a, let's say, a BMP, they repair it as soon as they can. If they deem it combat effective, they employ it on the battlefield. Now, how soon? I'm not a mechanic. I have no idea. About using different types of equipment, each army uses whatever is available to it. As to my personal preferences, I told you every weapon can kill all the same. Like, I use whatever I have enough ammunition for and whatever can help me survive. I'll put it like that. And for me personally, it doesn't matter where it comes. It can come from fucking Mongolia. I don't care.
Okay, yo, Nikki, let me ask you. Since you were talking about the Donbass, I picked up something. So, do you think then that will Russia be able to retain the regions, Donbass and the regions it has taken, or do you think there will be insurgencies popping up silently? Right now, they can't because there's soldiers. But do you think they'll be able to keep those regions for long, or do you have tiny pockets of insurgencies that are just silent now?
I have friends who have friends in those regions. Let me just tell you that they're not too happy about the Russian regime there. They certainly need some forces, paramilitary forces, to keep the stability. Now, what will happen without is a big ass question mark. I cannot speculate. Probably
Do you
they
think
will
they're
be.
significant in numbers? Do you think they're significant, or they just be a tiny minority?
I mean, in those regions, I really don't know what the crackdown was. I have no idea what the guys are doing there. I know that the Russians are not doing the most prettiest things. I've met people who have lived in the occupied territories, um, who I've never heard anyone say anything good about. Like, I haven't heard one positive comment saying like, yes, I'm happy living here.
Do you
And I'm
think
not
they
just saying this out of propaganda purposes. I
yes,
seriously haven't met one.
I'm not
Do you
saying
think
that
they'll be
it's a
able to keep
propaganda.
them?
You know,
I
I'm
was
not saying
asking, do
this
you
is a
think they'll be able
propaganda.
to keep them? I'm asking, do you think they'll be able to keep the regions, or will they have to
No,
like? Will it be a big headache?
that depends on many factors, like the willpower of people doing insurgency. Right now, with the military forces, there were insurgencies early in the war. They were futile, unfortunately. So unless they decrease the military presence or remove it completely, I don't think there would be any.
You're muted. You're muted. Upgrade. You're muted.
Oh, sorry. What about the civilian population? Because we still hear that in some places, in some villages, from the front line or at the front line, there's still people living there. How are they living there? How do you support them? And what's their state of mind? What they think? Because there's some babushkas who don't want to maybe move from their places because it's their house since generations. How do you cope with that? As a soldier, as a military?
Me personally, I don't mind the babushkas. Like, for me,
I'm not talking about like this. I'm talking about like how is it for us for military to be near civilians when you know that maybe 200 meters, 300 meters in the north or in the west or in the east, whatever, there is some occupying force who want to attack, and how are they feeling about it? How are you feeling?
Listen, they are perfectly aware that they know where they are and what can happen. They've been warned, they've been tried to be evacuated, but their own choice. It's their own individual choice. You can't do anything about it. It's not like someone said like, okay, live there, fuck you. Like, no, they have been warned. They've been tried to be moved in a secure place. However, they refuse to leave. It is their own choice. Just like it was my own choice to join this war, it is their own choice to stay in this dangerous area. What can you do about it?
I see.
But you move them sometimes also forcibly because you tell them now it's really too dangerous. You need to get the fuck out of here. We need to move you. There's no other choice. Was there some times like this, or
Personally, with me, no. With me, no. I've never heard about such things. Like I don't deal with such things because I have enough problems to deal with.
Okay.
I have a question, Nikki. Exactly about civilians. There was this interview of this Ukrainian soldier from French TV again. So stupid media, but he said he was talking. It was during the siege of Bakhmut, and he was talking about the situation there and the civilians. And he said that a certain number of the civilians that remained in Bakhmut were kind of pro-Russian and could be sending information to Russian sources and stuff. Have you ever? Has that ever happened to you? Have you ever thought of that? Like, not have you ever told not to trust the civilians or something like that? If you can answer that.
I will not answer that.
Okay.
Whatever happens between the civilian population is strictly a problem of the Ukrainian authorities, and I'm just a soldier fighting on the front line.
Okay. So you were not told. You just clarify. Can you answer the question whether you were ever told or not to trust civilians or not?
For me, personally, it's not a trust issue between civilians because I simply don't interact with them. During my whole frontline adventures. I've never interacted with anyone. I have my own tasks. I go to the tasks which do not involve civilians. They involve the enemy and my allies, and that is it. So,
thank you.
I have a question. Like for R&R, we call rest and recreation. For the international soldiers, what is the rotation like? Like how much time do you spend at the front before you get some time off? And if you do get time off, do you leave country or do you spend it inside Ukraine?
about my deployment, and I cannot speak about that. Maybe I can, but I will just choose out of security not to. For the leaving the country, as I said, no one is holding me here, prisoner, captive, and forcing me. I'm a volunteer. I can leave whenever I want. My personal choice is to keep fighting until the end of the war. I will not leave the country. I do not expect any problems while I'm gone. I have friends there who inform me about the situation. Everything is fine, so I'll be here until we finish the fight.
Oh, well, good luck, man.
I wanted to add on Toby's
I'm
question.
sorry, I didn't have my finger up. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I just want to add on Toby's question about the international coalition of soldiers. How is it that you interact with some interpreters, or you speak the language, or how is the communication between the Ukrainians and the foreigners? How is it going, or can you tell us something about that?
We just have multilinguists. We have people who speak both. Me personally, I know all the languages. I know Ukrainian, Russian, English. Like, I learned them myself because I thought it's gonna be a useful thing. I learned it back at home before I planned to come here. So yeah, that was one of the smart ones. So sometimes it is a struggle, but we manage to have a stable communication and everything works out.
Yeah, somehow it works out. Okay, thanks.
So how long have you been gone?
More than a year. I'll just answer it like that.
I can verify that. I have been talking to him for some time, for a very long time actually. So I can verify that.
Oh, man, thanks for working with DPA, man. That's awesome.
Yeah. Hey, I have a question. And if you can,
respect, really. To come here,
I don't want to like
about your experience was very insightful.
Vaughn?
Oh, I was just gonna say. I mean, if you can say, do you have any opinions about some of those guys that were there early that were making movies and videos, like that Vasquez guy, that were supposedly in like fighters, and it was questionable if they were ever actually doing anything. I mean, if you can, I don't know. I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Listen, yeah, it's proven on both sides. There are a lot of, how do they call them, TikTok warriors, Instagram, keyboard fucking. Yeah, there's the idea of people. Like in every country, in every community, there's the bad apples. There's a lot of people who try to scam, do fake donations, and this and that.
Did they cause you guys
What can you do?
early on? Oh no, I mean, did they cause you a lot of problems though, just because they were foreigners and you guys were with the international, just because guilt by association, some of the crap they pulled?
I mean, at this point, I can safely say that we've got only genuine people. Like every bad person has been weeded out, and it is only genuine, normal people. All the rumors that there's crazy or fucking bloodthirsty mercenaries and so on, no one here is a merc. Like, we're all volunteers. We get paid like the normal army. We're integrated as a unit. You can take Wagner, for example. Wagner is going to fight anywhere for the right price. We're just fighting here for one cause. The difference is clear. It's just stupid propaganda against us, like Nazis, mercenaries, whatever. That's just stupid. There's no such thing, honestly.
So my question is about different types of NATO equipment that you've been working with. I'm wondering, I assume that you've probably used. I'm wondering what types of different of equipment you've used from different countries, and what you can say about their quality relative to one another, relative to Soviet equipment, just sort of in general, or about specific pieces of equipment that you've used.
No, the Western equipment is good. It's not prone to failure as much as the Russian. I know this is the stereotype: Russian bad, West good, but it generally is the truth. It's the truth. I've been using mostly Western equipment. I have an RPG which is gifted by my country, which is made in my country, and it is not prone to failures in RPG-7. However, the Russian RPG-7 are shit. Sometimes the rocket-propelled grenades might get stuck inside. It might tear apart the booster paper, which might cause you to literally pull out the shell and just throw it somewhere because it's unsafe. It might blow up on your shoulder. Yeah, I really would avoid using Russian equipment.
I can ask one question. So, can you explain the different type of like foreigners that is in Ukraine? Because especially in the earlier days, there was like different groups. There was some in the territorial defense. There was the International Legion, which is I think you are in, and then there is other TikTokers one. Can you share a bit so that people understand what are the different grades? And some are paid, some are not paid. Can share a bit so that people understand.
About the International Legion structure, I cannot. That unfortunately is strictly operational security. How we work, how we are divided. That is, you can join the Legion and find out. But I can say that foreigners are not banned from joining other types of volunteer Ukrainian battalions. They can join that. Some do not accept foreigners, some do. So the International Legion is not the only place you can join. But about the structure of the Legion itself, yeah, it has its differences, but I cannot specify how and how it work, unfortunately.
There are some that is not paid. Yeah. There are some foreign groups that is volunteers, but they're not paid, because I read something about that. Then there are those that are paid.
I can just tell you, you've probably heard about Rebecca Morawiecki, or however, I forgot her family name, that American medic. She is not a part of the International Legion, but she works with Ukrainians. I can say it like that.
I'm sorry to kind of press on this. I'm not going to ask too much, but I just want to ask, are there any South Koreans in the International Legion? Are there any like East Asians? And I'm curious, are there any what about just South Korean equipment as well? Because I heard a lot about various South Korean equipment going to Ukraine. So I'm curious if you've crossed paths with any of that South Korean stuff specifically.
I mean, I just answered that I use Western equipment, and South Korea is not a Western country. Right. So there's the answer to your question. About the nationalities of the Legion, there are people from all across the countries. Now, about the number, and if there are any, I will not answer that.
Fair, okay.
I'm giving you 5 more questions because I have to go take a shit.
Real quick. If you can say, I mean, do you guys in the Legion, do you have like mechanized, some armor, like a heavy infantry, maybe mortar and stuff, like a traditional maybe infantry company or battalion? In that sense, without saying too much, I mean, do you at least have access to that kind of setup when you operate, or is it mostly infantry?
I mean, I know you're kind of asking me what kind of I know you're asking me what kind of fucking crap we use, but I will not tell you.
No, I don't mean like what kind of crap. I mean, like, do you have mechanized units, armored units, a rifle platoon, a mortar platoon, a heavy weapons platoon, something like that? You don't have to tell me what kind of equipment. I just wonder if you guys operate like that kind of.
I told you I cannot talk about the structure of our units. I will just tell you that we are versed in all weapons and vehicles.
So you guys can do combined arms and stuff.
We got celebrity here.
I said we can fight with anything. Now, what we fight with, I will not say.
He's about to leave for after a few questions. So let's let History Legends have the floor to ask.
You have 4 more questions.
No, I'm just listening. You go, guys. I'm listening.
I've got a lot of questions. History Legends.
Ask a question. Come on,
History Legends.
Questions.
I've got a lot of questions for History Legend.
I have one question. No remarks. No remark. One question.
I have a question. Okay, yeah.
According to you, do you think there are more Russian casualties, more Ukrainian casualties, or pretty much the same?
Casualties. Depends what you understand highly about casualty, and
any casualties, dead and wounded.
Listen, casualties can vary from dead, wounded, PTSD, psychologically unfit, and so on. Certain people might, for example, me, might be a casualty twice. I've already been wounded twice. So in the official statistic, I've already contributed with +2 to the casualty rate, but here I am. Now, if you're talking about specifically personnel out of combat permanently, combat ineffective forever, I have no fucking idea. And I don't care.
I had a question. How do you see the changes in the front line? Like, is it as we see on the map, a fixed line and people are fighting for these little differences, or it's very flexible?
Oh, I watched your video today, by the way. I'm a big fan of yours, but
appreciate it.
and I also answered your question in one of your older videos, like you asked about the weapons which the Russians captured, the assault rifles. I answered every type of assault rifle, maybe you've seen. But anyway, back to your question. The mindset of the generals is very interesting. I would say it like that. According to their plans, even the most little piece of crap settlement that is basically 3 houses with 15 people who don't live there anymore might prove extremely strategically important. Now, when you see on the map, I'll just say it like this. When you see on the map, but that does not correspond to the reality at all. Like at all. There might be mines, trenches, fortifications, all kinds of dugouts, machine gun nests, all kinds of positions. Like what the Google map shows you is not what we see on the ground. I'll just tell you it like that. So a certain 1 by 1 square kilometer area might prove to be pure insanity to take for either side.
What's how many men was the biggest assault you took part in?
Like on a grand scale, or my own personal team?
Both in your personal team and in the grand scheme.
In my own personal team, I was a part of a unit which was about 40 men strong. We were an assault force in Zaporizhia. On a grand scale, it was still the Zaporizhia counteroffensive.
Okay. And how does it feel to be part of such a huge offensive with thousands of men? Do you see all the thousands of soldiers, or not really?
I see them the day before. After a couple of days, I don't see them anymore. So the feeling itself of especially if I'm on the assaulting side, is basically, this is my asshole, and it shrinks like this because I know that I'm gonna get fucked. I have a good chance to get totally destroyed. But I'm still here. But during that moment, especially assaulting, especially back then when I had little experience, because I've never been military in my life. For me, I just tried to survive there. Like, I sincerely didn't want to see the people around me die, especially with internationals. Like, we've had moments where I tell the guys, hey man, tomorrow after the assault, I'm gonna tell you more about my country. You can tell me more about yours, and bam, he's gone forever. Like, I ain't gonna tell him shit. So I'm just trying to survive there. I'm of course trying to complete the objectives set by me. Like, understand me, I'm not fighting with hate. I'm not fighting with like these fucking subhuman Russians, fuck them. No, I'm not fighting like this. I would seriously have no problem. Even in my home country, we have a huge diaspora of Russians. I've never had any problem with these people. I sincerely hope they just return so we can stop this fucking bullshit. But during such grand operations and assault, I know that I'm just one little drop in the whole ocean, and I'm just trying to survive. That's honestly what going through my mind.
Very interesting. Yeah. And from what you say, there's a difference between elite soldiers attacking and other guys, right? Did you ever see units that did not want to go forward, or soldiers?
No, actually, I have not seen, even though there's quite a bit of videos fluctuating on the internet, which we've all seen by now. But I personally have not met with such soldiers. Basically, it's honestly the only, I've had many morale hits throughout my adventures here. My biggest recent one, not like on a grand scale, but or total, absolutely. But my biggest recent one was when in my area of deployment, we heard that I think the 45th or 48th, I forgot 40 something number, Sver was the name of the Russian. The fucking brigade was literally called the Ultra High Powered Artillery Brigade, and when I researched it online, they had 2 PANs, two 240mm laser guided mortar bullshit, the 4 automatic Vasiluks, and when I saw that, like, I was like, what the fuck, man? Like, Jesus Christ. But yeah, that was seriously my biggest morale hit last time, but I go through it.
And last question for me, how are Ukrainian brigades or Russian ones, same question, structured at the front? Is it all the battalions side by side, or is it only 1 battalion at the front and 3 in reserve? How is it organized?
That is actually a very good question, which I want to know too. I cannot answer that. It's a normal army structure, like every army. I'll answer that now. How do they structure the units? I will not answer. I've asked some guys around from the Ukrainians I've met, but I cannot say that because that would be more food for the enemy. I would not help them in any case with whatever. But I will just tell you that the standardization is very unusual. Now, what would that mean? I will not specify. Maybe one-on-one I can sometimes tell you, but certainly not now. And yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think one last question for me.
Prata haven't asked a question before, right?
Yes. How do you think, or how have been Russian POWs being treated once they got caught or they surrender? How do they treat you? Is there a formality?
I can tell you how I've treated POWs I've captured, but I haven't captured because every Russian I fought against has fought until the end. Now, how anyone would treat any POW? Listen, so far Ukraine has captured POW, so they certainly don't execute them. I can tell you that much.
Would you execute
there are no
POW?
what?
would you execute the POW if you had the opportunity? Because you have shown some sentiment about the Russians.
No, personally, no. Now, if if you expect me to say yes on
No, I'm
live
not.
stream,
You never had that opportunity. You are saying. I'm just.
I never had, but if I had POWs, I would seriously try to make them safe. But the thing is that from all the operations so far, I've never had a chance. Each and one of them has been fighting until the end. I've never seen anyone surrender to me. I've never even had a chance to tell them to surrender, honestly. We've always been in intense combat. Either they've retreated or they fought until they've been killed. There hasn't been one case where I've cornered someone and I told him in Russian, like, hey, put your hands up, give up, put your gun down. No, it's always been brutal fighting with me.
Can you, Voss, you want to ask one more question?
Yes. My last question. You know, here in the West, we starting hear people saying that the money is gonna stop going to Ukraine. So how you guys feel about that? You still got your hopes high, or you thinking about giving up?
No, I'm never thinking about giving up because I know sincerely what I'm fighting for and why Russia shouldn't win. The thing is that I can tell you for the whole Western people who are going to stop support that if Russia wins because of that reason, you're on a global geopolitical scale, you're all fucked. So you can make whatever you want out of that statement, but you guys are all fucked because the status quo is going to change. Your Western countries are going to lose the precision power that you once had, and your economy certainly is going to take a big hit, which would have a big effect on your minimum, maximum wage. I don't know how much you guys earn. Maybe some of you have their own private businesses. Maybe there's a millionaire here, but it's going to affect you hard. Your everyday normal life is not going to be the same, and it's not going to change for the positive. I can tell you that much.
So on that note, do you guys in the Legion, do you see the whole world as being almost one theater? Like when you see what's happening in Yemen and Taiwan, you see this as like interconnected? And do you think that Russia might actually try and use its alliances to start other fronts? Do you think this war could go global, in other words?
I know something about Africa, which I will not share. As about Taiwan, I don't see how Russia could have any influence. That's just a matter between China and the USA. Why would Russia interfere into that?
Well, but it's interesting. You see the world. We have had a system where some countries dominate others. Well, from your perspective, they have a better perspective. They have a better view of how to deal with other people. But my question is, don't you think the other ones that have been living through the colonial woke and so on would have an opportunity now to have a better chance in having development as well? Because your country as well was under subjugation from, I presume, not just one country, not just Russia, but many others in history. If I can actually guess where you're from, I would realize that you also want for your country a better future. Now you are probably with the European Union and you are seeing that future, but many other countries in the world are not with the European Union. They live in extreme bad shape. And the fact that we had a unipolar world for such a long didn't change that. So why shouldn't the other countries have the opportunity in a more balanced world between different world powers to have that chance of having toilet to sit or water to drink from a tap?
I sincerely hope every country has its own canalization system and working toilets. I sincerely wish that to everyone. But I understand your question. Listen, many of the nations are not the same as each other. Like when they say every person is the same, biologically, yes. When you're talking about religion, mentality of a nation, and so on, then that's a big fucking no. There's a reason why African countries keep being poor. There's a reason why the Middle East has terrorist groups, and you don't see these terrorist groups anywhere in Europe or in the West. There's also terrorism. I would say there isn't, but it's not on the scale that Middle Eastern shows. Also, the Eastern Asian mentality is different. Every country, every region breeds some form of positive and negative things. As I said with Africa, why are Africans so poor? I would not say I'm the most well-versed person in the geopolitical situation in Africa, but we all know that their economy is not the best. Like, their level of education is not the best. I'm not trying to insult the Africans, of course, but only South Africa, the South African, I forgot the exact name, where Cape Town is, where the whole diamonds are, that country is developed simply because of that, where a lot of Dutch people live and so on. But that's the only country. Now, we were talking about Nigeria, we were talking about Sudan, and we were talking about Libya and so on. Those countries, don't point that finger at me. Like, have you been to Africa? Have you seen the situation there, live there?
No, I agree with you. I'm talking about something different.
Oh, I'm African.
Let's
not talk about his entire worldview.
But the question is not about.
It's a very,
that.
very
It's
large question, Prada.
Don't you think? Yeah, but he's answering it, so he's getting there. So you think these countries had an opportunity to be as developed like European countries, or do you think they should have that opportunity? And perhaps a situation where Russia also plays a good role in the world political organization can also allows that, because you believe it is not. So I'm trying to guess, why do you believe that in Russia playing this role of balancing is a very bad thing? Because for me, I think African countries and Southeastern Africa, Asians and Latin American countries have the opportunity to become also nice place to live, and I believe that is just possible with a more balanced world architecture. But you say no.
Of course, every nation has the opportunity to be powerful, independent, strong, well-developed country. Now, many people, this is the mistake that people do, especially in this war. They're like, pick the West or pick Russia. No, I personally am not here because fuck the Russians, the West is the best. No, I have my own personal opinions about both the West and both the Russians. I'm in this fight because of my own personal reasons. And for me and my country, where it stands right now, I personally am not satisfied. I wish it was more independent, more stronger. We have our own currency, which could be exploited and be made into a very strong currency. But there's also the level of corruption. The mentality of my countrymen is suboptimal, I would say. I'm not saying that my country is the best, fuck you all, no. I would shit talk my country all day. It's not the best at all.
So you also want something better for your country. That's nice.
Yes, like just like I had the own power. I was independent enough to go and walk my own path and go into the Legion and so on. I did my choice on my own. Now, not many people can do that. And this is just not about my adventure in the Legion. This is just about people in general in life. Every country, as long as they group together, unite, they can become, stronger with the right mentality and the right goals. They can be independent and strong. It doesn't matter if it's an African country or a European country, a Asian country. But that's generally the problem. The mentality and other factors stop a country with its own development, and the people, unfortunately, just accept it and suffer. Like, who knows? Maybe some African country certainly has the capabilities in time to become stronger than the USA. Maybe the whole of Africa may become United States, just like the United States. That is also a possibility. But people are different, nations are different, the mentality is different, everyone has different goals, and so they don't unite. The United States wasn't a country from 2,000 years ago like most of the European countries. No, the United States is a country from 200 years ago, which is basically united people forming the United States. That's why they're a big power. They did that. They managed to do that. That's why United States are what they are today. They are a global power. And every country, every continent has a power to do that. They simply don't want to. That's the truth. That's a fact.
Nikki, can I? Is it okay if I divert back to warfare for a bit? Is it okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, based on your experience, like the delivery, like logistics for the Ukrainian army, do you think you guys get, let's say, ammunition? Was like, how do you think, like, if you run out of weapons or something, like, how fast do you think it gets to you if guys need them in the front? Do you think it's good or is it fucked?
It gets there. It gets there when we need it. Certainly, I haven't felt a lack of anything personally, except aviation, of course. That's why I really hope they give those F-16 sooner. It's gonna help us. But yeah, I haven't felt a lack of anything.
So, any more questions for our dear friend here?
Last question.
Last question. Okay, I asked the last question. Okay, are you able to reveal which country you are from after you say so many times your country? A lot of people making the guess in the chat, but no.
It's Bulgaria.
I would just say that that Macedonian guy is my neighbor.
Okay,
Yes.
good enough.
Okay.
Thank you, bro. I'll see you in the private chat. Thank
I
you for
was
coming
several
on.
times in
And-
Bulgaria.
and,
I think I recognize.
please stay safe as usual. Like I always say in our private chat, stay safe.
Stay safe, Nikki.
Stay alive.
Thank you
And,
very much.
Good luck.
Okay.
Thank you for being
talk to
here.
you in the
Okay,
private chat.
let's move on to history legend.
Thank you.
Let's roast him.
Yeah. I just want to say to History Legends, dude, you're awesome. I love your channel. Thank
Yeah,
you
you are fucking celebrity, you know.
I'm not the guest here.
I fucking enjoy
Let the
watching
fanboy
you.
speak, boss.
I fucking love enjoy your videos, you know.
Yeah.
And
Thanks,
I just
thank
got
you.
a question for you. You know, you always talking about this work stuff about other countries. Let's talk about yours, Canada. Yeah. Is your country ready to mobilize and defend the border against the United States? Some people is thinking about getting your
Can't hear you, dude.
I
Your
can't
mic
hear
is
you.
bad.
My mic is
Your
bad.
mouthpiece is bad. Yeah, we couldn't hear what you're saying.
Yeah, repeat.
Oh gosh. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we're good.
Yes, you know,
Pretend for us to say no.
is your country ready to defend the border against the United States? Because some people are saying America should get Canada. What do you think about that?
Well, you know,
They already did it.
You don't need to answer.
yeah, I mean,
You talk against BBC fanboy, so
sounds like you want it.
fanboy.
do you have any other question? Because I don't know what to say.
Then something more practical.
History Legend, how long does it take you for making all these videos you're doing, like this one in Brazil? Yeah.
The only thing I can say about him is that where he has a point is that there's no national sentiment in Canada, really. I'm actually preparing a video on the topic. That's why I laughed, because there's no national feeling, but at the same time, there's no hate towards the Americans. So, I mean, there's no real answer. So, would they fight? Not necessarily, because they don't see the Americans as an enemy either.
Well, me and Voz do Povo, we are both from the same civilizational area, and you were just in Brazil. Congratulations for your Portuguese.
Obrigado.
And I was a bit nada. I was a bit surprised. So you took so many little details that actually it's very difficult to get outside. It's true that the Brazilian society, also like the U.S. society, becoming very polarized. Nevertheless, you showed one side of the story. Did you feel like you should show the other side of the story, or you think it's completely mispresented?
Well, what's the other side?
Well, most people in Brazil would say that, well, of course, criminals are extremely dangerous, but the worst thing can happen to you is to be stopped by the military police, for instance, on the street.
Well, the thing is, have you been to Rio or not?
No, I haven't. I'm Portuguese. We are the safest country in Europe, so there is we have no concept of violence. But if we talk to Brazilians, and we have a huge population of Brazilians, many of them actually leave the country due to violence, and it's actually one of the reasons many Brazilians choose to come to Portugal.
The thing is, and I'll answer two questions at once. The videos take a while to make, right? So the videos take a while to make. It's a lot of research. It takes a while. Now, when you make a video, you have to find a scope of the things you want to speak about. You have to concentrate and focus and try to tell your points as clearly as possible. If you try to go too wide, you might lose yourself and lose the audience in the process. I was thinking, for example, of doing a video on the military history of Brazil, because it's very related to the situation now. When I was there in Rio, I actually took pictures of books I want to buy about all this, the history behind this. For example, Brazil made heavy use of forced slave soldiers in its wars. There's a big history of poverty. There's the Cold War, where there were some communist guerrilla groups. There were a lot of topics that I could have brought up, but if it's just to say one sentence, there's no point. So I just focused on their perspective, worldview, and it's not a wrong worldview. If you see the neighborhoods, the favelas, it is dangerous. And I did talk to people. They say, yeah, it's safer with these guys. Yeah, it's safer with these guys until you cross their path, and then they can do whatever they want to you. For example, if you live in a favela, for sure, nobody's going to steal your car and your belongings. But if the guys in the favela next to you, like the gang, the criminals, they have a party until 6 a.m. and you complain, you disappear. So that's how they deal with stuff. They're not going to tell you once, and everybody in the favela is going to understand that they rule, and they do justice, everything. So is it the ideal system? I don't know. And they have heavy weapons. And the police, you can complain. There's a justice system and everything. Who's there for them,
Yeah, I watched that video. I thought it was really well done. Made me go and watch Elite Squad again.
Yeah, the movie is pretty good.
Yeah, well, I thought you were very close to that, in that, like, you weren't shy about talking about the whole problems. Like, everybody complains about Elite Squad, that it celebrates the violence of the military police, but actually those films are very, very focused on the corruption of the whole system. And what they don't do is they don't demonize the police. They actually tell the story about the police being stuck in the system. And I think that's important to recognize, that those police officers are getting paid a wage, right, to go up against people with automatic weapons, right? That's not an easy job to do. And it gets even harder when everybody's blaming you for all the violence. Because the reality is there is violence in the favelas. There is violence in the system, and there's corruption. So yeah, I think it's I think we have to make a hard choice. Do we really want to live without any police force? Do we really want to live in complete anarchy where whoever has a gun in the neighborhood makes the rules? Because you can go to places like that. It's not much fun.
And
so yeah, anyway, I thought it was a good video. You'll probably
you.
get a lot of shit about it though.
Yeah, I think we appreciate it. Well, there's stuff that I didn't talk about because of demonetization issues. During that classroom, they showed me videos of stuff that could give people PTSD, but they're completely desensitized to violence. If I can use it, PG-13 words, imagine watermelon axes and stuff like this. These people, they do messed up shit, and we cannot forget what they do to each other. We only see police against criminals, but most of the casualties are actually criminals versus criminals. And they have no shame attacking anyone crossing their path. So that's the reality.
I was also quite delighted for something you talked about, which is professional honor, and you were very good in bringing it up and taking it out of them. And you were actually also fascinated by this code of honor they have. Can you elaborate a little bit more of it, because that was quite
the code of honor in what regards?
Well, you said they try to, especially that battalion you were talking about, that special force. You showed how they try to create a system between themselves that people don't get easily corrupted. Because yes, and that being there for everybody and together, and how to that belonging to this group and how to protect themselves with.
The best thing to say about this is actually, how can I say it? Okay, the big problem in Brazil is corruption, like we said, but it's at every level. That's a problem, at the low level up until the highest levels. Now, a lot of police officers don't feel they're paid enough, for example, to risk their life. So they're willing to take a bribe and go back home to their wife and children. These guys from this elite unit, they're paid more, but it's not the money that motivates them. Like, they're literally filtered out of thousands of candidates for their mental capabilities over their physical capabilities. So contrary to other special forces, which are mostly physical tests and everything, these guys can be bribed. These guys can be morally corrupted. So they have to weed them out too. So that's why you will see older guys too in these units, and not only the young fit ones. Because if they can have a fit guy or an older guy that's morally strong and that will reject a bribe, they prefer the older guy. It's pretty easy. Now the problem in Brazil, in like many countries in Latin America, is that most police officers that get shot is outside of their duty, their hours of work. And that's the difference between a war, is that they have a shift, that they're like everyday people. They work, let's say 9 to 5, and then at 6 they go get the children. But the criminals, they work round the clock. So they will follow you. So if you reject a bribe, they will follow you, and they will try to hurt you or your family members, scare you. And that's the big difference. So how do you solve this problem? It's very hard. I mean, all over Latin America, that's the problem. Police officers are scared and they feel alone. I mean, you're alone. If they target you, they knock on your door, they're going to follow you everywhere. What do you do?
Yeah, I saw in the past a lot of documentaries about the favelas, and it need to be very scary for the police to work there, to operate there in these regions.
Well, most of them are they do deals with the criminals to stay alive.
Yeah. I think you have the part of the corruption in that country just to save your own life, to be able to.
So as long as the criminals don't go overboard, they say you stay in your lane, I stay in my lane, and we don't cross each other's path.
Hey, I have a question here, just quickly. When I was watching your peace summit, it really struck me, like, is it possible that the West descends into this? Like, can you see a future where that's America, where that's the UK? It's very hard to believe, but why not? People are people. Do you think that's possible? Do you think that's one like alternative future for us?
Yeah, because it's very medieval. So if the state loses control, you go back to a very feudal system with warlords. So yeah, any country can fall into this, you know.
I was thinking
so, because you were arguing
collapses and there's a lot of poverty. I can easily see Western cities just becoming tribal and feudal like that, like you say.
Especially if there are weapons. I think the weapons make the flame go massive. So it's the difference between having poor people, but the next step is if they have weapons and ready to commit violence. I mean, there's
drugs cartels.
Yeah.
But you argued before that there is an history behind it. Now there is a past. Something happened for these things also to develop, and that was not a short process.
And I
It
think
was
that
a
the
long
process,
And
the
you said you
process is
wanted
happening.
to develop
I think, Prada, I think that you're absolutely right, Prada. I think that the
research more
process is
about
happening, and I'd like to ask History Lessons a little bit more of a pointed question about this, because I'm wondering if you're paying a lot of attention to the situation of the Texas border. And I'll just say Wyatt made a fucking awesome video about the situation of the Texas border, about 35 minutes. It's a really good overview to go over everything. And if you'll allow me, can I just give like a 30-second intro to what happened in case anybody is missing it? In case anybody
By
has.
the way, I can stay 5 to 10 minutes and then I'll have to go.
Okay. Well, let me just ask you your opinion and if you're following the situation. So
yeah. So what's your question?
Like, what do you think about the situation in the Texas border? Are you going to be making a video about it? And do you think that that kind of migration that's happening right now, and that kind of state versus federal battle that's happening right now is going to escalate into something that starts to become a bigger war or a bigger situation?
Well, it can only be a migration if there's control at the border. If there's no more control at the border, I think there's another word. Now, the question is why? Why are they not on the same page? Why is Texas and the federal government not on the same page on a question that should be relatively easy to answer? So that's the biggest question, the biggest thing we have to think about.
I think that's why we also should.
Klaus, you had a question.
Yeah, I just think also that's something we need really to take in consideration. We really need to support our law enforcement, because without them, there can be, and we see it every day in the news, many problems, because we always think they're just there, you know, shooting at other people like in the favelas or something like that. But most of the time they're doing also little crime things, you know, and basic things for order and safety for the population. So it's a very important part also of a society to have safety, because without safety there's anarchy, and we don't want to live in cities who go in two directions, where some people can just be in their world and just have their rules, and the other population has their rules. I think it's a very important part. What
the West, I think the big.
Yo, History Legends, can I ask you something?
Yeah,
Do you
sure.
think that?
Sorry.
I didn't hear. Sorry.
No, go ahead. It's okay.
Yeah, I wanted to ask. I mean, with your situation in Brazil, I mean, do you think that there is a chance that the government might actually be complicit in that you let these people rule those regions so that you don't have to? Do you think that the government might actually be like, okay, as long as you control those places, we don't have to do anything about them? Like, do you think that might actually be silently like the government actually wants it to happen?
Watch the movie Tropa de Elite. Watch the movie about Boppy. They explain everything. There's 2 movies. They explain everything, because it's hard to just say it like this in 1 minute. The movie about this elite unit, elite squad in English. You can watch it. There's 1-2 movies, and they explain everything, and it's super accurate.
Yeah, they're both really good too.
So let's Bosch ask, because he has been asking for a long time.
Yeah, but to Rata, to just to summarize, the thing is that yes, there's a history to this conflict, but it doesn't mean that if you're someone from the favelas that you necessarily have to take up weapons and start stealing other people's stuff. So yes, there's because they attack people that are defenseless often. You know, they take people's cars, and it's middle class people. So it's not even the rich people, it's normal day people they rob. So yeah, there might be some problems from a historical level, but it doesn't mean that they have to resort to this amount of violence nowadays. So that's why I didn't bring it up, because at the end of the day, the force used is just disproportionate.
Yeah, yes.
I think you need to type the names of the movies because we don't speak Portuguese. I didn't hear those words.
We're going to say it later. Don't worry.
I've been to Brazil and South Africa. I've been around a lot of countries in my life, and Brazil and South Africa are the most diverse countries I've been in. And everything you said about that video is really 100% spot on. Well done.
Thank you.
But your best video for me was the one about the British Army. You know, that video is underrated. That video deserves more views and more comments, more likes. You know, everything you said in that video is 100% true. Even though most of your source came from GB News, which is like 10 times worse than Fox News, you know? Yes, but everything was 100% well done again. That's all I want.
There's something I just wanted to add, just to say thank you to you, History Legends, because you were one of the persons that helped me. So that's also one of the reasons I found out about DPA. But thank you for the telling the truth, actually, and the way you're doing. It's amazing. Actually, everybody that's watching now DPA needs to watch your channel. Your videos you're making are so well made. Are you taking also a risk, like to get in troubles with YouTube? But you are one of the reasons why I watch everything that you post, because it's helping me to get over the propaganda and to see what's really happening. Thank you really, really, really for that.
I just appreciate it. Thank you. Your comments make my day.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick, I enjoy all your videos, especially anything to do with Wagner. It's always top notch. And I really appreciate you coming in and hanging out and asking questions and taking questions.
Yeah. Can I ask you something? Maybe like what's the riskiest thing?
My turn. I have so many questions, but I will just ask one. What was your feeling or your opinion, if you had one, about the event that occurred several months ago in the Canadian Parliament when they made a standing ovation of old Ukrainian men who fought during Second World War on the wrong side of history?
I didn't even talk about it much because, how can I say, in Canada, there's a lot of them in the west of the country, but there's also a lot of Germans that fought in for Germany, that migrated to Canada after the war. One of the reasons is because Canadians treated German prisoners of war so well that the Germans were like, wow, Canadians are so nice, let's move there. So I think for Canadians, there's this disconnection about past events. They're like, yeah, people from all sides came here. You had the past all type of people that came to Canada, and I think especially during the Cold War, there was a new enemy, so they kind of sheltered these people. I think it was a political faux pas. Was it necessary to bring this guy? I mean, we shouldn't bother this guy either. He's done his life, Bringing him up on stage in the parliament was a faux pas. It wasn't necessary. It didn't bring anything, actually. It just shows how much little history they understand. He fought in the Second World War. Like, it has nothing to do with the current war. I actually don't understand what was the purpose.
Yeah, I wanted to ask what's the riskiest one you ever did? The one that got you scared the most?
Sorry, the what?
What's the riskiest video you made? The one that got you scared the most? Like, what's the most in your head? Which one was like, fuck?
All the videos, when I post, I'm like,
many.
GG, well played, let's
like,
go.
Fuck.
Yeah, but that's the thing you need to understand, Daniel. He's so accurate and he's talking, and what he's telling.
When I post a video, I publish it. I'm like, let's go.
I've got my last question. When you guys gonna do the dream team again, because I really enjoy when you two and the other two guys get together and do a video. Trust
And
me,
the other
it's
two.
really dope. I love watching this kind of video. Please get together more often.
It's my fault. It's
What
my
are
fault.
the other two guys, Voz? Who are the other two?
Dima from
Union, and the other one is that American guy.
Yeah,
Although his name, but he's American.
Yeah.
I really wish DPA
Brian
would
Beck-
do. Yeah, I really wish
Like
DPA
Brian
would do an
Beverly?
open mic with history legends and maybe one or two pro-Russian guys and then some big pro-Ukrainian YouTubers like Perun or Jake Bro or something like that. But I kind of feel like the Ukrainian pro-Ukrainians are sort of too self-righteous to come on there. That's just sort of the attitude I get from some of them.
I don't know if they would accept.
Yeah.
It was already awesome.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest problem.
Why do you ever ask them to come on an open mic like that? The pro-Ukrainian YouTubers,
Not open mic, because the open mic is actually for
or not the open
people.
mic, the super
Yeah.
panel. That's what I meant.
So for the super panel, I it's mainly for the main that time, because it's 1 year anniversary, so I did something special, and I don't want the channel to become like another Duran, which is why I avoided to, because if not, I'll be competing with Duran, and then it's gonna be very difficult because I actually want to inform about other stuff rather than just talk about opinions. And of course, there's always plans to have this kind of panels. Like History Legend always say, I'm free anytime. Anytime. Then I was like, it's actually my fault because I have no time.
It's true. I literally tell him, just invite me, make it happen.
But you're always welcome to join if you're doing a live stream. You're always welcome.
It was a guest appearance today. He said, "Hey, let's join." I was like, "Okay." I saw he was going for 3 hours. I was like, "Oh." Let's go.
Another question for you, Alex. Do you think
a question,
multiple
right?
world? Okay. Do you think a multiple world will be more dangerous than what we had, or will it focus and create its own new rules and become a bit smoother? How do you think it's going to develop? Without futurism.
If I was honest, I would tell you I don't know. Like, it's out of my
Nobody
scope
knows.
of I'm not a mystery magician guy, but I honestly don't know.
Make a video about it.
Man, there's a lot of videos I want to do, but it's a risky business sometimes.
It's the same story for me. Because me and History Legend, we talk a lot, and I tell you, just now you guys asked about what is the most riskiest video? I want to laugh because it's like every video is risky. Especially because History Legend, he's an edited video. He need to put footages to make it interesting, and footages is the most dangerous things. That's why my sibling have no footages, because it's so dangerous.
The last thing before I go, there was the moment I released that video about the British military, all of a sudden the British, I don't know if you saw, but the British Army chief made comments. Boris Johnson made comments. Every British general, like in the following days, in the following 24 hours, 48 hours, they all made comments about how they need conscription now. And in the video, I said, at this rate, the UK will have to implement conscription. And that's exactly what they said. And
Trust me, you hit the nail. You
It's your
hit
fault.
the nail on that video. I live in UK, and you hit the nail on that video.
But the
I
thing is,
saw that video came out. Everyone in
Make a
the UK
movie video,
started
man.
talking about it.
the thing is that when I make the videos, often it's just for the lulz, like I publish, I'm like, let's go. But sometimes I forget, like, people are watching. So
Any Houthi videos coming?
actually I was thinking about it, but I was thinking of doing a part 2 for the British, like with all the comments of conscription in Europe. They all want to implement conscription now, but the real problem again is that they don't see the real problem is that of why nobody wants to join. And that's the big problem. I tried to make the video to show people the problem, but clearly if they only say conscription is the only solution, clearly they're too ideologically anchored to solve the problem, and that's what's scary actually.
Yeah,
So
I
if
say
the
that-
top guys are too ideologically anchored and they don't see the real problem, wow, I mean, that explains a lot of the problems.
I say that in my closing last week about how bad the British Navy is for the moment, and their and their Air Force. They just don't find people. They don't are able to have a complete fleet. It's crazy. It's and then the week after you make a video about it. They're like, "Huh? Did you watch the DPA Open Mic last week?"
You know, the other thing about the British is that what's the purpose of the British military in this century? That's a topic I didn't really have time to talk about, but if, think about it. What's the point? They don't have a colonial empire. What's the point? Is it to fight guerrilla war? Is it to fight Russia? Do they need a navy? What's the point of having a navy if the US does everything? So that's the other question they have to ask themselves. For example, with DPA, we often talk about Singapore, the military there. They have a very consistent strategy, very simple, because they know what's up. So they're not going to develop a huge navy to fight at the other end of the world just because it looks cool. So they're very pragmatic with their military and defense industry. But other countries like the UK, I feel they're a bit all over the place. So I don't really understand what they're trying to do. Maybe they don't even know themselves.
Well, they are
Yeah,
trying to
one
keep
thing.
their.
Yeah, one thing. You know, you can say whatever you want about the British Army, but trust me, when it comes to some more assault and stuff, I think they're the best in the world.
Special forces, maybe.
You know, that awkward silence after.
So I have a question.
Okay,
about
last
British
question, and
Army.
I'm going. Okay,
it's on the British Army issue.
It's your question.
Right? Yeah. Okay. So like you highlighted the problems with recruitment, and this is what these guys are talking about, right? But my question is this: are the same issues that are causing problems with recruitment, are they going to cause issues with warfighting? Because I think they will, right? Like I wouldn't join. I know why I wouldn't join the army now, and I liked the army when I was a young man. I don't think it's just recruitment. I think if we get in a hot war now, and I'm talking about we whiting the West, right? We're going to have real problems fighting it, right? It's not just recruitment. Prosecuting a war, maintaining discipline, we are going to get smoked if we have to go to war. If we have to put boots on the ground, if we can't just use air power to annihilate some people who've got AKs and RPGs, we are going to get smoked.
You know,
and I think that the only reason that Ukraine's doing okay is because they still have the Ukrainian sense of discipline. But anyway,
people fall in line much more than we think. Like we all remember during the C words event.
VID.
Yeah, during the C word event, everybody fell in line, even though they didn't want to. So I think that's one thing. And fighting depends if your country is directly threatened or not. Ukraine, the country is literally attacked. So physically attacked. So people, they will go, even if they have their opinions on the political side of the government and everything going on, they will go. For the UK, they don't have a direct threat. So for sure, people are going to be thinking twice about going. I think it's a natural human instinct,
So you don't think it's a problem if your officer corps is made up of cross-dressers and...
It is. It's 100%. It is a huge problem. But if there's a real war, are these really going to be the people leading the charge?
How to get rid of them without committing the sin of wrong thing?
Not to be dirty, Toby.
You know about
it's not just in the army. That's the thing. It's the entire ideology in the entire hierarchy. We see it in the movie industry everywhere. So, but I think I think governments are starting to realize that people are not too down for this.
About 20 minutes ago, you said last question. So far,
I'm very polite. It's my
trust me. This guy's not gonna let you go.
It's my Canadian friend.
He asked 3 questions in his last question.
I have so many questions. So many
That's all I have
questions.
for you guys today. I was just supposed to say 5 words in the thing.
Okay, see you, man. Thanks for turning up.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you so
Alex.
much for coming on.
Thanks, man. Have a nice one.
Talk to you in private chat.
Yeah.
Thank you, History Legend. All right, so
that was good. That was good. That was good. Well done.
We
Nice open
accidentally
mic.
have
Thank you,
2
Wyatt.
guests.
Now let's talk about accounting.
That's probably one of the best.
So I just want to say,
What's going on in Texas?
so History Legend willing to come on, mainly we have to attribute thanks to Nikki because Nikki come on, and I have spoke to History Legend a lot about Nikki, so it's a good opportunity for him to come on and actually also ask questions directly to him. So he came on, and then we have an opportunity to also ask History Legend things, because if not, he's super busy. His video is very hard to produce. It takes 2 to 3 days at least to produce one video. So he's
Just
very
3
busy as well.
days?
So
Yeah, I was going to be
you
busy
just
for
look
1
at his
month.
video frequency, you will be able to tell how long he takes to make one video. So
I remember he saying when everyone was saying doing videos every day, he says, "Fuck that, doing that every day because it takes me longer to do one. I don't have time to do like 3." And by the way, I respect that guy. That fucked my life. Yeah, I respect him because he
I just
believes in
want to
something.
correct.
But I don't care what he say about Russia, if they have toilet or not. I don't give a fuck. But when he was talking shit about Africa, fuck that.
So I want to correct the misconception of what he was saying. This guy, he's super neutral. He's just like DPA. If he is any form of neo-Nazis, he wouldn't have watched DPA. You must first understand the point. He's a supporter of DPA because he's a neutral person. So that's the first point. Second point, he have his logic. Just like there is people who are pro-India or very supportive of India's growth and supremacy. But if you look at the people living in India, a huge percentage is living in poverty. So the same thing is in Russia as well. That's what he was trying to say. There are people who are living in very, very bad state. They have they're living in those dachas and they don't even have a proper toilet. That is real. This is what he's trying to say, that don't be pro-Russia, because his point is not about not be pro-Russia, but the point is don't follow ideologies. He's anti-follow ideologies. That's the point. So he feels that anybody who follows any form of ideology, be it Nazism or be it being pro-Russian or be it capitalism, LGBT, he's against all of this. He's a neutral guy. So I just want to correct this point, because he just want to I think he just put it in the wrong way, that he triggers people, or maybe he did it deliberately. I don't know.
Personally, I mean, for a neutral guy, he was very incentive in the geopolitical situation of what could happen if Russia wins in Ukraine.
Okay, personally, even though there are some shit he said about Africa,
it's a great topic. It's a great topic, Ariel. I really loved what you said to him, because someone had to say something. I went out.
But he's not a politician.
Sure, but
that's the point.
Difficult.
He's a soldier.
I left the room because I know how I would react, and Ariel had the courage to do it. So, but I wouldn't do it. And when I came in, it was not exactly because of him. I wanted to make some questions to.
No, I think you're all getting it.
Israel.
I think to an extent you should respect the guy. I mean, the guy is literally putting his life in the line. Why would he not believe what he believes more than you?
Yes,
he goes to actually fight for it. Of course,
you just need to respect decisions of
I understand your point.
Sure, let me finish saying something. I'm just saying, you have to admit, for the guy to literally go and stand in front of a gun for what, like, this guy obviously he has to have strong opinions about it more than you.
You're fascinated. You are fascinated with the mercenary. I really appreciate it. You are, but it doesn't matter. I think I left the room. I didn't want to have that conversation, so it doesn't matter. But the motivations behind someone that is going to fight a war, I find it useful to know or to take out of a person the motivations why he goes to war in a war that is not his war. And I also wanted to understand why he rationalizes that he needs to go to a war and how he makes its own war. And this is interesting because there are a lot of mercenaries. Of course, he was going to give us his rationalization. We would find different reasons behind if we were psychologists or sociologists like I am. But nevertheless, I believe that you are fascinated with the guy. Don't try to criticize me for not being fascinated with a mercenary, with someone that kills people.
He made it clear in the beginning that he's fighting Russia because he has a problem with Russia. His personal problem with Russia. He did not state. So whatever his beef with is Russia is why he's there fighting. That's his personal business.
He said different things on different times.
I was there the whole time. That's what he said in the beginning. I mean, we kind of recovered
and then later he said different things. And then later he said different things.
He's fighting Russia. He said he was fighting. His only goal was to make sure that Ukraine was still on the map. So he's completely dedicated to the cause.
Then he said that if Russia wins, it would be a very difficult geopolitical situation on all the world. Yeah. And I wanted to know what he meant with that. How does he rationalize it? And that was, but it was the case. I didn't want to know it. I didn't want to ask him.
Because he sees them as the enemy, so they're bad. So anything they do is bad. That's the way I think it's simple as that.
Opinion. He's literally going to fight them. Like, you're just saying it from far. Of course he has to have strong opinions. He has to go to war with these guys.
Maybe that's the decision he made. That's the decision he made, you know?
Yeah.
I really respect his
people that just like to fight.
I agree or not.
And so what if he is as bad as you seem to think he is, Prada, and that you want to stand up to him as though that's something important?
No, I didn't want to.
Let him disagree.
I didn't want to take part in it.
Let him have these horrible, wrong-thinking beliefs. Let him be a nationalist. You know what I mean? Let him be a supremacist.
No, he can be, but I just thought what RL did. It was okay. It was very fair. What RL did, and this conversation started with that. We think. I respect the fact that Ariel had the courage to do it because none of you guys had. You guys were like completely fascinated with the guy. Okay, good for you, and stay there. But I think what Ariel did, this is how the conversation started. It was very fair and it was very courageous. So that's it.
Let's change conversation. I just need one guy that.
Enough colonial.
And speaking. I just need one super chat that asks after a conversation about Texas.
No one can understand what the fuck you're saying.
He wants to talk about Texas. All right, we'll talk about Texas, guys.
I asking after somebody. They are whining in the chat, so I say to the guys on the chat, that's if you want to talk about Texas, send a super chat.
Okay, Lambo, I'll send a super chat. Go ahead and let's go ahead and talk about Texas.
You don't need to do that, Darky.
Oh,
well, Archimedes lives in Texas, so let him start.
That's true. I am actually. I think you'll find I am the future king of the Celestial Republic of Texas. Okay, it's actually going to be a monarchy, and we're going to call it a republic. Now, I'll tell you this. Texas, I think, is actually a big deal. Okay, I think we should move on to talking about this. It's actually the first thing that was on the title of the open mic. And you know, this is. I think there is like a non-zero chance that we are like 6 months prior to an actual United States Civil War. I mean, I'd give it a 2 or 3% chance. You know, so I'm just saying this is kind of interesting, and I wonder if I can just give a quick rundown of the events in Texas, and then we can kind of go around and get some opinions. All right, so Texas for a very long time has had immigration coming across from Mexico, illegal immigration specifically, that of people just coming across the border. It wasn't that big of a problem until about, let's say, 20 years ago or so. At that time, it increased a lot, and it's really exponentially gone up since Joe Biden has been in charge. Okay, that's one of the things that Trump was always campaigning on. He never managed to build his wall, and the border's been open. People have been coming across the border, millions of them. The estimates are about 3 million in the last couple of years. So 300,000 a month is the number for December. The governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, decided that, you know what, enough is enough. The Biden border guard, the federal administration is not protecting the border. I'm going to protect the border of Texas. And he started this by going to this one place called Eagle Pass, which is a pretty major entry point, but not the only one. And he sent his troops, the National Guard that was commanded by Texas, by the governor of Texas. He sent those troops to Eagle Pass, to a place called Shelby Park. And he set them up, and they set up a pretty decent-sized wall made out of containers, like shipping containers, and concertina wire, blades, right? Then the Biden administration sent his border guards to tell the Texas National Guard to stand down and let them take these apart and open up the border. It went to the Supreme Court. There was a Supreme Court injunction, not a verdict, but a temporary injunction that the Texas National Guard had to obey the federal government and let the border guard come in and do whatever they wanted. This was a 5-4 Supreme Court injunction. Texas, Greg Abbott specifically, just this week, decided to ignore the Supreme Court ruling and continue to keep the Biden border guards away from Eagle Pass and continue to set up an actual wall in Eagle Pass. So what's happened right now is that a governor of Texas has stood up and ignored the and defied the federal government, and 25 or 24 other states of the union have come together in support of Texas. And that's where we stand today.
Did you say 300,000 just in December?
Yes.
Yeah.
What the fuck? What
It was an all new record. It's an all new record. It was over 300,000. It was like 380,000.
That's crazy. You know, that's fucking crazy.
Can I just add this one bit of context? There's one bit of fact that Archimedes missed, right? The Supreme Court decision gave no reasoning, right? All it did was give a direction that a lower court's injunction be removed. Now, here's the thing. This is the factual context. A couple of days before the decision, a lady and 2 children died on the border, right? And that was in the media. So the widespread speculation is that it looked bad, right? It looked bad to have razor wire on the border, and these poor people are dying, and so that is what may have motivated the Chief Justice and Amy Coney Barrett to switch sides, because 2 Republican justices switched sides and voted with the Democrats to give the Biden regime the decision. So this is pretty interesting, because what it shows is the Supreme Court is making emotional decisions. And the reason I point this out is because this is why it's all blown up, right? There's no guidance here. Arguably, the Supreme Court is massively negligent. Instead of explaining the law and interpreting the Constitution, they're doing what feels good and what looks good in the press. This is a real disaster. And this is why this is kind of blowing up, because at the end of the day, borders are mean, and it's really nice to let those people in. And this is really the crisis America is facing.
Archimedes,
the other thing is Governor
Can you all just clarify the numbers, the 300,000? Did they go up or are they standard? Did they go up, or when did they go up? Was it stand? Has it always been 300,000?
All time high.
No, it's been going up.
There's a super chat for Merkel. He said that 80 million since didn't go in power.
Predict like 12 millions until the end of his term. 12 million.
That's the population of London. 80 million is a lot.
No, I just wanted to know, like, were the numbers changing like somewhere recently, or have they always been so high? Like, were they in the lower 10,000 and then shifted? What?
Daniel, if you want me to list you a list of 25 numbers for each of the last 25 months, I could do that. But the point is that they have been going up. Okay.
Look, it's very simple. Look at it. When you have Obama and Trump in their terms together, they have the same amount with Biden with almost the same 4 years, right? Together, immigration, people who they cut on the border. That doesn't count the people who they didn't cut. All these things the numbers are not including that. That's just the people they take from the border. They go to the border and they take them in and they process them, right? So after the calculation, if it goes on like that, it will be 12 million people who actually enter the country illegally because they say they have an asylum claim, but they know what to say, and it's horrible because I don't understand why the United States is so fixated on this problem. It's very simple. If you don't have a border, every country in the world, if you don't have a border, then you're not a country. Then you're not a country. I don't know why they can't really. The Biden administration is really dumb on this topic. They could really easily flat it out. If he wants, tomorrow Biden says executive order, we send border security there, we really check the border real simply. He don't want to do that because he has some certain people who want to vote for him on the election, and he can't do anything on that. And also the big problem is the package for the money for this border control. That's a very big problem because it's tied to Ukraine aid, who the Republicans don't want. It's tied to the Israel aid, who the left party don't want, the Democrats. It's impossible to get something. So when I heard Biden say, oh, if I get something on my table, I will sign it immediately. What are you talking about? You can tomorrow say, you're the president, executive order, I send soldiers there, or I send National Guards to actually control the border. And he's not doing that. He's not doing that.
Yeah, the other thing Greg Abbott did was he invoked the invasion clause of the Constitution, which allows the state to defend itself from a foreign invasion. So they're throwing up more legal stuff. So there's a lot of things that have to sort out. I mean, right now it's just like bumping dicks and seeing, who's going to blink, and Biden obviously blinked. But then you've got, the LNG contracts being withheld, which is probably retaliation. And, I mean, nobody knows what's going to happen because it's an election year, but you have to look at Biden, and you literally could say you're 4 or 5 bad decisions away from some kind of kinetic event, civil war type thing. But that's just because you've got all these clowns on one side and, people that want to deal with the problem on the other. So, who knows? I mean, it's really a crazy time. I mean, right now I think it's pretty stable, but you don't know what some idiot's going to advise the president to do next week or a month from now, which could make things worse. Which, since it's Joe Biden, that'll probably be the case.
If I can really quickly to talk about the decision that was made, the strangest thing about that High Court decision and the whole situation is that the Biden administration is taking down razor wire from the border. See, there is precedent where the federal government has taken control of the border under their powers in the Constitution. Eisenhower did it, but he did it to stop immigration. He did it to protect the states. And so he had the agreement of the states, right? Now, this is a little bit technical with the law, but there's an obligation that the federal government has to protect the states. And Vaughan is correct. The states have the right to under, I think, I won't quote the clause, but under the Constitution, the states have the right, if they face imminent danger, to take action to protect their borders. And the federal government doesn't have absolute power over the borders. That's not how the Constitution frames it. The Constitution says that the federal government has an obligation to protect the states. And what the Supreme Court did was they made a decision that actually facilitated the federal government being negligent and not performing its duties under the Constitution. This is extremely strange, right? Like, the analogy is, imagine that a corrupt official in the Biden administration is allowing cartel activity across the border, and the Supreme Court says, yes, they can do that because they have the power under the Constitution. You see, in the law, the court is supposed to look at the substantive issue and what they call the substantive evil. Like, what are we doing here? What are we trying to fix? And this is what is so perverse about this Supreme Court decision. The Supreme Court has facilitated negligence. And this is why the states are all blowing up, because the Biden government isn't doing its job, and the Constitution in the United States is pretty explicit. If the federal government doesn't do its job, the states are allowed to. And so the Supreme Court hasn't ruled on whether or not what Abbott is doing is lawful or not. All they've done is facilitate negligence by Biden. And if it does go, and when it does go to court, Abbott's going to win, because the US Constitution is pretty clear. The United States is a union of states, and states' rights are a really big issue in the United States. So that's why Abbott and all the other states are firing up about this, because their legal case is very strong. In my view.
We have a new person. Rob, you're finally in. Congrats, and thank you for the super chat. Welcome, and present yourself. Talk.
Sweet, thanks. So yeah, my name's Rob. Born and raised in El Paso, Texas. So once y'all made the topic about Texas, I thought I'd give some good insight on it. I have family members, friends on the Border Patrol, and if y'all have any questions, I can give you a on-the-ground view of what's really going on there. So thanks for having me.
Just to add one more thing to what Toby said about the decision by the Supreme Court. They only stated that the federal agents have the right to remove those blade wires, but stating nothing about what the Texas border guards are not able to do or can do. That means, as mentioned in the video made by Wyatt, the federal government, according to Supreme Court, can remove them, but the Texas border guards can replace them just afterwards.
Robbie,
great.
Rob, can I ask something?
That's great.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, like, do you think with or with the laws or with the border guards and everything, do you think they would actually stop the migration? Like let's say there's a barbed wire. It's not a cave, is it? It's not a giant crater. It's just a barbed wire. Like, do you think those things would actually stop the people coming in?
So no, not necessarily. I think it's more of just creating lanes to manage it a little bit better. As far as like the wall and barbed wire, that has nothing to do with it. I know people on Mexico side that they say that if y'all thought like Hamas had nice tunnels and cool tunnels, you should see the Mexican side. So they can literally they have like 4-lane tunnels. They traffic like semis back and forth. Like, it's so intricate. So it's a bigger problem than just the wall. So yeah.
Then what's the point of if it's not going to change anything?
I think it's just for optics and political points at this point. So
Can you address?
go ahead.
Could you address all these rumors that people are putting out there about tanks and Bradleys and artillery units moving around in the state of Texas?
No, I don't think that's going on. I can only really speak to El Paso because that's my hometown. We have Fort Bliss.
But if that was going on, you probably would have heard. You would have heard about somebody.
Absolutely, and I have family members in the military. Fort Bliss is right there, so none of that's going on.
Some say Mexicans can run very fast. I have here a little boy behind me. Dangerous.
What do you think about the hypothesis that actually what we see is a flooding of the Texas border, but not as much as in New Mexico, Arizona, or California, which are state controlled by the Democrats? Do you think it's made on purpose?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So I have family in the Border Patrol, like I said, and the situation is really bad there. So the government's intentionally pulling off agents off the line. That's the term that they use, just to allow those legal immigrants to free flow through. They have a quote unquote concentration camp right out of El Paso. That's max capacity is like 2,000 immigrants held there, but that's just being overrun. So they have no choice other than to just ship them out any place they can. And realistically, if they catch somebody, they give them a citation to show up to court, and they just disappear into the United States. So it's pretty bad.
Concentration camp. You just called it a concentration camp.
That's the terms that these. I mean, it's technically is. If you could drive by it and you see it, it's pretty bad.
Okay, I've got a question for you. Do you think Donald Trump can change that?
I know when he was in office, it made a lot of changes in regards to like controlling it. But with this current administration, I believe, and my family believes, it's intentional, especially when you see all these new kind of like no voter ID laws and stuff like that. It has to be planned, because if they really wanted to, they could just shut that down. But unfortunately, the situation is they don't know if it's going to be able to be controlled anymore. They feel like it's kind of like a lost cause at this point. So.
And do you guys know, where do most of those immigrants go to? Like, do they remain in Texas, or do they just disperse across the country? Like, do they remain in like specific places?
They disperse throughout the country. But one thing I can say is, at least in El Paso, they just built this mega factory for Amazon. And one thing you got to understand is all these large corporations and stuff like that, like specifically with Amazon and that new warehouse they just built, that's all being occupied by those illegal immigrants. And they're pretty much, they're pretty much slaves, because we all know how Amazon treats their workers. So if any of those people speak up, they're getting deported. So it's kind of a sticky situation.
Is it true also that they catch some people from China or from the Middle East and stuff like that? Is this really true? Because it sounds very strange, right? I thought it was Latin countries, Latin.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up.
But are they real Chinese or Vietnamese?
So they're from all over the world. We got.
We probably have people from Angola,
Let him answer.
Yeah.
No.
So, based on what my family member was telling me, they're all over the world. They're getting an influx of like Southern Americans, Venezuelans, all those types of people, as well as people from Africa, Middle East, China. He told me this one crazy story, which kind of opened my eyes onto how bad it was. They caught some Spetsnaz soldiers. They're like official Spetsnaz, had official Spetsnaz documentation, all that stuff. So if those guys are getting caught, who knows who's coming in?
What's that?
You mean the Russian special forces?
Russian Spetsnaz were caught coming in.
But like immigrants or refugees, or really like spies?
No, at like 100% Spetsnaz special forces. They
How
had to
do they?
detain them, and then the FBI had to come pick them up.
And how do they have a asylum claim? I mean, like when you're from China or from Middle East, you're not like a country who is just, right down there in the South American region, So how they take them in? How is the process? How is it going? Is it really that you just ship them, they give them a court order, they never show up again?
Yep, that's it. And with the recent administration, it's even worse now. Like if an agent tries to enforce like the actual law, they can either get fired or reprimanded. So you got to think of like these agents have families and like bills, so they don't want to lose their job trying to do that. So they just, they can't do anything else but just allow them to go in. So it's really bad, especially in El Paso. It used to be the safest city in the U.S., and now that's kind of changed with the influx of the migrants coming in.
How unsafe is it becoming, and in what sense? Do they commit petty criminality or the drug dealing? What do you think it's the worst?
I was just going to ask almost the same like Prata, but on a scale from 1 to 10, how big is the problem?
I'd say it's about 8 or 9.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That bad?
But
Yeah,
what kind of criminality you have? Petty criminality or really hardcore gang stuff?
Yeah, so across from El Paso is Juarez. I don't know if you're familiar with that city from Mexico. It's like considered one of the most dangerous cities in Mexico in terms of like crime and stuff. So the way that it works, and I have one story to tell y'all real quick. I used to work at Target, and I was working with an MS-13 member who would wear his jacket, like his MS-13 jacket, to work. So the cartel activity and all that is just embedded in that culture. The way they do it is they live in El Paso, do their dirty work in Juarez, and when we think of these like cartels and stuff, they're not just like goons and like, you know, idiots. They're intricate. They have financial stability. They have power in some governments, like the smaller municipalities around, you know, like those little shit towns you pass by and stuff. Like it is pretty bad. Crime wise, lots of kidnappings, lots of vehicles getting stolen, property getting stolen. They're getting a large hold of territory, like in national parks or state parks, and like creating you know, like marijuana farms and stuff like that. So it is getting pretty bad.
Okay, to the Americans here, like, do you guys think that your government might not be, if your government was to decide to remove these people by force, do you think they would just go violent and then you'd be fucked?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I couldn't hear you.
I'm asking all of you in America, do you think that the guys, the MS-13s and all these guys, do you think if you tried to force them out, they would get violent and then you'd have like this tiny insurgent pieces of...
I think...
I mean, they would get violent, but if they did something like that, you'd probably have the military involved too. So it could get pretty crazy.
Think that would actually happen?
And then
Von, your mic is like...
I have a question.
Von.
What do you think about the statement of your government about going to defend Taiwan, going to defend Ukraine, going to defend Israel, and compare it to the mess you have at your border?
That's a point I'd also had last week. That's why I like Trump. That's why I like Vivek. We the people. Biden is not we the people. It's we the rest of the world and fuck own people.
No, but he's still...
The only reason I'm saying for Donald Trump is because if he wins, he's going
Voss,
to be
your mic.
Yeah, your mic sucks.
If he wins, he's going to be busy.
You're talking like R2D2.
Voss,
Yeah,
stop
you
buying
sound
on
like
AliExpress.
exactly.
He's going to be busy in the United States and he's going to leave Europe alone, you know.
Yeah.
And people in Ukraine is going to stop dying. That's all I want. That's why I want Donald Trump to get in.
That's what's going to happen. I see Trump doing changes, and for Texas, he's going to do change. That's a promise he did from his people. He's going to do things. The problem with his when he was president before, the Democrats were always on his head, and he was able to do nothing he really wanted to do. Actually, the problem already needed to be solved when he was president. Then Biden needed to continue it, but Biden stopped everything. So what happened? Situation you have now. And now Trump, if he's going to be becoming president, I think for 100%, he's going to need to restart all that shit, but you're losing fucking 8 years.
Can I ask all of us a question? And let's think about this logically. Like, let's remove presidents who are coming, ones who are leaving. Just logically. The trajectory of events is clearly that there will be more Mexicans in America. Do you think there's any permanent solution to this, or just like, because regardless of the president, what if he leaves, then he goes back? Like, just accept it then.
They are not all Mexicans. They are not all Mexicans.
Yeah.
No, like primarily it's people from South America, right?
Yeah, Guatemala and all that shit. That's
yeah,
actually
so
the
is
biggest
there
problem.
any permanent solution, or is just like you're just complaining for no reason? Like, it's gonna continue anyway after 8 years when Trump is out.
Well,
After
yeah,
15
the
years.
solution is easy. You take the military, you go down to the border, and you stop everyone at the border. And then you funnel them through the legal entry. Let me finish. You funnel them through the legal entry points, and you process them. You have standards, and you vet people. People that don't have skills don't come in. If you're a nuclear engineer, come on in. If you're a ditch digger, sorry, we already got enough of them. Sorry, have a nice day. Can't save everybody. I mean, that's all they have to do. I mean, you got dumbasses like Lindsey Graham. Oh, let's go invade Mexico and fight the cartels. All you got to do is put the fucking military on the border. Ain't nobody going to cross. I mean, we got thermal imagers and drones and fucking shit that can bomb them. It's like, go ahead and sneak across the border with, a truck full of drugs and just blow it up. I mean, if they wanted to do that, they could. They just don't.
Actually, it's very interesting what Vaughn just said. The unemployment rate of the US is 3.7, which is technically almost no unemployment whatsoever. So you guys need people to work, yes, but you don't need people that are useless. That you don't need. And this is also the problem. Okay, you might create some professional centers in the border with Mexico to give some formation for these people, but just when they got some formation, when they were going to be real useful. The same thing in Portugal. We are having this immense housing crisis. There is people don't get place to live, where families have to leave their homes because the new rents, the actualized rents are unpayable. And just because we are getting people that then don't know anything, and we have a problem of labor, we don't have enough workers actually. So it doesn't make our sense. How come we have so many migrants and we don't have enough working force, and people are not having houses? This makes no sense. Sorry.
No, Pratak, those 3.7% are not real numbers. They are fake numbers. The big corporations don't want to raise the wages of their workers, especially the low level. It's the same in Europe. Even if unemployment is high in some European countries, they open the borders. They let the people in. Because the big corporations, the oligarchs, want lower wages. And it's their solution for it, as explained by the real Robbie with Amazon. They just open one big factory or thingy, a warehouse, next to the border.
We had a situation in Portugal where...
Not even hiding it. You must be completely mentally blind to not understand it.
We have this situation in Portugal where we got a deal with Brazilians, Angolans, all Portuguese-speaking countries. They can't come, they can't find a job on the internet, they can apply for it, they can come, they get the visa and work. A perfect situation. You know what? The European Union is trying to sue Portugal for doing something like this. To get people inside legally, for jobs they can make, and that they can be useful for our society. And they are against it. So who do we get? People that are not going to work, they just wander around the street, that sell drugs on the streets. What's kind of a society these guys are thinking? I'm sorry that you guys are talking about Texas, but this is not a single problem of the United States. We are seeing all over Europe. It's horrible.
This is why I said fuck the EU. The biggest problem that you have with these immigrants is a lot of them are willing to have the papers, not willing to have work, and going to cause some problems. I'm living in Belgium, I know what it is to have immigration problems with illegal persons. People are trying to take a truck or a boat to go to United Kingdom, and they're hanging around in the cities. They're causing troubles. They go into houses to steal stuff, to do all these things. I know perfectly what it is. I lived for 5 years in the harbor of Zeebrugge. We had a lot of illegals there trying to jump into the trucks to go to the United Kingdom. I know what that type of criminality is. I know people that have been attacked by that type of people, So I understand the situation in Texas, but what I have from experience is nothing to compare to about how many people cross the border. Of course, I'm speaking about a very little country. Texas is like 10, 20 times bigger than Belgium, but even that, the problem is fucking big. If you're talking about 300,000 people only in December,
Yeah.
And they allowing that?
That's
They're
crazy
encouraging them.
army, you know?
So I think it's important to understand what are the
problem.
Democrats'
fucking
motivations in doing this, right?
You guys need to do something about it.
Yeah, so it's important to understand what the motivations are. I mean, this has been an issue at least, definitely since 2016. It was a huge issue in Trump's campaign, and it went on well before that. I think the Democrats' motivations are it's what's happened is that the oligarchic class that's exploiting America has totally unified with has totally turned against the workers of America, and the oligarchs today are in the Uniparty, especially in the Democratic Party, and they basically reject the Trumpist part of the party. I think the biggest part is, like you said, it is simply the wage question, that they don't want to pay Americans the wages that Americans should be making. They want to find anything that they can to keep those wages down as much as they possibly can, and that's what the immigrants are for. The second thing is that it's in conjunction with the Democrats' ability to ballot harvest, to manipulate groups in order to vote for them, and to fudge numbers on elections if through their administrative control that we've seen play out. Having a lot of illegal immigrants without voter ID laws is going to also help the Democrats find ways to steal elections, right? So it's these two things that are happening together. The whole Equal Pass situation, I think it really represents a major fault line within the United States of America. These people are going to have to be deported. Donald Trump has said that if he becomes president on day one, he's going to start the biggest deportation mission that the United States has ever embarked on. I think that's probably going to happen. I wonder, Rob, because I live in Texas. I live in Houston, but I don't live near the border. So obviously I know all about the populations coming across. And to be honest, most of them that I see are not lazy. Okay. They do work hard, and that's kind of the issue. They work really hard for low wages. And so they're preventing the wages from going up. I want to ask you specifically, Rob, what do you think is the feasibility of actually making a deportation operation happen? What kind of, let's say that Trump comes into power. What do you think the next 2-3 months are going to look like, especially in a place like El Paso, Juarez, you know what I mean, where it's really going to be the front line?
That's kind of hard to say. I mean, you're going to see a lot of like frontline workers get deported, which is going to hurt businesses. So the crazy thing is, yeah, it's illegal immigration, but it's also providing labor to people that need it and stuff. But even with Trump, like Obama deported millions of people. So it's just political optics for it. Like when they went to go inspect those camps and stuff, kind of claiming like, hey, look, we're treating them right, nothing's wrong. My family member was like, yeah, they just shoved everybody in the back to make it look nice. You can get arrested for videotaping that place, talking about it. So it is. I mean, I agree. I don't know if this situation can get fixed.
Can I just say something, Prata? I think the situation in Europe is very different from the one in the US, because while I will admit socially, yes, the concept of immigration is bad, but in actual logical sense, Europe cannot. You're in trouble if you don't have immigration. Let me give you an example. Like this, the EU itself is saying half of Europe's population is more than 44 years old, and it's declining. You have
Did you listen to everything I said?
No.
I never said immigration is bad. We need immigration. I said illegal immigration is the problem.
Let me finish.
No, but also the governments. No, listen, Daniel. Also, a big problem that we have in Europe is that the governments are not doing a lot of efforts to put people to work. You have still too many people that are unemployed. The problem is that we have the traffic of immigration passing through Europe, causing problems. That's also a big problem. We have immigration and we need some. We did it in the past. We need mine workers. We asked for them to come and to help. Yeah, I'm going to give upgrade after me. Don't worry. The thing is a criminality that you can get from it. There's people that are coming with bad IDs, and there's a danger of it. If you have people crossing the border with all control, you can have very serious problems. You can have drug cartels coming inside also. That's something that happens also here in Europe. So we have open borders in Europe, and that's not a really good idea to have that. You know what I mean? And that's a big problem. And you have at the side of the United States, what you have in the side of the United States, you have these countries like Mexico and the other countries that are full of drugs cartels and drugs traffic starting, going from there to, and that is, Van, don't worry.
Go
And
up,
you know,
Ray.
the biggest problem of that is if you let all these people with bad intentions inside the country, it's very bad. And the problem is very huge in the United States. If you just listen also what he said about 300,000 in December only that crossed the border, 300,000 people. That's nuts. That's too much. Need to understand that, Daniel. That's fucking too much. 300,000 people in 30 days' time.
Just in one border.
We really
There are
need,
several
we really need to
entries
be
in port.
we really need to be careful to also not demonize all these people. They are not, you know, all cartels, drug dealers, and the murderers, and ISIS and stuff. Many people that just want to come for a better life. It doesn't mean that all of them should come in the country, because not everybody has the right to come and claim asylum just because they are poor. That's not a reason to come. If you're persecuted, if you're in war, if you persecuted because of religious belief and stuff like that, I'm totally agree with that. In case there is a legal pathway to go to each country, you pass the paperwork and then you wait like everybody else does. And to the other point, to make a deportation of the biggest deportation, like he says, Donald Trump, of the entire history of America. They estimated that there's around 30 million illegal aliens in the US. You want to tell me that in 4 years, Donald Trump will take 30 million people, will search all over the United States and find all these people and deport them? Impossible. Second point, to the European crisis, Europe has always been a continent of immigration. And we need immigration, like Prata said, because it is how it is, right? But it's controlled immigration. It's intelligent immigration. Like Vaughn said, if we need engineers, yes, we take engineers. If we need bricklayers, yes, we take bricklayers. If this year or the next year we don't need, then we don't need. Then we stop a little bit or we do less. It's very simple. I don't know why we're always fighting the right and the left. Both have their points, both have right, but we need to find the middle ground, and nobody want to come in the middle ground because everybody wants to use this as a political thing.
You know,
See,
like
Upgrade, your problem is that what you're describing as the middle ground is actually what the right wants. What the left wants is complete open borders, because borders are mean, right? There is no middle ground to be had there.
I agree.
What if the people you need
also Daniel,
are more than what is
Europe
popular?
needs, also Daniel, Europe needs migrants because they don't make kids. Why aren't the European politicians making natality laws so the woman can make babies more? It's more attractive, because now they are doing everything so the people, especially the younger generation, are not interested to make babies because
Yes.
it's too expensive, because life
Yes.
is too hard.
What if the
See?
number of people you need to
See?
immigrate are more than what is
See,
popular?
remember?
That's what I mean.
No, not at all.
Can we let El Paso go now?
Yeah, I just wanted to touch
about
on
me?
Upgrade's point. So it's about or isolating and controlling the ports of entry. That's where they want everybody to go through. The problem is the families that are struggling and stuff, the children, the women, they're going through the ports of entry. It's the ones that are criminals, have like cartel ties, or just really bad people, are the ones that are going through the open parts of the border. That's the issue, and I think that's important to understand, because it's a whole system. The ones that are going through like the open areas of the border, that's all controlled by cartels, and that's all money they're making. I know it's like $5,000 to $10,000 to even get access and passage through those areas. So think of like if it's like 300,000 people going through those like open areas, that's all revenue for the cartels. So it's super complex and intricate with that. And also the thing is, you know, Democrats are like, oh, but there's like children, and think about the children. It's brutal because those men and stuff coming through those illegal pathways are kidnapping kids just to get that kind of, you know, sympathy from people to allow them to go in, and they just leave the kids there and go do what they need to do. So it's not just a morality thing, you know. You got to kind of look at it in realistic terms there.
I understand. Michael, check your history.
Yeah,
man.
the whole deportation strategy will be very comprehensive because you can go after the employers employing them. I mean, people will leave willingly because they don't have a choice. They'll be rounded up. I mean, who knows? Offer bounties on illegals. You know, you turn in illegals, you get a tax break or something. I mean, there's all kinds of ways to get those people out.
Yeah, but you know,
very quickly.
Wait.
Like
Rob said, can I speak, please?
Yeah, but
like Rob said, you know, most of these people, they go to the United States and they start working for Amazon. And Vaughn says the government needs to go after these companies. Do you really think?
Yeah, because if you get Donald Trump and you get different people in the administration that run those departments, then you'll have those people there doing that.
Do you really think Donald Trump is going to
Your mic, boss.
Amazon? You know how powerful this guy is.
Your mic is shit, dude.
You're an alien with your mic. You need to buy a new mic. You need to go on Amazon and buy a new mic.
I think my mic is all right. I don't know.
No. Don't buy on AliExpress, Voss. Just going to address the super chat of Melkor of $10. Thank you, Canadian $10. Thank you very much to support Wyatt, Mr. Melkor. Yes, exactly. Europe has never been continent immigration, never until the 60s. And that's why, as I said before, we need people for the mines and for the steel industry. And we got some Italians, some Algerians, some...
But Mr. Lambo, can we say that's also not true?
Yeah.
Europe was never a country who immigrated. I mean, between countries, we had different races, different religion who came from everywhere. What the hell is he talking about?
No, we needed work people for the mines. We needed work people for the mines. Exactly. Also,
go check before Spain. Was it really Christians, Spanish guys who were there?
No,
so
no,
who came and so on and so forth.
Okay. Maybe Marco was referring about intra-European, non-intra-European migration. But then it started, let's say, depends on countries, but for Belgium or France, it started early in the end of the 40s, beginning of the 50s. My grandfather was from Algeria, came to France and Belgium in the 50s. So it was before the 60s.
Exactly.
Yeah, something like that. But it was pure for extra workers, like for in the mines and like in my Flemish part, if you're looking at the region of Genk, Hasselt, you have the mines there, and there you have a major population still that has from Italy also.
Of course.
So I wanted to ask you. I have been my
European.
here.
If you look at Middle Age and even before, Europe, especially in prehistory, Europe was a migration place.
Well, okay. So now I want to answer Daniel. So a bear book went to Kenya a few days ago. And one of the things she said beautiful things about Kenya, like Kenya is the best in the world. It's beautiful, of course, to hear that from one of the richest countries in the world. It's very beautiful. But of course, she is a dissimulated person, the worst there can be. So one of the things she said was that she wants to pick up all of the engineers, the people with formation from Kenya. And this is also one of the problems when we get out of a country the best people they have. It's like these countries in Africa, they've been trying to have some people with formations, engineers, doctors, and so on. And then they come to Europeans and take them all in these countries that never really developed at all. So this is also one of the biggest problems about this type of specialized immigration, which is looks very nice on the paper, but it really just destroys other countries on the process. I'm more in favor of sometimes actually, and it's humane, very acceptable to bring some people with some low qualifications, but that are needed in the country. So you guys were talking about huge amounts of unqualified people coming and making the prices low. Yeah, that is true. But we also have a lot of works that are not, they're unfilled jobs. There's a lot of things that are not, don't require a lot of qualification, or they can have a fast qualification than here. We have those processes as well in Europe, and we can fulfill those job careers that are always empty. Especially like you were saying, we have a lot of older people, so we need a lot of not too much qualified healthcare people. We need them to take care of older people, to bring them to the streets and so on, to cook for them. Well, this doesn't require, and these are jobs that Europeans don't want to do. It's not even a question of paying more or paying less. It's actually Europeans don't want to do. And perhaps we can bring these people here, and this doesn't destroy the countries where they are coming from, which is also very important. If we have too many, if we have fabrics that don't have enough engineers, then please pick up the fabrics and put them in Africa, when there are some more engineers to come in supply. We help them, they help us. I think that's pretty much fair. Melkor made some comments, said, okay, yes, we need more children, but we live in a free society. Everybody is free to have as many children as they want. Ariel said it very well. We need more natality politics to bring people to have more children, because that's healthy, because it's pretty. Children are the best in the world. It's really amazing to be around children. And our societies have become small, petty, and old-fashioned.
Brother, let me just interrupt you there. You see, you need to understand
Listen,
something.
Daniel, I had my finger up.
Reality is not ruled by preferences. It is ruled by absolute logic. Nobody cares whether you like having babies or not. If you don't have babies, your population declines. Like, you cannot evade it. If you need more people than you're giving birth to, you need more people. Whether your people want to have children or not, you can go get them elsewhere. Because
if I am the king, there's no problem. Give me a beautiful woman, and I'm going to make a baby.
Guys, can I take this back to America? Because that's kind of supposed to be the topic.
But we have forests. Is that
Limbo,
Is that the first time?
Let him talk, Limbo.
Listen, I've had my finger up. I want to make this point, and then I'll shut up and piss off. But here's the thing, right? There's historical context about deportations that we should think about. One is called Operation Wetback. You can look it up. It was brought in by Eisenhower in 1954. It was designed to do mass deportation of Mexican immigrants who'd come over the southern border. It was extremely severe. More than 1 million people were sent back and deported. It's very interesting because the population of America then was roughly half what it is now. So the situation now, if Trump wants to deport even 15 million people, which is a conservative estimate of how many illegals there are in America, you're talking about something that is many times the size of Operation Wetback. And deporting that amount of people to a country that is run by the cartels like Mexico is going to create an absolute bloodbath and a humanitarian crisis, and it will likely result in a massive international incident. Operation Wetback created really big strains between America and Mexico, and as I say, it's a fraction of the problem that exists now. The other historical context I want to bring up, we should look very carefully at the Civil War. The Civil War in America was very, very much tied with labor rights and immigration. The North did not want slavery because slavery undercut the wages of workers. If you go and you read Lincoln's papers on this issue, if you read the media that was around during the Civil War, it wasn't just, oh, slavery is unfair to the slaves. That wasn't even like nearly part of it. Most of it was slaves take our jobs, right? So the idea that this issue of cheap immigrant labor for the benefit of the wealthy. The idea that this can't result in civil war in America is very ignorant. It already has once, and the scale of the problem now is unprecedented. And so what's going on in Texas is really, really dangerous, because if people start feeling like they don't have a country anymore, they will start identifying with states. And then you're going to have a situation like the Civil War, where certain states start to say, our state identity is more important than the federal identity, because the federal identity doesn't even exist anymore, right? So that's the context I wanted to raise. What's happening in Texas is extremely serious, not just in terms of the issues, which are very dangerous, but in terms of the scale of it. And when if Trump comes back into power and starts deporting people, it's going to be a humanitarian catastrophe, and there's no real saying how it could end up. So anyway, but I think it's time we closed up. But
yeah, I was just willing to say that. Yeah.
Yep. So I want to do closing. So sorry to Forrest. He just came in and I saw him out. So yeah. So we're gonna do closing. So let's start off with Upgrade. Later, Voss and Forrest is in the backstage, so I will swap them in later. So Upgrade, closing.
Yeah, like usual, guys. Very nice. Today was very interesting, especially with the guests. From the soldier who fights in Ukraine, history legends who coming, and even Rob here who is giving some insights from the US. It's always interesting to talk to you guys. So we have different opinions, but it's still very civilized, and people can disagree or agree. We're all here and we're giving our opinions. Have a nice one, guys.
Thank you, Upgrade. RL. You're muted. You're muted.
You're miming.
Oh, well, it was a nice open mic. We talk about a lot of things, even if I came a bit late. We see new faces, and even one superstar. It was great. I wanted to ask way more questions and talk about way more topics. But hey, maybe next time. Voilà.
Thank you, RL. Prata.
So guys, it was a very surprising open mic, but I think everybody knows. For the bad and the best, for the good and the best. My comments, as always, this goes a bit beyond the open mic on the finish, which is we had a very strange week again. Like, it's all January, everything is happening. I don't know. I have the feeling when we get up to in the end of 2024, we already live in a different planet. We already probably have green skin. I don't know, because the way things are running, it's impressive. So yes, today there were many topics to talk about. I wanted to pick up some. It was not so possible. So one of the big news, I find it was really very important, is the fact that the three Sahel countries, Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, decided today they are going to leave the Ecowas, something I actually was thinking about, because the fact that some of these leaders have been running to Moscow to get support in many unusual topics, and one of them is they are thinking about creating their own currency, and I have the feeling will be backed in gold. Also because there has been some appreciation of stolen gold in Niger, so things are changing. I think we could have lost a bit more of time with the airplane that fault. This is a major thing. It is a major thing, not just because many people died, but because Ukraine killed their POs just for a big event, destroying a Russian airplane. I hope they didn't do it on purpose. It's due to stupidity. Let's kill a civilian airplane. Great. Well, it's a cargo airplane, but people might be inside. So yeah, it's sad. So we see that the Ukrainian war is going through big challenge and changes, not really for the best. We also see the things in Texas. Well, it's American politics. I wouldn't give much. They like to talk a lot and very heavy. The United States is not going to end up in the civil war. So guys, don't worry. Be calm. Everything will be solved. Hopefully, the best news would be if Biden would be impeached. Unfortunately, he's not going to, but this is the world. So next week, as always, let's hope even more changing stuff. And now probably our skin is going to turn either pink or green, something like that, if we keep changing this way.
Okay.
Thank you, brother. Daniel.
It was a great show. It was a great show. The guests were great. I really enjoyed it. Let me just outline a few things. Let me speak from an African perspective, because the situation in the one Prata was talking about. First of all, what's happening there is, to most people, they don't know, but it's actually the best thing that can happen to those people. I am a huge fan of what's happening in Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali. It's actually it's practically the best thing to happen to those people in probably since the French got there. It's the best thing to happen to them. Them leaving the Ecowas. What you need to know is that Ecowas was actually being used by the US and France to stop them from doing what they're doing, so France can keep getting their resources. They wanted them to invade them. So them leaving Ecowas is actually a really smart decision. And them leaving Ecowas will technically make Ecowas weaker than it is, which will make it even more irrelevant, which will give them more power. And the other thing is that they want to form a single country. And for the three countries, they want to create a federation because they're all military rulers now. They want to create a president and create a single country. And if you consider that, I think almost a huge percentage of the gold in the world came from South Africa. These guys have more gold than all of South Africa combined since South Africa has been there. So they're a pretty rich country. And I think what they're doing is just about it's like an independence movement silently. But because Africa isn't that big of a topic, people don't talk about it. But it's actually a great thing to happen. And I'm a huge fan of it. The other thing, I think I interrupted Toby a lot. I think I should. He kept raising his finger and I was just talk over him. I think I should apologize to Toby. So I hope you're good. And yeah, it was a nice show. It was a nice show. And guys should subscribe and like the video so more people can reach it.
Toby is a lawyer. You don't need to apologize.
Yeah, I felt bad. He was like this. I was like, fuck.
No, I do it to people all the time. Don't worry about it.
Okay, Lambo.
Yeah, it was a good open mic. I was like, I needed to call with somebody, and I switched off. I came back, and I said, "Oh my God, HistoryLegends is online." Oh, I need to make my makeup. No, fucking amazing. I like that guy. I like his videos, and you need to follow him because he's telling, like you are also trying to do, Wyatt. He's telling the truth. And that's something I was researching last year, and that's why I'm here now also, is finding the truth about what's really happening. And he's able to tell that in a such great way. And it's amazing, you know, it's just amazing. So I was very, 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 very happy to be able to speak a little bit with him, you know. But no, it was a fucking good open mic. Okay, yeah, like Marta said, too many topics to talk about. I was hoping to see Shadowy NRL and dragging about with the farmers in France. They're fucking everything up. It's a real, if I say it's a mess there, you can really interpret that like a fucking mess. They putting shit inside, fluid shit inside of buildings in France. There. It's amazing. These French people, if they are angry, just stay away of them. They're burning everything. They are crazy. In Belgium, we were also busy with the tractors, with the farmers, because that European regulation about ecologic bullshit is hurting them very bad. It's an economical disaster for these people that already don't have a lot of money to invest and to live with it. So the European has fuck up these farmers, and we need these fucking farmers to eat, It's not coming like that, food, It's very sad. I was hoping to talk a little bit about it because what's happening in France is they are hardcore, these guys. If there is a war, don't mess with the French guys, because, these we can say a lot of LGBTQ bullshit, but the French guys, don't mess with these guys around.
They are bloody.
It's amazing. But they go a little bit over, they go over the top. And that was a good open mic. I liked it a lot, and it's always amazing to see you guys back. And Ukraine is Ukraine. Change it. That plane. Also want to say something about it. The propaganda is disgusting. If you're looking like on Dennis' channel, Dennis Davidov, asshole guy, I see pictures, but I don't see bodies. Are you really thinking they're going to show every fucking thing that they're laying on the ground? It's a fucking plane that exploded, 100,000 body parts everywhere. No, but I don't see these pictures, so I don't believe it. Oh, fuck off, Ukraine just killed 65 of their own people. Live with it, So I was willing to say that. So yeah, thank you guys very much. Like and subscribe, support the channel, and you're all awesome. And I'm very happy that you were up. I hope you're a new fixed member. You're a good talker, and I'm very happy that you joined today because you're going to help us for the future about Texas. It's going to be great. I hope good conversations. So thank you very much. Yeah.
So I also sent Rob. I sent you an email to join the open mic speaker lounge, so you can chit chat with them. And Ryla.
Yeah, I was a little late to the party today. Didn't really get to talk that much. Did you guys talk about that missile strike that killed the 3 U.S. troops earlier?
It just happened. The news just broke while we were on.
Really? Huh. Well, I did kind of want to talk about that, but I guess I'll have to do it another time.
Do it now.
Okay. I don't know. I know it happened in Jordan, right across the border from the Tanf pocket, where you had the U.S. base there that was supporting the Free Syrian Army and whatnot. So I guess that just has to do with, this is sort of the first time, you've had groups like the Islamic Resistance in Iraq, new groups like that attacking U.S. bases ever since the start of the Israel-Hamas war. But this is the first time you've actually had, troops be directly killed in combat. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see if things escalate from here. And something I did think was something else of note was that, I think it was like a week ago where you had the Al-Assad Air Base in Iraq, where you had U.S. troops there as well attacked by missiles. And that was actually the same base that was attacked in 2020, where Iran attacked that base in retaliation for the killing of Soleimani. And something that, I thought was, notable was that, after that attack in 2020, they actually installed a Patriot battery there to defend against attacks like this, but it still wasn't able to intercept all the missiles. So, take that as you will. But now I think that, you basically would have had, with that attack, you probably would have had, militias in Iraq using, older Iranian rockets that weren't maybe as accurate and able to hit individual buildings like you had in 2020. And now you have this attack in Syria or in Jordan, which, actually did kill troops. So you might see the U.S. trying to retaliate, attacking, whatever forces that did this. And, the fact that it was in Jordanian territory where these troops died could, possibly even bring, I guess, Jordan into the war if things escalate in that direction. But, we're already in closing, so I don't know if you want to go too much into detail about this, but that's just, what I've seen.
I think it was a good overview, man. I appreciate that.
So next, Forrest came in super late.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I got a new mic. I got an LED too. So anyway, I came in because History Legend was here. So same thing, but he was gone. Yeah, but yeah, it was great to see him. I actually was in California last year and talked to some Uber driver. He's Chinese, and he actually had friends that came in as a group from the southern side. 6 of them went to Central America, and then they like the local hotels and like lodging there. They actually have Chinese signs on the wall, like each where you go next. Like you get to this bus station, get picked up by these people. They'll take you to the next stop, and then the next stop will take you to this stop, and then the last leg you get you to the border, and then either someone will take you through the border, or you can just walk right across, right? And obviously each leg and segment is paid for, or sometimes you can pay a lump sum to someone, and they have tier service for rich Chinese and other country people. They have more premium service where they'll get you all the way through, and someone comes from some other places, they'll have to figure something out on their own, and then they might go through some more dangerous path. But for that group, 6 of them went on this journey, and only 4 of them made it. The friends just told him, do not ask about what happened to the other 2. So these are real things that happen. But the other thing I want to ask, just kind of go off of our El Paso brother here. I mean, we got to think like why people choose these destinations, right? And as global economy kind of tank and go down, there are going to be a lot of hungry people. And then when they see, oh, that place, they got food, they got money, I can make money. There's some incentives to go to that place. There are things that they're willing to go through to get to that place, right? And that's just my thinking. And also Opium 2024, yeah.
Okay. So the sequence is messed up. Have Lambo done his closing?
Yeah.
Everyone on the top row has done their closing.
Yeah, I'm actually super busy. If you didn't realize.
No, it's
okay,
all good.
let Rob do this closing first. Rob.
Yeah. So I've been watching y'all for a while, and I appreciate y'all bringing me on and allowing me to give my insight and opinions. I think I speak for everybody. Like, all we want is honest truth and to find solutions that are going to benefit people. And I think we all are on board with that. Texas is a interesting topic right now. And like Prada said, it's nothing to be alarmed about, but it does have a potential to escalate pretty fast. And it's important to understand the complexity of this issue. It's not as easy as taking people out of the country, because that's going to affect political, economic, infrastructure, things in the United States. Yeah, I'll try my best to get more insight and hopefully bring it out to y'all once I do. And once again, just thank you all for allowing me to speak with y'all and hang out with y'all.
Thank you, Rob. Nunya.
Oh, hey guys. Yeah, it was a great chat. Even after I left, I was listening. You guys did a great job. About the only thing that I'd like to just briefly throw in there that wasn't mentioned is I read an article today about Jamie Dimon, who's he's the CEO of JP Morgan, one of the largest recipients of U.S. corporate welfare in history. And what Mr. Dimon told this article was that the U.S. government has a debt problem that they need to address, which I found kind of ironic, considering that JP Morgan gets so much of that money. My point is, when you have people like Jamie Dimon start raising the alarm bell, you've got a problem. And I think that the next few years in the U.S. and the collective West is going to be really rough because de-dollarization is a real thing, and it's going to impact us all. As somebody was mentioning in the open mic earlier, anybody in the West, we're all going to be worse off. So we need to start preparing for that. And if you can, take your money out of the system where you can. Like one of the things I've started buying is silver. I've got a real hesitation in trusting my government. And I think that they'll do whatever they can to, police us and control us. So I think the next few years is going to be really chaotic. I don't know what the other side looks like, but given our respective governments' propensity to make really bad, hasty decisions, I'm pretty confident that they'll continue down that route. So, yeah, that's my only warning. I thought that thing from Jamie Dimon that I read this morning was pretty revealing. When you have somebody, like I said, when you have somebody like him, saying that there's a problem, when you've got Janet Yellen going over to China every few months to beg for money, watch their actions. Don't listen to their words. And I'll leave it at that. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Nunya. Voz. You're so robotic. I think it's your connection. It's not your mic itself, it's a connection. I think it's the connection. You can unplug and plug back.
www.amazon.com.
It's okay already. It's okay already. You can talk now.
What about now?
Yeah, good. Now okay.
Okay. It was a good open mic, one of the best actually. Shame was only 5 hours, 6 now, But there's one thing, that guy, I respect him, for joining the army. This is a big thing. That's something I didn't do. My country was at war, and when it was my time to join, I fucked off because I didn't want to kill anyone. I didn't want to die. And I respect that guy to go to a war who has nothing to do with his country, but he believes he's doing that for the right thing. I don't give a fuck what I say about Russia. I'm not Russian. But one thing, he talks shit about Africa. He doesn't know anything about Africa. Anything. And you guys always talking about Africans like we are fucking monkeys or something, like we don't know. Have you guys been to Africa? Because people that have been to Africa, they can see. Africa is not like just one fucking ghetto, Africa is a civilized continent. And I keep telling this thing, we don't need a boss. We need partners. And the only people doing this to Africa at the moment is India, China, and Russia. I think Russia is doing this because they want to see the EU begging the Africans, But China and India, they got good intentions. I wish the EU would do the same. Because if you see, when you see these countries, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, they trying to leave Ecowas, good for them. Because Ecowas is a fucking fresh puppet. They blocking this country to use their fucking ocean Atlantic. Guess who's helping them? People they always say, oh, the Arabs there don't hate him. Morocco say, fuck them. You can use my port if you got things to sell. Sometimes just because you got the same color doesn't mean you love each other. This is why ECOWAS is a fucking bullshit. They can fuck off, especially Ghana and Nigeria. They can fuck off. Yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I think that one of the angles about this whole Texas situation, the most important thing I think is not so much actually about the immigration, but the face-off, the standoff between the federal government and the states. And the fact that 25 states have supported Texas in this against the federal government. It's a massive loss of legitimacy for Joe Biden, which he was already a little bit low on legitimacy, to be totally honest, and for the Supreme Court, actually. I think that we're seeing we're seeing a world like I think Forrest said, that's going to get poorer, right? Overall, I think that's the trend. I think 2019 was probably the best year for a while, and or I guess maybe 2006, really. As this world gets worse and poorer, I think there are going to be a lot of people that are going to be coming to America, that are going to be coming through Latin America to America, and America needs to be able to control who comes in. Of course, there are a lot of illegal immigrants already in America. Deporting them all is not going to work. There needs to be some process by which they can become Americans. Simply allowing them in because of some kind of humanism turned up to 11 is not going to work. It's just in a world that's becoming poorer and more dangerous, and in a country that's going to become poorer and more dangerous, humanism and just the thinking that everybody is the same and everyone can come in and everyone has the same rights as a citizen of the country, and that these things don't matter, and that the people around you don't matter and any more than anybody else, that ideology is going to have to be discredited. And I think that we're sort of seeing the first steps of that discrediting in the dissolution of the Biden regime. I think that there needs to be a way for these people to become Americans, like I said. And if that requires that there is some kind of idea of what America is, something that people can become, right? Something that is a positive statement about the world as opposed to the rest of the world, something that's different. And that requires, I think, a real reckoning with who we are and what our purpose is on this planet, right? I think we're in for a big transformation in the political and social fortunes of the American nation and state, and I'm very excited for that to happen.
Okay. So despite Archimedes' white nationalist sentiment there, I want to thank him for controlling the OM to some extent with this topic list. I think that's it's working well. It was a good OM. It was really nice to see History Legends. And listen, whatever you think about the gentleman from Ukraine, he's honest. He speaks honestly. He speaks clearly. He's got a decent mic. You can have a dialogue with someone like that. So, I thank him for coming on. And we should keep it civil. Don't get too triggered, Voz. But yeah, it was a good open mic, and thank you all very much. Thank you, Wyatt, for having it together, and see you all next time. Ciao, ciao.
Can I just
Toby, so evil.
say something? Can I just say something? Sorry, Wyatt. Yeah, I think okay. I while I do understand Voz's sentiment, it's actually true. But also, personally, I hope they don't realize anything, because I think if like someone in America was to realize that they can buy a $1 million house here for 200,000, I wouldn't want them to know that, because they would all be here. I actually like that they don't think so much, because they stay away. I actually think it's a good thing, because that means everything's better for me and my kids. Actually, I think you should let them keep thinking what they're thinking. Let the Chinese come and the Russians come. I actually love that they're actually so clueless about Africa, because it's actually good for me.
One more thing, about immigration. I'll be quick about immigration. People always say it's fucked up in United States. It's the same in Europe. Like Prata said, the EU is against what Portugal is trying to do, because Portugal is trying to bring people that speak Portuguese from Africa and Brazil. Legal way, but they are against it. But they're doing fuck all about the illegal, A lot of people, like here in the UK, a lot of people get in daily. A lot. We're talking about thousands a day. No one's doing anything. They just talk. And guess what? The Conservative Party has been in power for 14 years now. 14 years now. Guess what? They blame the opposition party. This fucking immigration is a fucking big scam. These people need to change. need to get fucking life. Okay.
All right. Thank
Nice
you, Force, for
mic,
his
guys.
second closing. And just now Toby said he said that the guy in Ukraine got better mic than him. Though it feels like a very indirect step.
Yeah, that was shade. That was shade.
He got a good mic.
That was some serious shade, man. Toby,
Well,
that was some serious shade.
it was great that you had that. I didn't want to take part. It doesn't matter because I feel some things very personal. So I didn't want to. You all guys were fascinated with the situation. I find it great. But I also have to commend Ariel's courageousness. It doesn't matter how he did it, but he did question him in some important points, which were important to do. And then I came, because this HistoryLegends came, and I had to confront the guy. So imagine you guys if I was there in the beginning. No. It was better for me not to.
Yeah, but the key point is he is a soldier. He's not a politician. So if you talk about ideology, the politics, why he's there, why he thinks it's pointless, it's a waste of time. Because he's there, he's already been fighting for more than a few years, if more than a year.
He even said, "I'm here to fight, not politics. I don't care about politics."
The only thing I was interested.
When you try to dig the motivation, it's a pointless thing. So I know the real reason why he was there, and it's a very stupid reason, and it's a so stupid reason that you will not believe it. So no, it's not what you think. It's totally not what you think. It's a very weird reason.
No,
so it's a very personal reason. So it's nothing to do with Russia. So anyway, thank you guys. I need to end the stream.
Bye now. Cheers. See you
Bye,
next
guys.
week. Cheers.
Bye. And then it's going to be my turn to do closing. And so thank you guys for watching. And this is a very unique DPA Open Mic because Nikki private messaged me saying that he want to come on, and so he came on. But I did tell him that he have to show his face, so he showed his face, and now I'm gonna have a lot of problems because I need to blur his face. So so anyway, the stream will be unlisted after this stream end. Unlisted means you still can access, but only if you have the link. So for those that are still watching, you'll probably still be able to watch. But I will set it to private after I download the video, edited it, and I re-upload it. So so this is a warning already. And also, ultimately, everyone is a human being. Don't be evil. And also, and I want to give thanks to History Legend for coming on and not unexpectedly become a guest, to answer some Q&A. So it's a big honor to have him along. And he did have some words to tell you guys that he's really touched by the kind words, and he really want to thank you guys again. So this is important. And also Nikki also want to thank you guys for giving him the opportunity to talk. You may not agree with the things he say, but I talked to him for some time. So like I mentioned, he have zero ideology in terms of this war. So he don't like ideologies in general. So he's not anti-Russia. He don't hate Russia. So that's the main thing. But he don't like people who go to be pro-Russia because they feel like this is very poorly informed. It's the same thing as many of us also think that it's a bit stupid to be pro-Ukraine. Same thing. Is just don't make sense in that sense. So he have his own motivation why he's fighting in Ukraine, and is a stupid reason to me. It's a stupid reason, but I respect his reasons why he want to fight, and or why he want to be there. I did tell him that that's a bit stupid, but it is what it is. And and he also did keep a lot of operational secrets. So he don't share a lot of things, which he do share with me. And so be mindful that whatever you hear is not entirely everything. So don't make too much conclusion. He has been wanting to join the open mic for a long time, since last year, just that he can't because of his status, and somehow for some reason he decided that now he would want to do it. But now I have a lot of problems with editing, so that's going to be my issue. And yeah, this stream, I think you guys may probably enjoy it a lot. For me, it's super busy. I'm just so busy, and I'm very, very worried for his safety, for Nikki's safety. So, yeah. Otherwise, thank you guys for watching. Do press the like button, and actually, don't press the like button. No difference. Press the subscribe button, because the video is going to be set to private eventually. So do subscribe. Subscribe is more important. The like button don't make too much difference anymore. For this particular one, I will be re-uploading the whole video. So that I'm not sure when will be done, because the video is so long, 6 hours. I'm not even sure if I can edit it in the normal way. So we shall see how this goes. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next update. Bye-bye. Wait. Again, I pressed the wrong button. Bye-bye.